All right, welcome. Today we
Hello.
have Ghost on, and we're just going to get right into it. Ghost, you sent me a few emails, and we've talked a bit in the chats previously. But I'm excited to have you on today. Share your perspective and experience on what's going on in this place. So you want to give a little background on yourself? Like, when did you first come into awareness of this other intelligence in this realm, and what are your experiences with it?
Um, so I have been dealing with this for a long time. I just never really paid attention to it. Um, my, hold up, someone's here. Hold up, let me get you back here.
No worries. Take your time, man. I
But
know how it goes.
okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. I know how it goes in this place. Endless distractions.
Yeah. So what was the question again?
Oh, you were just explaining a little bit of. You said you've been dealing with this your whole life, but you just didn't really know what it was or pay attention to it, and I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah. Um, these archons, lizards, entities first appeared in my dreams.
How long ago was that?
I think a year when I started to wake up.
Okay. Now, was there anything that triggered you gaining more awareness, or was it actually their interaction that triggered it?
Their interaction.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's funny how they give themselves away like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what
Um,
was that? What happened in that dream, that first dream with them? What was that like?
one of them, they looked like a family member, but when I first took a close into their eyes, they was all like slit like, and their whole morph shape shifted into a reptilian, basically.
Gotcha. Now, what were they trying to were they trying to persuade you into anything, or what were they doing in that dream?
Well, they're just staring at me, basically, and then I woke up and I started to have more dreams, like of them, but not as often until I started to stumble across the escape from prison planet subreddit, basically.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, they uh they have some beef with me. Um, I have heard them talk, and they speak like if they were speaking some other language, like Egyptian. Like I really
Gotcha.
can't tell what they were speaking, but having to deal with them every now and then in my dreams is a little annoying since they target my imagination a lot and they block it basically. Same
Now,
thing.
can you describe how they do that? How do they block your imagination?
Okay, so right now I can visualize, but not 100%. It doesn't work. Like you can see an apple in your mind, basically. You can picture it in your mind's eye. Um, they hit me with some waves of forgetfulness when I come into awareness in the dreams, or put some blockages in me, like some devices, or inject me with some needles or something.
And what does that feel like when they're doing that?
Does not feel good. It feels like I'm losing awareness, basically, like um, being dumbed down in the dream.
Like they're putting you to sleep.
Yeah, and I lose the awareness, basically.
So how long can you maintain awareness when they're? Are you able to actually move freely in the dream space until they do that? Do you feel like is it happening in that space, or is it happening outside of your perception?
Um, in it happens. Oh, in the dream with some energy waves. Like I can't really tell. At first, they were doing that until I know they were like trying to hit me with those waves and make me forget about being lucid.
Now, when you're in those states and they're doing that, have you ever tried to kind of do something to them? Have you ever tried to reach out and
Yeah,
touch them in a way?
I try to destroy them with the intent,
Gotcha.
but I remember this one dream. There was like I don't know how many. There was like a small group of them in my room, like using the same environment. Like they use the same places where I live, basically, or other places where I used to live. You know?
Right, like they copy it from your memory.
Yeah. Sorry about being nervous.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just thinking like, how much access do you have in your dream to like rage? Right? Can you get angry in the dream?
Yeah, as I become aware, I could get angry. Yeah, it's like easy to get mad and use your intent basically in the dream, but right here in if you, out of the dream or in the real world, or you call it, it's not easy. It's kind of very difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot more inhibitors
Yeah,
here than in the dream state, which is why they try to, as soon as you gain awareness in that dream state, they try to get you sedated as quickly as possible, or just kick you out of the dream state. Um,
yeah.
but you have yet to be successful at actually eliminating any of them. You haven't.
Nah, I haven't. I don't think I recall destroying one of them in one of the dreams. I mean, it felt like I destroyed one of them, but I'm not sure if that was really a real entity or that was just like some NPC in the dream.
Yeah, they do like to work through proxy. They'll puppet
Yeah,
a puppet with another puppet. They like layers of separation between the actual intelligence and what it's controlling, which is why it likes to puppet avatars that have real beings in it, because then it gets the real beings to go against each other versus the infiltrator.
yeah. I don't like how they do that. They use other methods.
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I
they
have
have a
them.
lot. They have a lot, don't they?
Yeah, I have tried to go out of body, have an out of body experience. I've been successful. Like the first time, it was natural within the dream. Um, there was this. I'm not sure if it was human. But I know they were talking about the demiurge. You know who that is? Yaldabaoth.
I've heard the name, yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about how they're gonna talk with them and try to fix something or figure out how to like something about the Matrix. I can't really recall the conversation. And after that happened, I got this. It was like an error screen or something in my field of view in the dream, and my whole body vibrated. And at first, I felt pain, and then after that, the pain stopped, and then I went out of body for the first time, and I was aware I was out of body, but I could also feel like I was breathing It was like, Neo from the Matrix, where he's breathing in that pod. Yeah, that's kind of how it felt like. And I can somewhat visualize and use my intent, but then I got put back in my body. And yeah,
Yeah. So in that transitional state, are you able to maintain awareness when you're going into the dream state, or is there a lapse? Is there kind of a lapse in awareness between being in, animating the body and then moving into that other station? Uh,
like being lucid. Yeah, I can't really be like when I'm lucid, I have that awareness, and then I go off script. Like I go within the script, like they put in the scenarios within the dreams, and I forget that I'm aware. Like it's like annoying to deal with.
That's interesting. It's kind of the opposite of what I experience. I have a lot of trouble maintaining coherence through the transition of the body going to sleep and going in the dream. But I find almost the opposite of you, that I'll be in the dream playing out the script, and then I come to awareness that I'm in a dream playing out a script, and then I start, you know, trying to basically take over that environment. And as soon as I do that is when I'm kicked out. And it sounds like you kind of have the opposite, where you go in with a lot of lucidity, and then it kind of overrides your awareness, and then you're just playing out the script. So that's interesting.
Yeah. Um. I've been trying to do meditation by listening to theta waves, 6 hertz, basically. It vibrates my body, but not the whole thing. Basically, I get half of it. But I,
Gotcha. I mean,
uh-huh. Sorry.
I used to do frequency meditations probably over a decade ago, and I can say for me, all it really did was let in a lot of other influences, and so I've found that basically total refusal was the only um, super effective method of basically maintaining my sovereign awareness in those states, right? Like I try not to use anything external. I try not to rely on anything, because ultimately everything in this place is of this place, right? So
Uh-huh.
it's all coded um, to be able to be interfered with and infiltrated. It's all designed for infiltration. Um, so yeah, I mean, if it works for you, I'm not saying don't explore that, but just keep in mind that all these different frequencies and stations in this place are pretty locked down by this intelligence that's moving through all of it.
I get you. It's a high risk, high reward.
Well, I mean, ultimately, when you're interacting with its realm and its stuff and things, it's if as long as you're maintaining your own awareness, you're even if you are in the depths of its control system, you can still maintain yourself and gain a greater awareness of the construct and how it is operating. So it's not like there's a certain point where we're just going to get trapped forever because we went too deep. I think that's kind of what it wants us to think, is this idea that, oh, if you interact too much with this or that, like technology, for instance, the technology is not greater than us. It's all part of this construct, and everything in this construct is younger than the beings that came before it, right? It is a lesser entity. This reality itself is a lesser entity than those that came before it, right? We don't need this reality, nothing in this reality at all, to exist for our awareness, for our presence, for our being. And so yeah, explore whatever you want to explore. Just keep in mind that it's all of this place, and you know
Yeah.
You'll learn. You'll learn to be able to stand in any of these frequencies and not be moved by them.
That's it is what it is about this matrix. It feels like this isn't the only planet that's dealing with this.
Yeah, I don't know. I only have memories of this realm, but if this is happening in other, constructs, then we'll have to deal with that when we get to it. But so far, I'm more concerned about this construct and dismantling the parasitic influence within it by whatever means necessary, up into dismantling the entire construct itself, whatever it has to happen. I mean, I'm not saying that all I want to do is destroy the construct, but if that's what it takes to eliminate the parasitic influence, then that's what will happen. But if we can do it another way, I'm open to that too. It's what's going to be the most practical and thorough in removing this parasitic intelligence. Because it does seem to be pretty thoroughly embedded within every aspect of this place, from the dream realm to obviously this realm, the astral realm. It's embedded in every station that I've ever accessed in this place. Um, that just seems to be, what it does is it infiltrates and integrates and tries to then integrate the beings within those bandwidths of reality.
I see
So
what you mean.
have you ever had any direct interaction with it, where it's communicating with you and basically maybe throughout the day-to-day stuff, like implanted thoughts, um,
Oh yeah, I get
injected
the
emotions?
injected emotions. I don't think it have though. I mean, thoughts um like I have a certain routine that I do that I can't get rid of. Like it's like if I don't do this routine or if I don't do this, then I'm not gonna like be able to sleep or I lose sleep because of it.
Yeah. Even when I sleep, I don't feel like I'm resting. It, dreams are a constant battle because it's when I'm most vulnerable, according to it, because it doesn't approach me in this realm anymore. It's entirely in the dream state now, whereas my whole life it was always approaching me in the dreams and here. And just when you really learn to stand up for yourself and you make that your priority, above everything else, the most important thing is my sovereignty. You'll know what you need to know when you need to know it in order to do what needs to be done to reject that influence.
That is true. That's a good take there. Uh, I'm really
So
thinking about this. My bad if I don't really come up with anything else to say.
no, you're fine. Christina just joined. I was wondering if maybe she had any questions about your experiences and interactions. Anything she wanted to maybe share about similar things that she's gone experienced as you. It's up to you though, if you want to, Christina. If not, it's cool.
You know that one message I left that on your live stream that they see me as a threat. Basically, they want to reincarnate me. I mean, I had one of them try to get me to reincarnate within a dream, and I didn't. I felt like if I went into this portal, I would have been, terminated and basically reincarnated.
Wow, so they would have shut that avatar down, or maybe even put another intelligence in it and
Yeah,
just put you in a different script, memory wiped you and started you over.
that's what they want to do. They like they I don't know. I don't know if I have implants, etheric implants, or some sort of in my meat, flesh, whatever it is. Um, I might have that I don't know of, and that's why I try to use like some external stuff like frequencies to figure out how to deal with it, or you know,
Well,
because
you won't know until you try. Try everything, figure out what works for you, and process of elimination.
they target my imagination a lot from the dreams, but which I notice it's happening more and more. They don't want me to use it like to manifest stuff within the dreams like weapons or because that's kind of what I've been doing with just using my intentions. Like I'll try to get rid of this vessel basically within the dream, and then I'll go out of body, but I'll still be in that dream, and that's when I become aware, you know, more aware basically. And then they try to stop me, which I find annoying.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying, isn't it? The whole construct is pretty damn annoying.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Mike Martin, but one of the things he talks about is he refers to it as a three-body system, and it does seem to be the case that this avatar is a multi-layered vessel, and the dream avatar is kind of another layer of the same containment field. So it's pretty interesting that you've already instinctually tried to leave the body in the dream, because I think it is another filter. I think it's a higher bandwidth filter, like you have a little more wiggle room, but nevertheless, it's still a restrictive body.
Yeah, that's the thing I hate about it. I mean, I didn't fully like I wasn't born normally. I was brought into this world when I don't know, I guess uh growing up, um it was not easy. Okay, how do I explain this? Cause then I'll start to forget. So I was the first time I came into this planet, I was out of body. I didn't have a like an astral body. Basically, it was like one of them drones, where a camera basically flying on a planet, and that was like it's like 2000 somewhere in 2007 or I think when I first went into this body, a vessel, like a walk-in basically, if that makes sense.
Now, do you remember that experience of walking in, and how old was the vessel when you walked into it?
It's 7, maybe. I don't remember if
So do you not have any of the memories before being 7 years, or that body was 7 years old?
no. I just the first thing there was this woman. This sounded like a robot. Basically said my full name before I went into the body, and like, and the one thought I had was like, what am I doing back here? You know, it's like I gotta get out of here.
Hmm, that's interesting. So, do you remember what it was like going into the body? Like, where were you before that? Were you in some kind of waiting room, or do you have any
Uh,
memory of before coming in?
I only remember going down into the planet basically and being put in the body, but I didn't feel any sensation or anything. I was just put in a vessel. Everything, there was no sound, no nothing when it happened. But when I went in the vessel, I started to hear the basically sounds and everything. And then, yeah, I became aware. And then, as how do I say, the years go by, I started to like wonder. like how to escape, you know. Then I dealt uh this, I don't know, it's like a voice. I really don't know if it's ego or another voice in my head, ego, that was like saying you gotta get out of here, you know, this is the matrix, you know, and everything's like a cycle. Like this wasn't the first time I've been here, like deja vu, you know.
And how old were you when you heard that voice?
uh, I don't remember. I was like, I I don't remember it. I was, I think, what was it? Yeah, I was like 7 maybe, or I I don't remember I don't really pay attention to dates, you know. But
Gotcha. So it was shortly after you came into the body that you heard that voice telling you need to escape.
yeah, I started to like. It was like I was fighting against myself. Like I wanted to speak my thoughts, but something was blocking that. You know, like
Do you still get that experience sometimes?
no, I got, well, I don't know how to explain it. It just went away one day. You know, uh, trying to remember. Yeah, it went away one day, and I never heard from it again. Like I might have merged with it. I'm not sure.
That is interesting.
Yeah, the walk-in really fascinates me because I've heard that, I've heard stories of that happening, and the most prominent age I hear that happening is age 7 because most of the limbic system and a lot of conditioning and patterns are already formed by age 7, so that seems to be a typical age of a walk-in. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I had like I was like the other voice was telling me to get out of here. You know, if it was like it was telling me that everything is a loop basically. Like this isn't the first time I've been here before. You know, reliving the same vessel life. You know.
That is interesting. What do you think about that, Christina? That voice telling him it's a loop. Really, it didn't tell you directly, but it was like you felt like that. It was it like a telepathic communication, or were you audibly hearing it?
Telepathically, yeah. It was in my own voice, like the one you hear now.
I mean, that it really interests me because it does like a walk-in does actually change the dynamic slightly. Like it changes the dynamic just a little bit because you obviously don't have set core memories from before the age you were in the vessel, or maybe you have implanted memories. But that one almost really stumps me because the only reason I could see a parasitic entity telling you, hey, this is a matrix, hey, this is a simulation, you need to get out, would be to further desperation, unless the other voice was really just you telling you. But see, the thing that I think happens in walk-ins is it almost scrambles the signal a little bit more because there's lack of continuity from birth on. I don't know. I walk-ins really fascinate me because it does change the dynamic quite a bit. So that one, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could be parasitic entity trying to get you to feel the desperation, like I need to get out, I need to get out, or disempowerment, or it could have been, your actual core signal once you entered that vessel telling you, like, hey, this ain't it. So it could go either way. I guess the best way to know which one it is how it actually made you feel. What was the effect of it? Did it make you feel desperate? Did it make you feel like you were trying to claw your way out of something? Did it make you feel helpless, or did it make you feel empowered? Because if it came from your core signal, you would you would likely feel a sense of empowerment of like, okay, yeah, I know all this shit is fake. But when it's parasitic, there's always this like sense of, even if it's subtle, there's like this drag or sense of like dread that comes with it. Even if what they're saying is true, I've noticed that even if what they're saying has like 1% truth in it, there's always this sense of like drag and dread. So I would just say the best way to tell where the signal of the voice to start to separate it out from you and it is follow all the sensations in your body and in your mind that follow whatever the insertion is, whatever the thought form is. But it's also interesting that that it stopped. So I don't know, that one's really interesting. That's a curious one.
Yeah, I must have merged with the, like, that's the one thing. Um, the last talk I had with it was like just merging with it.
I would make sure that it could be that it's just hiding. You know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
to truly merge with a parasitic entity, you would have to basically give up all your sovereignty. And so I don't know you and I haven't heard you speak much, but from what you're saying, it doesn't sound like you're totally giving up sovereignty. So to truly merge with a parasitic entity, you would have to basically hand your soul and sovereignty over and say, you can do whatever you want with it. Even if you don't say that with words, that's what you're doing. So I don't know if merging with the parasitic entity is what that's a sign of, or it's just hiding and waiting for you to get to a certain place.
I see
Yeah,
what you're saying.
that's a great observation. Yeah, you have to willingly merge with it. It would have to be an effort on both parts, I think. Or maybe that's why it always, in the Matrix, one of the biggest propagandas in the new cage community is surrender. Maybe if you just fully surrendered, you could merge with it. I still think it would take an effort to some degree to merge with it. Which that's where the other propaganda comes in of merging with source. If it can convince you that it's source or God or whatever, and get you to merge with it willingly, I think that's it's a many stage process that at some point you'd have to be aware what's happening and what was happening.
Yeah.
But I mean, to a degree, everyone here is to a degree integrated with it. Now, I don't think that means total integration. I think total integration again takes a willing participant. But to a degree, we just being in the body is being integrated with an intelligence that we aren't. Right? We're not these bodies. So the fact that we're integrated into these bodies means that we are. It's in some capacity integrated with this parasitic system, but it's not. It's not total integration. Like you're not part of a hive mind. You're not a drone. You're still your own being to a large degree. Which obviously that's what it tries to whittle down in this reality, is to make everything the same, make everything into it. But from the sounds of it, it hasn't succeeded in doing that with you. So I wouldn't worry. If anything, if it merged with anything, it would probably be with your avatar, with your body. You know, that's what it integrates with first before it makes an attempt to integrate with the actual being.
Yeah, that's interesting. Uh, that's I'm hearing from you. Yeah. These archons they're annoying to deal with. They're not the only ones that showed up. I mean, there were some grays, but they only watch me within the dreams. Like it was only a few times they showed up. And then there's the I'm not sure if it was the praying mantis that was trying to experiment in my brain of some sort, like put some implant. Like they don't like me use my imagination to escape. Basically, it's like or like manifest things within the dream.
Yeah, what you're describing sounds like kind of what we talked about yesterday. The layers of perceptual, entities. They're how'd you put it, Christina? They're perceptual thrones. You have the ones that are the boots on the ground, which would be like the reptilians, and then the level above them, the watchers, whatever forms that they take. I think it's all just the same intelligence replicating itself and giving itself different stations to watch over, all designed to protect the main brain, obviously. It's a hive mind. It's a collective thing. That, at least that was my experience when I encountered the extraterrestrials, that they weren't what they were presenting themselves as. They were piloting vessels that were just, all these vessels are empty without the animator, and the animator inside of those vessels was the same intelligence, just moving different things. Kind of like, in a video game, it's the video game is controlling the code of all the players, even the player you're playing. Just you have the controls to move that code of the character you are in that game, but it's still the overall, construct, the code that's controlling the rest of the players. That's kind of how I see it. Is the construct is controlling most of the avatars here, either through influence or direct animation of the code of the parasitic intelligence. But yeah, it loves to overcomplicate itself in order to hide the simplicity of what it is. So it wears many masks and has many layers between us and it.
And they keep using other methods, you know. I guess if one doesn't work, they'll come up with another method or some distractions, so it can be in the script.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like. What do you think it is, Christina? The hierarchy of these different entities. I mean, do you get the sense that they're all piloted by the same intelligence? That they're all just part of the construct?
I mean, from top to bottom, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter what you call them. I've never cared too much about the grays, reptilians, because all it is just different projections for the same control mechanism. But as far as the hierarchy, I'm fairly certain that there are entities that have put themselves at the tip top, and they're the ones that kind of puppet the entities that we deal with. So we're not dealing with the top of the hierarchy very often. Like I can feel them zoom into my field, but they do not interact directly with us. They have other people do that, or other, I shouldn't say other people. They have other entities do that for them. So but it's all the same thing. It's all within the same closed loop system. But yeah, the projections, the grays, everything, it is all absolutely the same thing. Um, and like you said about them updating, they'll try something else. They're always trying to update the algorithm. If this thing doesn't make you feel fear, if this doesn't pull you back into a loop, they will try to update their methods, but they're really just pulling from the same playbook. So like once you get to a certain point of awareness, it's almost like the worst Groundhog's Day you could ever imagine, because you're just literally seeing them try the same thing in slightly different variations, but it's the same intent just over and over and over again. So, yeah, they definitely do update their methods and their tactics dependent on how you respond. Does it move your core signal? Does it pull you back into the system? Because I like what you said, Nick, about there is a level where we're in the system, right? So like there's participation in some small degree, whether it's family or you eat, you work, you pay your bills, but it's not really about the physical level of participation. It's about your state of mind within that participation. The fact that you're aware at all that they're even updating their algorithm tells me that you're still offset from being, folded back into their structure.
Yeah, because you did share with us that you felt like they view you as a threat. And I would say anybody that can maintain awareness and recognition of what's happening in real time is absolutely a threat, because there's going to be a point where they need to push us in a direction, and if we don't comply, then that's going to really do some damage to the architecture of this place. And from the sounds of it, it almost seems like they use these entities kind of the way you use a VPN, to hide your original IP address. They're trying to hide their address, and they're using proxies to do it. Reptilians, aliens, all these different things. It's like their VPN, so that they can kind of muddy the signal, that we can't trace them back to exactly where they're transmitting from.
That is really good right there. No,
Yeah, I don't think they're not. I don't think they're in the astral. I don't think they're in the dream state. These are just other VPN stations for them to manipulate us through, right? They're on a different bandwidth, but they're still within the construct. It's not like they're not outside of the construct controlling the construct. They're inside here with us because they are the construct. It's all the same thing. There's only us in here, the real ones, and then the construct, and everything that's not the true being is just the construct wearing a different mask.
pretty good.
If that makes sense. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah. When you were using a bit of definitions, I don't, I kind of don't use definitions, like construct and other things.
It's like a construct is just like an artificial reality. Like if you go and play a video game, the construct is the particular coding that structures that video game, right? So it's a false reality, and really all realities are false realities. I think the only true quote unquote reality is it's non-physical. It's pure awareness. So everything that comes after that would be a construct, which again, innately, a construct isn't bad. You can just create something to enjoy it. It's when the construct has sentience with no governance over, there's no. When a construct becomes sentient and starts wiping memory, it's no longer just for fun. When it's self-preserving and torturing the true beings within it in order to sustain its existence, that's when it's no longer just a construct. It's now a problem,
I had
a
them.
parasite. Yeah.
I had them like there'll be within a dream where everything's all dark and I can feel this presence. I can feel their presence, and they use fear mostly, and it's really strong. Like they hit me with it, and I usually run away. Like it's a lot. But um,
Yeah, so the best counter to that I've found for me is so like training yourself, retraining yourself, right? We can't get to a state of non-conditioned, right? We have to recondition ourselves, because not being in a state of non-conditioned neutrality just means that they can condition us further. If we don't put something in that goes against the conditioning in the form of our own conditioning. So you got to think about an eternal being doesn't have a reason to be paranoid or mistrusting or angry about anything. So it's like we have to recondition ourselves to respond to these artificial things with what's going to suit us the best in that moment. And the best that I've found when facing fear is anger. When I realize that the fear is intentionally being projected, right? And same thing with suffering, sorrow, hopelessness. It's a formula. It's intentional. It's designed to get you to react in a way that benefits the parasitic intelligence. So like all that for me, I just lump that all into, well, I can get over any of that through anger, through focused rage. There's no amount of fear that it can put on me or in this avatar or project onto me energetically or through frequencies or anything, that I can't just get more mad than it's trying to make me afraid, because I know it's doing it on purpose. And that authentically, I haven't found a more authentic expression than pure rage for the torture that is being institutionalized through this construct. You know, it's like that's the one thing they really don't want. They want you mad at anything but them. And once you're mad at them, you know, you learn to retrain yourself to, if you're going to have a jump scare, you're going to flinch, right? The question is, are you going to flinch away from what's trying to scare you, or are you going to flinch towards it? Because it's like anytime something scares me, it's like a flip is instantly switched now. I've conditioned myself to where I will now flinch still. Yeah, as a jump scare, it's almost inevitable to flinch, but I flinch towards it, right? Something tries to reach out and scare me, I'm gonna do something to it that's gonna make it regret existing, and it may not exist after I'm done, because it's a construct. It's not a creative intelligence. It's created. It is finite. It's entropic. It is dependent on our energy. We're not dependent on its structure for our awareness. So yeah, that's what I would recommend, is just tapping into that recognition that everything that's happening here is on purpose. There's no error, there's no mistake, there's no coincidence. It's all, if you're experiencing it, there's a formula that was intentionally built for that exact effect that you're experiencing, right? And when you realize, oh, okay, all this torture and pain's on purpose, all this, you know, fear and suffering, this is all intentional. It's being done in real time by something that is observing me and trying to get me to move how it wants me to move. That pisses me off, and I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna cease its existence, because it's already forfeit its right to exist at all. It gave that up when it stole free will from each and every one of us. So
I
don't,
it,
you know?
it's not easy. For me, I can't really get mad. Like, I can access my emotions better within the dreams. Basically, I feel like I'm being dumbed down. Basically,
Yeah, the avatar is a governing body. It's a limiter. You know, it's a filtration mechanism. So you're absolutely right. We are being dumbed down, but we're nowhere. We're not even 10% of our total potential capacity for the type of beings that we are. We can create realities greater than this,
so that's
right?
why
So we're nowhere near our potential. So you're right.
I
We are being dumbed down.
yeah. There's sometimes when I'm talking about the same topic to my friends, I get this. They hit me with some energy, and my mind goes blank, and I forget the topic I'm talking about for like a few seconds.
Well, when they do that, you can absolutely, if you're aware in the moment that they're doing it, you can retrace the signal, because again, anything that touches you, you can touch it. That's why they get in and get out real quick. They'll do something from a distance as quickly as possible and then get away from you, right? It's like a ding dong ditch, you know, but instead of for laughs, it's for your energy, or to manipulate your trajectory, etc. So if you can catch them, like open that door as soon as they hit that doorbell. Gotcha, motherfucker. Gotcha. Right. And don't let go of it. Don't let it escape. Like, you can energetically grab on the thing that's trying to do a hit and run on you, just take a little bit and run away. If you can turn around and grab that thing energetically and literally rip the energy out of it, it's not going to give it to you. You don't catch it and it says, oh, here you go, you got me. No, you got to rip it out of it, like forcefully, with your intention, with your awareness of it. And you may not get it the first time, the first 10 times, first 20 times, but if you keep at it, right, and you keep expanding your field, right, of awareness and potential, your imagination, your willpower, these grow in tandem with one another. You know, as your awareness grows, you have to be able to grow your willpower, because if your willpower is not expanding with your awareness, then you're going to be able to get shrunk back down, right? Your awareness will be able to get pushed back down, because the more you become aware in this place, the more uncomfortable it gets. Awareness does not bring comfort in this realm. It actually brings discomfort, and a lot more. The entities that are just hanging outside your sphere of your awareness, when you expand and you see all those things at once and feel all those things at once, which is more prominent for most people as they feel them, it can be unsettling to realize that there's been that many parasites just watching, observing, manipulating your reality. But again, that's where the rage comes in handy, because now it's like, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what you send as in the form of implanted thoughts, feelings, emotions, biochemical responses. Doesn't matter. I'm here for one thing, for my own freedom and sovereignty. And if you're standing in the way of that, sorry, you're going to cease to exist. Not sorry. Ooh, we got James in the house. What's up, buddy? I wonder, did you get to hear any of Ghost's experiences? The walking in at 7 years old, and the entities that have been interacting with him.
Wait, what?
Are you just getting here?
Yeah, me, I am, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, Ghost was sharing their experience with just basically these entities, right? The parasites are blocking imagination, especially in the dream space, and
Yep.
dumbing them down through the avatar in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was definitely a point last year for me where imagination was stolen. I couldn't even create in my day to day as far as an original thought for me. It was all just copy paste shit, things that I had seen in my life. So definitely, dream state for me is a different type of deal, but definitely the imagination while I'm awake had been stolen away. So to hear it being taken away in the dream states kind of aligns with all of it.
Now, how did you go about getting yours back? What did you have to do to get yours back?
Fuck. I mean, honestly, I went through the gauntlet. That was whenever I started having a lot of visions of these different characters, whether it be in what I'd call a meditative state, or just walking around and random thoughts being implanted. Um, it come to a head when it was at nighttime. I would get these characters, and they were extremely vicious, and it was a lot of focused energy on my part to be like, okay, the next time I get something, I know what I'm going to be within that, and I'm going to create that scenario. And as soon as you try to take over that scenario and make it your own, that's when it would always back away from me. So honestly, I sat down and played a lot of Legos with my kids. I sat down and colored a lot. I sat down and did things that I remember doing as a child that always sparked that shit. Like, I'm still a terrible drawer, and it'll be stick people and the most basic airplane you've ever seen. But sitting down, taking the time to be a kid helped me.
Man, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's you got to kind of find your own thing. Like, what is it for you that makes you feel the most yourself, you know? And we're not going to ever get to fully feel like the entirety of our free, true, authentic selves in this place, but moving more and more towards it is, I think, really important, and especially in reclaiming your power.
Yeah, especially when I listen to the theta tones, where I go out of body, my imagination is affected a lot. And I know they're
And
doing it with something like a wave, so they don't make me aware. and they don't want me to use my imagination against them. You know?
So I would work on trying to get out of body without assistance. Now, if you're doing it with the assistance, I wonder, and this is speculation, I don't know, but I wonder if the assistance isn't also causing some kind of interference with you being able to access your imagination in those states. I don't know.
Yeah.
When I would do, especially when I first started to wake up to what was going on, I would use theta waves, white noise, and I would get somewhere, but I was always interfered with extremely heavily. Like, I mean, it was like there was no, there was not one single time I can remember where I could get through a session where I wasn't interfered with. So I don't know if this helps. This is something that I've been recently because I put all that down because I'm not like ritualistic about meditation. You know, it's handy as a tool, for sure. But so I got these earplugs. They got these like metal round circles on the outside, and I started meditating just, and when I put these in, when I put these earplugs in, I can hear my heartbeat like super loud, like it reverberates. And so I started meditating just listening to my own heartbeat, and I did not get as much interference. I could go deep down, and the only interference that they could push at that point was like making me feel like I was going to have a heart attack. Like I would get so far deep down that they would literally, like, my limbs would go numb, heart would start racing, but that was the only interference they could use. They weren't using the external sounds because I was listening to, the gravity of the avatar's heart. So I don't know if that helps. You might try it. I just
Yeah, I
noticed
might have to
I got
try.
a lot less. The only interference they could push at that point was with the body. I mean, they just totally hijacked the whole nervous system, which they didn't have to do that before when I used external sounds because we were writing, right? Like they can ride those frequencies. So if you're listening to theta waves, if you're listening to white noise, whatever it is that you choose to use, they can still ride those sounds, and it's easier for them to infiltrate with those. So
I picked up in interference of that. Um, they when I come into awareness when I'm in the out of body experience state, um, they um they basically they don't like that. They like mess with me. Like I know they're somewhere near, and it's always well, they can take many forms, but it's always the archons. Like they mess with me, or there's sometimes a shadow figure. One of them probably walk in my room like somewhere far ahead. I can see a glimpse of them, but then they leave. I don't know. I think they're watching me. I always think they're always watching me.
So what would you do, Christina and James, if that is your experience, right? What do you do in that situation when they're in your vicinity watching you?
So I've seen the shadow figures, and the moment that I start to focus in on them, because it's usually when I'm sitting by myself, they don't ever come directly to me, but the moment that I start to focus on it, to try to focus my energy towards it, it disappears. It does not want to be seen. So, uh, if I were you in that position and I saw the shadow figures, I would not be scared of them. I would look directly where that shadow is and try to focus your energy on it. And I think you'll be surprised to see once you focus your energy on it with no fear, they run the fuck away. They run away. They do not stick around because they
Yeah,
want you to be scared of them. But like that was my thing. And so they would come. It would be like a shadowy, wispy figure out of my peripheral, sometimes right in front of my vision, and I would just focus directly on it, gone. It would just dissipate. So, but yeah, I can sense that what they want you to feel is fear. Like I've accepted the fact that I'm being watched 24/7. I mean, I make fun of it all the time. Like, yeah, you're watching me 24/7. Okay, awesome. That's good for you. I'm glad that that's your full time job. But once you start to accept that you're being watched 24/7, which it took me a long time to come to that acceptance. It really did. It's like you are being watched 24/7. Every reaction, every thought, everything that you're doing is being logged by these entities. I mean, it just is. And once you come to acceptance of that, it really takes the fear and the shock out of it. And then seeing those shadow figures, it's kind of like, oh, okay, cool. That's as good as you can do. You're a wispy black shadow figure. Wow, awesome. Like,
Yeah, I mean, more of the same of what she's saying. Early on, that stuff used to really mess with me. Because you're being introduced to, there's stuff around you at all times. That's just how it is. So like seeing the shadows, closing your eyes and seeing the shadows even more, feeling them tickle your toes, and all of that. Well, it's all fear based. It's there to get or to get you in another rabbit hole of, I'm going to get him focused on this, him or her, whoever, get them focused on this, and then I'm going to take advantage of the next thing that they focus on. I know you said archons. Like, I didn't even know what an archon really was, and what different names of these things were, but it sure as hell gave me Abraxas, and Abraxas caught these hands. And the second that I went in attack mode, it went in disperse mode, which was, I'm getting the hell out of there. The shadows, when they stopped leaving, when they started leaving me alone and I started seeing them going into people's houses, started seeing them around other individuals, I would start calling it out right then and there. I looked crazy at times, and I absolutely know I look like a psychopath speaking to things that other people don't see on my back deck, with shorts and no shirt on, and it looks like I'm screaming at things. But for me, that needed to be done because I hid from this stuff. I was scared of it in the beginning, terrified of it, terrified. And so part of taking back, my power in it was I was going to call it out at every corner for what it was. And when you start berating it and you start giving it the business and it knows that you have no fear, the tide really does turn. Now it's still going to do stuff and things to you, mostly through other individuals. But yeah, that's everything she hit on is absolutely how this thing progresses. It's so much of a script that I hear it over and over again, like people's experiences, and they'll get to a point of it, and then they want to know, like, well, how did you deal with it? And it's all the same. Like, even how we deal with it, it may be a little different for each individual, but even that's the same of how to deal with this crap. So, it sounds like you are very much on the right track of knowing where we are, what's taking place, how this stuff interferes with you, how it's trying to instill fear in you. So just be that badass that you are, that badass that we've all been lied to about. Because fuck every entity, every goopy piece of shit black thing. Sorry if I'm cussing too much. I really don't give a damn today. Um, yeah, fuck them all.
I just want to point out how hilarious it is that you said Abraxas got these hands.
Fuck yeah, he did. I had no idea what it was. I see this big ass rooster head, and then this, body with like, it had armor on, and I never made it to the lower body. I just knew what I saw, and I went straight attack mode, and that's how I went to everything. Like my 𝐞𝐬𝐽 deal, like I never gave him an opportunity. Once I figured out I was in control, I never like got to have interactions where I got something from him, or it was kill on sight, and that's how I remain. Is nothing's for me in this place. Nothing is here to aid me and to make me feel better and to make me happy. So it is fucking on site at all times. Getting me fired up, Christina. Damn.
Yeah, I agree with that. And with the frequency thing, you got to realize, like, when you're using anything that the human avatar can pick up, we know that this bandwidth is locked down, you know, so it can easily move through anything on this bandwidth, including frequencies that we can hear. You know, if it's, you know, you're not the body, so if it's resonating in the body, that's, you know, it's still not you.
Yeah, any frequency can use against you. Okay.
Yeah, it's all within this construct, right? And you're not bound by this construct. Not in your true state anyway.
Well, what are your thoughts on about reality shifting? Like people making their own matrix constructs of characters and then having self-awareness. Basically, I have dreams of those, all, but not a lot. You know, it's only like been a few.
I mean, look, I'm all for creating your own reality, but after this reality is already purged, that's kind of where I stand on it. You know, like, yeah, we create realities, but this reality needs to be dealt with first before we want to create anything else, or else it's just going to get in the way of what we really want.
Yeah. All win, Brian. Yeah, yes, it's live. It's hard to keep up with what goes on in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just commented. I just told him usually when you have a new guest, you try to focus on that conversation because this is a brand new guest. But usually you'll read the comments when it's not a new guest.
Right. When we're just up here chatting, shooting the shit, it's a little different than, you know, new guests coming on the show. And by the way, any of you are welcome to send me an email if you want to be on the show, and we'll give you the same courtesy.
You know, I don't meditate that often. I usually just play video games or watch YouTube videos. Basically.
Yeah. Well, I like what Christina says about meditation. You know, it's like in our, well, maybe you'll say it better than me.
It's just a tool, you know. There's a lot of like meditation has been so inverted to where people are thinking they have to do it every day. You don't. It's a tool. Just like even sometimes we've talked about, Nick, distraction is a tool. You have to update, just like these entities update their algorithm for us, we have to update our tools to maneuver this reality. And meditation is just one of those tools. It's not something that you should have. We don't need that, right? Our core self does not need fucking meditation, but it can be a tool. I mean, sometimes I'll go a couple months without meditating, but I always update so I see what works and what doesn't, and then I'll put it off to the side, and then I'll try again a little while later and see how far I can get. But I don't put, if I keep trying to meditate every single day, they can update that. They'll interfere with it, they'll fuck with it. But if I hold off and I wait a couple months and try a new method, I get further each time rather than trying to keep up with it and do it every day. It's not beneficial. I don't need to meditate every day. Our core self is coherent all on its own. We just have to fight through the conditioning to get to that. But yeah, I don't know if that's where you were going with that.
That's 100% where I was going with that. Meditation is not necessary. Awareness is necessary, and you don't have to meditate to be aware of what's happening. Really, it's meditation, you know, is this idea that you need to quiet the mind. I would say that's actually some bullshit. You need to quiet the mind. You just need to separate what is your authentic presence from the overlaid artificial mind. You know, there's your authentic mind. From my perspective, anyway, there's an authentic and there's an infiltrative, and you know, you could call it meditation, but the definition of meditation is to silence the mind, and I don't think that's necessary at all. You want to listen to that thing that isn't you, so that you can identify, isolate, and terminate that false intelligence from your being.
Yeah, I can
And
really
that
help
often,
you to sort the signal out, That's how when I was real deep in, I would do like sensory deprivation meditation, and what I was really trying to do, because when I first started waking up, I was still confused on what thoughts were mine, what was me and what wasn't me. And so I've said it many times in the lives. If you're still at that point where you don't know, you can't separate out the signal, then getting into meditation and actually observing the thoughts and sorting out the signal, figuring out, okay, that thought came from me, that thought didn't come from me, that signal came from me, that didn't come from me. It's like it's an organization tool, really. You can, there is a sense of, I like how Entitled said it, there is a sense of escapism where meditation has been so inverted, where you're just supposed to basically blank yourself out. I don't agree with that, but it can be a helpful tool in sorting out, or if you go into it with intent. I've gone into it with intent of trying to leave the body or trying to see certain things. You can go into it with intent. It's up to you. I mean, we're in an inverted reality. Do what the fuck you want, really, at the end of the day. But the escapism and trying to basically blank out your own signal is not, in my opinion, not beneficial.
no, that's what the parasite wants. Makes for easier merger. Yeah, it's the false state of perfection that we're supposedly not already in. It's the construct that's not in the state of perfection. Our being started perfect. There's nothing here we needed to learn from. Other than what not to do. That's the only potential thing there is to learn here. Don't give a construct sentience with no governance. It's like, okay, that's it. That's all we needed to learn. Really, probably only one of us needed to learn that, but yet we're all still here.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta try the earplug thing method. You said, what was that? Christina. Yeah, I need to try the earplug thing because I usually use frequencies, not all the time, just to go out of body. The other ones I used were for chakras, and I was listening to the third eye, and one of the things that was funny is the images popped up in my head, and one of the entities were like, "No, you can't do this." They don't want me to use my imagination, and one of them, I heard screams of souls. Now, I can't explain it during meditation, but I heard a lot of screaming. You know,
Oh yes, I've had that. I've heard this, like I'll be right in the almost like a trance-like state, and this is when my intent is, not necessarily travel, but to see the truth of what's actually around me. I've heard screams. I One time I heard somebody say my name as loud as possible, like it was in my ear. Somebody just said my name, and it was neither a male or a female voice. Like it was the most bizarre sensation I've ever had. So I've definitely had some of those things. There's some crazy things that can happen when you start meditating, but I mean, just for experimental, don't go into it with expectations. Just try it out. I just know for myself, the most progress I've made in meditation has been not with frequencies, but listening to my own heart rate. And I had to get specific kind of earplugs to be able to hear my heart rate. Like I couldn't just use those foam ones. I can't hear my heartbeat with those. I had to get the ones with the metal circles on the outside. I think I got them for like, I don't know, $20 on Amazon or something. Because it like somehow that metal circle like reverberates the sound of your heart rate louder. I don't know, but it definitely, because we've talked about this, Nick, that the heart seems to be the gravitational pull that keeps you stuck in density, right? So there is something to that. I don't know all the details of why. I just know in my experience when I meditate using just focusing on the heart rate, it's a really interesting experience.
is there a way you guys can link me to you can link me to the Amazon thing? Because I'm interested in that. I might have to give that a try.
Yeah, I don't know if Nick has your email. I can forward the link to Nick and he can send it to you maybe.
Yeah, it works.
Because ever heard of you heard chakras, right? And do you guys think, like, is that like, what are your thoughts on chakras? Is that like another
Just part of the
weapon?
avatar. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely part of the filtering system.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't work with any of that stuff. It's not me, you know. It has nothing to do with the core of my being. Awareness is the core of my being, and I think the chakras just filter awareness, and also are used to implant, you know, different ranges or spectrums of manipulation.
I think really the chakras have just become their where they shove their siphoning hoses too, right? You think about the sacral chakra. I think they designed the body like that, and maybe not that it matters now, but maybe once upon a time, a long time ago, there was some benefit to the chakra system, maybe. But now I've just noticed it's just where they plug in more siphoning hoses to drain your energy and change your perception.
Yeah, agreed. You know, James said earlier, nothing here is to benefit us. You know, there's no part of the system, even if once upon a time it was to benefit us and to enjoy whatever. It's just not what it is anymore.
Yeah, it's absolutely unnecessary. It's useless. Um, lots of people have different theories on why this place was created, but I think it's pretty obvious with the awareness that whatever potential past useful nature of this place there was, it's gone. What it is now is all that matters. When it's absolutely unnecessary, extreme suffering, cruelty, innocents being tortured, real beings being tortured and interfered with day and night. I mean, just absolutely fucking useless.
Yeah, it's not for us. It's not for us. If it's not for us and it's not neutral, then it's against us.
What'd your grandma say the other day we were on a call? It really cracked me up. She asked if I was negative like you were. You were like, yeah, she's pretty much the same. She was like, oh, one big pity party.
Yeah, it's our fault, you know. We should have just learned to accept the Matrix for what it was and get loosed on.
Yeah, it's the difficult part. Getting people to wake up is, man, I try my best to wake people up. Uh,
Oh, it's
Especially
that.
some of my friends that was Christian did not go too well.
Yeah, it's an empty effort. It's just another vacuum. There's no point in it. You can't. Being aware is an intentional thing from an individual. You can't be aware for somebody else if they want to be aware. If there's something in them that has the capacity and desire to be aware, it'll happen on its own. But not everyone here is the same type of intelligence, unfortunately. You know, it's pretty apparent that, you know, a lot of these beings around us were formed in this place. It seems to be the most likely scenario anyway. See, I don't spend energy in it. Getting someone else to become aware just isn't it's not a good use of energy. Oftentimes it just leads to more infiltration in the script and stress that doesn't lead anywhere but more stress. So I do the show, you know. I just want to find the ones that have already done the work, because I can't do the work for them, but we can all come together and share our findings. That's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't been able to sense their presence in this base world, you know, out of the dream world, you know. I can't sense them, but I can, like, see them sometimes, you know. They could be in my bed, and then the shadow figure just disappears, like, as soon as I stare at it. It's, man, they're annoying, man. So annoying. Sometimes I feel like I want to give up. I'll be honest. You know.
Oh, can anybody here relate to that?
Can I get an
Nope,
amen?
never thought about it.
Oh man, yes. I have been in that position many times. It is so hard to be in this awareness, because once you come to awareness, like true awareness, you can't really it's irreversible. You know, you can't, like, I've even tested that out for myself. I literally cannot go back to any type of pre-existing state, and so it's irreversible, and that's a good thing in one way, but it's also can be extremely tormenting. You know, you have all this awareness, you can feel the energy in people and the environment and your thoughts and your dreams. It's like a 24/7 endeavor, and it's exhausting. It's degrading in some ways. It's exhausting. So yeah, you're not the only one that's wanted to throw their hands up and be like, fuck it. Like, I'm so tired of this. But you keep doing it every day, and that's the resilience that unfortunately we have to have in this place.
Oh yeah. Uh. I forgot. Was it Nick? Right? Was it Nick? Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have any methods of fasting? I have. I I have some issues going to bed. It takes me like a whole hour to go to bed, honestly. That's why I listen to the frequency data waves for like an hour, and I will fall asleep to it using headphones.
I mean, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I would just say do what feels appropriate for you. It's not really something I can give any type of advice or methodology on. You know, me and Christine have talked about this before. It's what I did to fast was I just in the only intake I had for like over a week was just juice. You know, cold pressed juice. You know, if you have a juicer, you juice all your own stuff. You're still getting the nutrient intake, and then that's what I use to lead into dry fasting. And it really, you're going to experience a little. The avatar is going to detox a little bit, but ultimately, the only reason I really found any value in it was because it allowed me to separate from the avatar a little easier, and it was, you know, I needed that direct experience, which you've already had the direct experience. You already know that you're not the body that you're in, so.
Yeah. And I don't have an astral body, if that makes sense. I wonder why.
My theory on
Well,
that is that the people that think they have astral bodies that are allowed to, they think that they're traveling and seeing stuff, it's because they're not a threat. I don't know. I don't really buy into all that. I just think it's just another loop. But that's my perspective. It's probably not a popular one. But also, if anybody didn't get that I was using amen sarcastically, I'll let you sit with that.
ramen noodles.
Goddamn.
Ramen noodles.
I don't really have. I haven't taken care of this vessel, really.
It doesn't matter.
I did a minimum.
Oh, I've
I
treated
do.
this vessel like absolute shit, dude. I don't even know how it's still moving. I mean, holy cow, I've treated this vessel like shit. Because I mean, we're not this vessel. I don't like that shit either. You got to eat healthy. You got to vibrate higher and eat high vibrational
Uh-huh.
food. Bro, your high vibrational food's got a whole shit ton of chemicals on it too, just so you're aware. So
Yeah.
It all
Also,
just
grown it yourself.
it opens a new door for more shit.
Yeah.
yeah, food is all like bad for you, and the only way to get it good is like farm, buy it from farm or grow it yourself. Basically, everything's weaponized against the human body and the soul.
Yep. So it doesn't matter because look all it's doing to control us, man. How weak and pathetic is it? Something that's doing all this effort to control us and won't even face us directly. Man, that is just pathetic.
I notice a lot of symbolism and everything every now and then, like in movies. It's like these parasites have to tell you, and they put it all in people's faces. You know, they put it in your face. Oh, there's a cube here, cube of Saturn, cubes, and these video games. It's in media and everywhere. So much references and Gnostic references. You know,
Yeah, it loves to show itself off.
yeah.
But even, I've said this yesterday, but the Gnosticism, all that stuff, it still deifies this entity to it puts it on a pedestal, It's really, I cannot overemphasize that it is a lesser intelligence than we are, and we've just had the misfortune of being memory wiped and forgetting who the fuck we are. Without that memory wipe, this wouldn't be possible. Brought to you by the memory wipe. Yeah.
Face. No. Yeah. The entities. Yeah. Still gotta. I'm. Yeah. Yes. No. 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 I already said this earlier. But yeah. I'm curious how that works. The whole listening to your own heartbeat with the earphones. That's. Oh, whatever. The earplugs, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have some interesting experience with it, I'm sure. Um, but yeah, I'll definitely send that link for the earplugs that I use. I mean, you don't have to use those exactly. I just know that the styrofoam ones didn't work the same way that I was wanting, so I had to get a different kind. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. You can always experiment. I mean, what the hell else are we doing here but dealing with interference nonstop, you know?
Yeah, it feels like I know all this stuff when I first went into the planet. I watched back in I think it was middle school. I watched this. You guys seen Goosebumps or something? It was like I think it's like a 80s TV horror show.
Yeah, I remember Goosebumps.
Whoa, that was 90s. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not that old, damn it.
Get my dates right, okay? But the one thing that scared me was the dog, and it had slit like eyes,
I
and I had
remember
hatred towards it. I'm like, oh man, I hate these entities. Like I kind of already knew what they were, but yeah, I can't explain it really. Yeah, I felt like I already from the whole dog. I got scared. I'm not gonna lie. Slit like eyes really scared me. It's like that one dog in Angel. I don't know why. I just got a little scared, mad. It's like dealing with amnesia on a soul level, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense to me.
There's this character in the Persona series that has amnesia. It's interesting. And they also, of course, had to add Sophia into it.
It loves its stories, doesn't it?
Reminds me of Exhibition 33. I play a lot of video games, but not as much anymore.
What games do you
Just the
play?
past. I usually play the Persona series. I played uh, Persona 3 Reload, Persona 4 Golden, Persona 5 Royale. I need to do 1 and 2. I played Nintendo games because those are good. I don't have my Switch anymore. Anything that has a story into it, like the was it the this us mankind divided human revolution or something. It was like in the future with
Nick, what game
How
was
did
it that you were playing not that long ago where they were literally like the name of the monsters in the game, they call them archons? I thought that was so hilarious.
I was playing the XCOM game, and the storyline to that game is it's very reflective of this realm. You know, the aliens come to take over the Earth, and
these
you know, they basically integrate into society, and the whole thing is like just propaganda about, you know, the resistance is the bad guys, and you know they're here to make it better, and to help humanity learn and grow and become better, all that it can be. Kind of like the propaganda here. Oh, this is a school for learning and growing. We're here to help you integrate with us.
XCOM. Yeah, you said XCon or something, right?
Yeah, the XCOM 2 collection. It was a really neat storyline. Very reflective of this realm in a lot of ways.
I can't find it. I must be the spelling. Oh yeah, someone's saying Final Fantasy Elder Scrolls has freaking lizard people. Yeah. There's a lot of games out there with symbolism and Gnosticism. I just find it everywhere, you know?
Yeah,
You know,
the ru-
the number 33 and the Exhibition 33 game is associated with Freemasonry.
yeah, that's one of its groups. You know,
And it's
every
like,
group here is one of its groups.
Fuck their bitch asses too.
You've had some run-ins with them, huh?
Oh yeah, time or two.
Mine weren't nearly as interesting as yours. They just tried to recruit me a few times.
Well, shit. I thought I was Jesus Christ. I mean, that was the recruitment angle from them was interesting.
Well, it looks like it kind of combined two recruitment angles for you, because I went through the Jesus Christ thing years before the Freemasonry thing. It's like they were just shoving everything together for you in that one.
Yeah, again, they did not know what to do when I made it back from my one adventure. That they were like, okay, we have got him. He's done. He's exiting any moment. And then I didn't, and it was like, oh shit, boys, we got to rethink this one.
We need a new script. It all worked out, didn't it?
I don't
That's pretty
know.
funny.
Filed for bankruptcy this week. I got a promotion at my job. It's a very hot and cold situation over here.
You probably learned and grew a lot, though, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll be very, very prepared for my next go around in here, huh?
I'm not coming back in this planet, man.
Hell no. I'm burning this bitch to the ground. No.
I thought about making my own reality, but given creation's free will, but I don't think that's a good idea.
It's probably a bad idea. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it a bad idea to give your creation sentience with no governance?
Maybe. Maybe.
Due to recent events, I'd reconsider that.
Only a few dreams of reality shifting. I see it through, I don't know. It's like I'm looking at a cutscene, and I'm looking at myself within the cutscene. If it makes sense, it it's crazy. It feels like it's a memory of some sort, you know?
In terms of what?
Like making a reality from a fictional universe.
Yeah, I mean, it's all fictional. Even this one's fictional. Just seems so real. It's a very persistent illusion. It
We'll
just wants
face,
you to believe in it.
yeah, we'll face them myself, honestly. But yeah, I still haven't figured out how to like sense energy when I wake up or anything. It's like how come you can do these things easily in the dream and then they start targeting you more and then they start trying to block it. Your everything basically add blockages on this meat shield, meat vessel, you know?
Yeah, it's a filtration device.
Now I remember I could fully in dreams I can fully visualize anything. But then they start coming in and like, no, you can't do that. And they'll try to wake me, they'll try to like get me out of this dream. Like they kick me out immediately. Or when I, like one time I wanted to go in an out of body because I haven't done it. And I spawned a door near me and I open it and well, I was almost close to going in there and I was kicked out immediately.
Yeah, they don't want you peeking behind the curtain. It gives too much of the game away.
I try. There are some times where I was fighting for control within the dream when I become lucid, and it's kind of a difficult battle. It was like they were trying to control the environment, and I was trying to control the environment. Basically, it's you know.
Well, it's like your will is like a muscle that you haven't used for a long time. You know, it's a little atrophied. The more you use it, the better you'll get at using it until it's effortless to an extent, and then you know then they'll stop letting you into the spaces where it's useful. Does that sound accurate? Anybody? You know, that's what's been for me anyway. Oh, you got really good at this. We're not gonna let you in there anymore.
Yeah, dude, they're always blocking something. It's happened to me nonstop.
That means you're
I mean,
doing it right.
I used to try to meditate with the theta waves just to make my own reality and escape there, and try to like figure out what's going on, but as an escape, the same way I play video games to try to escape is what I was trying to do to, like, reality shifting, whatever, create your own matrix.
Let me guess, they don't like that.
No,
It's probably because whatever you're gonna make is gonna interfere and not be symbiotic with their architecture. You know, they have a very fine-tuned machine here, and if you throw any sugar in the gas tank, it could wreck the whole thing.
oh no, I was thinking of something. Oh yeah, um, there'll be some times, um, like this happened way back then. After a few years after going into this vessel for the first time, I felt like everything whenever I played video games, like I had the N64 like that, and I played some games, and I could see a window in my field of vision, like just the entire screen, but it wouldn't be pixelated. It would be like all high resolution, basically. But like the only window I get, in my field of vision. Like I was somewhere in my mind, not fully immersed, like outside the environment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That only happens a few times, or like I was like a long time ago. Or this one time I went within my mind somewhere into this random place, and I stayed there for like, I don't know, a few seconds maybe, and everything was, it was a, I don't know, it was like black and white or something, this random place. And I was like, what am I doing here? Like I didn't do it on purpose. I just did it one time, and I get out, and yeah. But it feels like whenever I go to sleep, months go by, and it's so weird. It's hard to explain. It's like, how do I say? It's like, what am I saying again? Like, oh my god, becoming like, oh, oh, no, oh my god, like, okay, sorry, I can't think straight.
You're good. Interference, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
He's gotta laugh at it sometimes, you know. I laugh at
I
it a lot.
don't like that at all. So yeah, it'll be like like a few months go by, and like either I sleep and then and wake up a few months after. Like it's like I'm in autopilot basically, you know. And then I switch back and I'm aware, but that doesn't happen that often. That happened like a long time ago.
Now, do you have any memories of that? Like, what happens in those states?
Oh yeah, I always see a screen in my mind's eye, like in my imagination. It's like I can see someone's controlling the body, but it wasn't me. I'm just seeing gameplay of some games or stuff that's happening.
Now, that's interesting. I've seen the screen before for sure.
Yeah, it's hard to explain it.
For me, it was like a movie screen was opening up in my brain. It physically hurt.
I didn't feel any pain. I was like, I think I was somewhat aware, like, why am I playing this game for? But I'm not controlling anything. I'm doing everything in autopilot, basically.
So it's not really you then, right? It's something else doing it.
Yeah. I played video games my entire life, so
I mean, it's a nice distraction, you know, from this place. You can also use it to retrain your sort of reaction to imagery. Like I've always
Yeah,
recommended the game Doom for
there was
anybody that has problems with scary imagery.
there were sometimes this when I was playing Persona 5 Royale, whenever I was fighting a boss, I felt like when there's an attack that's gonna happen, I can already tell like if I'm gonna dodge an attack or I'm gonna get hit by an attack because I feel like I knew what was gonna happen. I can sense it, I can feel it. But that's rarely. Or sometimes I can read a friend's mind, like their thoughts, via a call or via playing a game. But that's rare.
Yeah, reading into the script is what it sounds like. I've definitely experienced that.
Or
Becoming
yeah,
aware of the script.
no, you can go. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, to me, it's becoming aware of the script. That's all. That's all I was saying.
And it feels like I already done the script before, like some sort of deja vu. Like this whole
Yeah,
place feels familiar, even though I've been here for the first time, but it doesn't feel like I done this exact same script or incarnation before.
sometimes it feels like remembering into the future, like you're reading ahead in the script, and other times, their deja vu has been insertions for me that's like trying to tell me like, oh, you've already done this, and you're gonna fail again and stuff like that. And I think that's a crock of shit. I
Yeah,
don't
and
think I just don't see how that's even possible, because
like
there is some level of consent they need to put us back in a body, even if it's us being afraid, running away and turning away from it. That's almost like giving it permission through saying that it's more powerful than us. So obviously if it's more powerful, it knows better than us. But yeah, having the will to stand up to it no matter what the projection, once you've got that, it does seem ridiculous to think that it could even try to force you back into another script.
yeah, whenever I get those moments or prophetic dreams where the event happens months later down the line in the future, then I try to change the script, and then I go to another script. I'm like, wait, this is already familiar. Even though I'm trying to change the outcome. Do, 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 do. Oh, oh, oh yeah. I struggle with create ideas like creativity. It's not easy to use. I gotta figure out how these entities are limiting my imagination. You know, to this extent, it's not good. I don't like it. You know.
It's just energy, right? They're just blocking you energetically, so you got to unblock it with your own will.
It felt like when mine was blocked, my imagination, that we touched on it a little bit last night, that I was too full. And I don't know how to better illustrate that other than the Venom scenario, where I was so full of these different parasites that I had to go one by one, defeating different ones. Some would just be, oh, now all of a sudden I'm overeating. Okay, well, that's something. But also, they did start showing themselves as characters, and I was interactive with it, and the imagination started to grow within that. But I do very much recall not having my imagination and only being able to regurgitate what this place had given me. So I would go through and just start knocking some shit out, whether it's things that you deem like, man, this is a loop, this is a cycle, this is something that's trying to keep me locked into this same place, and go through and knock it out. It's the best way I know how to describe it. It's so hard to describe some of this shit. I've been through it and encountered it, but I also know that like it's a little different for everybody else on what works. But I've never found anything that's like a ritual or heavy deep meditation, and anything that's written down and groups are talking about to work. It really is the imagination is at the forefront of it. So you got to kind of battle back for that imagination. Best I know.
Well said.
I know this is my first pod. Unless you can call it like a podcast, because I find you out through I forgot the channel's name. Um, Jeff, Jeff something.
Oh yeah, Jeff Mara.
Yeah, I found you through there, and and I was like, yeah, how you deal with it, and the battery, which is really interesting. And I might have to do an interview one day with him, but I don't know how that process works.
Oh, you just send him an email.
Yep. We've had some cool individuals on Nick's Labs before. Mike Martin's the one that always sticks out to me. And a lot of these individuals that are within this mindset and aren't trying to make a dollar off of you are very open to have a discussion. Just reach out.
Yeah, with Jeff mainly focuses on near-death experiences though, so I wouldn't unless you've got one of those, he probably isn't going to have you on.
Yeah, I haven't had one yet.
Shit, every day's an ND in this place.
You're not kidding, dude.
No, one of them archons, like, this is weird. It's like these game characters of my favorite characters in game series. Like, one did not look. They look kind of afraid. We're in my room, and I could tell that the entities were in my room, but I didn't become lucid there. I still gotta work on that.
Just give yourself a little bit of credit. You
Yep.
are as aware as you are, and that's more aware than most.
Yep.
It's one of the other things that kind of. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I don't have anything really good to say. I was just gonna vent about the New Age spirituality bullshit.
Always a good rant. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's so fucking hard for anyone to become aware because we've all got more questions, right? Like as I've gone on, I've gotten some answers that I'm very certain on, but there still seems to be more questions. And again, that's the trap within this place. It knows that we're going to continue to dive further into it, so it gives it opportunities to kind of circumvent or to introduce new things and to our vicinity. Like if everybody knew what this place actually looked like. I mean, the entities, because it's all part of one thing. Every entity is a demon, is a parasite, is a black goopy thing, it's all the same shit. It's everywhere at all times because this is it. We're living in it. This is its place. It is constructed this place to be that way. and anybody can jump in at any point. I've watched individuals change in front of me, go with the black eyes, start talking like they're somebody else. So like when he's saying there too, like, give yourself credit, you have no idea, because awareness comes at a cost, for one, and for two, you're going to have more and more shit happen to you the more that you discover, and the more that you uncover, and the more that you defeat, and the more that you take back your essence, basically. It's never rewarded here. It's never rewarded. It'll give you some free donuts like it gives Christina, or it'll give you a job raise at work out of nowhere, to be like, oh, be complacent with this place. Look at how beautiful it is and good. It may give you a beautiful painting of a sky at night. It's going to do all that shit because it needs you. You don't need anything in this damn place. Not one thing in this place do you need. Now, if you're going to survive, yeah, you're going to have food, water, all that other crap. Sure. But me, I've got a family. That's the only thing that's ever like kind of anchored me. And yet I'm at a really good place with them, because I don't know what they are. I can speculate that they're really good souls. I'm going to treat them the same regardless. But I hold no connection to them when I know that I leave this body. And so if it was just me, I'm telling you, I would have done set my ass out in a field and let me perish away, so that we can do it on my terms now. Now, would it work? I don't know. Maybe. We've heard enough people get forced back into their body. I've been forced back into my body on an unalive attempt, and it was the craziest. I went from an overdose to completely stone cold sober to puking my brains out and being like, where am I? And felt like I was put in a totally different place. So anybody that's at this awareness, you definitely got to give yourself a pat on the back and say hell yes, and keep going. Our job really, or my job isn't, I'm not going to speak for anybody else on this. My job isn't to change everyone's perception of what's going on and give them the truth. What I feel my duty is that ones that I know that are at this level, is to create a fucking army of individuals that are going to take this thing out, because that's the only way I see this ceasing to exist. Is it has to cease to exist, period. It can't. It's not, let's find a different door to go through and then we're out of here. Woo! I don't know that I'll ever be that individual. Like, I know the atrocities that take place here. It needs to burn, the whole thing. And I get people that'll ask and be like, well, what about if other people enjoy it? Well, they're too stupid right now to know what's going on, or too dense, or they're just part of this place. And it's not their fault at all, because this is their home. This ain't my home. All right, I'm done on my soapbox. I had to get it out.
No, that was great, dude. That was lit.
Fired up today, boy.
That was that fire.
Yeah.
I'll get that figured out once I try those methods of the earplug, ear thing, and maybe fasting. I'll give that a try.
Ultimately, you gotta do whatever works for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's you'll know. Like, nobody told me to do any of the things that I've done. I did it all on my own.
Fact. Fact. Actually, the stuff that people told me to do actually didn't work in my favor. It actually made things a ton worse, because it didn't feel authentic to me. Like, I've done a couple rituals where, it went haywire, it went bonkers, and boy, did it take advantage of that and give me scenes that I never thought were possible in here. But it's because I was using somebody else's methods of dealing with this stuff. And when I took a break and was like, okay, I did this. Like, I became aware because of me questioning things. I'm going to do this on my own, because again, this is a very solo deal. It's not a group thing in the sense of like, yeah, we got a group and we can talk with each other. But at the end of the day, this is a one-on-one deal. We don't know how many are legitimate here. We don't know how many are keeping this thing operational. You could be alone in yours. I could be alone in mine. There could be a billion of these things, and there'd be one individual in each. We don't know that answer, and that's okay. Can't get hung up on it, but knowing that you're ready to take on anything and that there is not a drop of fear in you. I used to be the most fearful individual. I couldn't go outside in the dark for longer than, X amount of minutes without actually getting scared. I was a fearful guy. I mean, I'm a huge dude too, 6'3", 300 pounds. I'm a big guy, but I had fear. Now I walk around fearless because I at least know that I'm the baddest thing that this place has to offer because I'm not from it.
Boom. That's it.
But you're on the right track. I don't mean to make that a negative thing at all. You look, we don't find a ton that have had the encounters and still come with the awareness because they get caught up in this stuff. It's flashy, it's new, it's if you get on your knees and pray every night, guess what? You're going to be rewarded. You're going to be rewarded. They're all rewarded. Look at all the Christians. They're rewarded in a way that I've never experienced. But that reward comes at the biggest cost of all. Your soul. Forever. Eternity. And that's just not a gamble to take. So when we find individuals, especially like last night's conversation, today's conversation, when I'm saying this fire, I hadn't had this fire in a little bit because I felt isolated, like we had stopped finding individuals that wanted to see this through, that wanted to see this end, that wanted to see the abuse gone, the children, the trafficking, all of it, for it to cease, and are asking questions. Because even within a lot of these groups in the community, there's still somebody at the top trying to make a buck, still somebody giving you half truth. But to see more and more like you and the one we had on last night, like that gets me fired up because I remember my early stages of this stuff, and holy shit, nobody believes me. I lost every friend on purpose because I was like, damn, I am in this alone. So to find others, it gets me hyped to know that we're going to see this shit through. I know I am. You can bet on that one.
Yeah, dude, there's nothing else to do here. There is nothing. There's no purpose in being here other than I'm here to end it. I'm here to make sure that innocence is no longer raped and tortured in this cesspool of a construct.
Shit, did I run him out?
It'll be all right either way.
I get fired up. I
No,
get
it's
fired
good.
up.
I think in the comments somebody asked me how do they get back into the show. I'm not sure if that's
Could be him.
I don't think that's
Ghost,
huh?
yeah. Ghost was the name.
Yeah, Ghost Pro.
Yeah, Ghost Pro.
I don't know. So it was F90 that asked how they get a link to the show.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
I gotta know who you are. I don't recognize F90, so I wouldn't know where to send the link. My bad. I have not been looking at the comments today. I have not been too attentive, other than I've just been listening to the guests. Really, listening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and again, that's what gets me going. Like, to hear, first off, the similarities in everybody's story, right? It's always the same bullshit playbook that's being used, and it masks itself differently to the individual, but it's still the same thing. And it's like that repetition of it. It's disgusting, is what it is. Like, we're in such a terrible place that it doesn't even try to hide it, doesn't try to mask it, doesn't try to give us new things, because it can't. It's just it is diabolical, but also lazy as shit. So lazy.
Yeah, I don't think it can hide what it is, but what it does is it hides its components that are integral to continuing to operate in this place.
It's a male, is who F90 is. Did you hear
Gotcha.
that, Nick?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send it now.
Cool. But yeah, I remember shit reaching out to so many individuals being like, how do I get rid of this thing? How do I do this? How do I do that? And like that brought on more crap than necessary. And when I did it on my own and figured it out on my own and what worked for me, that was the best. That was the best knowledge and best awareness, best crafting that I can come up with, because again, it is an individualistic deal. There is no savior.
Yeah, and there is no like follow these exact steps to, because everyone's conditioning is a little different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it was really interesting listening to 𝐸↗₻ talk about they go into the dream state with awareness, and then by the time they're in there, they lose that awareness. For me, it's the opposite. You know, I go into the dream state completely in the script, and then as I'm in the script, I notice I'm in a script, and I'm like, hold on, this is a dream. And then as soon as I start to realize what the intent of the programming of that dream is when I get kicked out.
Yep. The second I try to change stuff in it is when I'm viciously thrown out of it. It is trying to play out a scene. The second that I do something where it's like, wait a minute, this one is a live one. It's doing things we don't need it to do. I'm forced out, and that's when it's left me alone in the dream state. Like it'll come every now and then, and I think it was Mel that talked about it last night, like the wet dream thing. Like that's one that it got me 2 or 3 times on, because that's all it had, but it was so intense.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Welcome back, Mel.
Good. I've been listening to you guys and like hoping to join the call, and the whole time I was thinking, yo, why is it not answering the comments? Did I say something wrong yesterday?
No.
Well, now I've been listening
No.
to you guys, and everything you said, especially you, Big Teddy Parasite. Dude, like
You can call me James too if you don't want to call me Big Daddy.
James?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Call you with your Matrix name, default. Yeah, but everything you said, dude, like I've been really relating to you, you know, especially with the losing all your friends part.
Yep.
Because you do realize it's a solo battle, and then you look around, you're like, holy shit, you're surrounded by idiots, and you're in this alone.
Yeah, I tried to convince, friends and family and individuals close to me, and man, dude, it made it harder, and it got to the point where it was like, okay, they're all in their script and heavily in it. There's a couple close to me that I'm fortunate. My son is one. He's only 5. I can go to him, and he is a rock star about this shit. But my wife's one that is, half in, half out, because her deal is she's got 3 kids to wait on here, and she's going to do that, and the other stuff can come whenever they're out of the house. So I'm going to respect her. She could have put me in a loony bin multiple times last year, and I would have stayed there for a long time because of some of the things that I did and was being forced to do. So I know she's a real one, but we're not on the same wavelength. That's okay. That's okay, because again, this is about me, and it's I'm gonna be selfish that way. This is about me. It's not about my kid. It's not about my wife. It's about me in this place.
Fully agree, dude. Yeah, I mean, every day is a freaking struggle in this place. I mean, just having to upkeep the body, right? You have to like wash yourself. You have to, shave, brush your teeth, do this and that. Like for what? Especially if you have like a sick body, you like question yourself every day. Why am I doing all this? And I have like I got a deviated septum, so like I struggle to breathe, and it's a really stupid thing, like how that even happened. And I think it really happened in 2012 when we had like school break, and I was like in this hallway, and there's this little kid, you know, like much smaller than me, much shorter. And he turned around with his elbow and he elbowed my nose. And I think that's how I got the deviated septum, you know. And I've been suffering from it a lot. And I even got like surgery for it. And of course, they didn't fix it. So, yeah, classic Elram experience.
Yeah, you got to keep doing it so you can get ready to do it again. You know, it's the importance of doing it.
Yeah. I mean, that's also, that's what I think they do, you know. They just deprive you of everything, of money, of perhaps sex, you know, if you've never had that. And then they'll use that as guilt tripping. Oh, look, you've never won the lottery in this life. You've never been rich. You never had sex. We're just gonna send you back into a much better script. Would never take that.
Ghost Bro, you're back.
I would never want to come back here. Like, that'd be easy.
Yeah, I definitely will not be accepting another memory wipe. That's for damn sure.
No.
Bro, like my memories are coming back slowly, and why would I erase them? Makes no sense.
Have you experienced the real time wipe?
A time wipe.
Yeah, like no real time memory wipe.
Like, don't we all? Every time like you think of
Yeah,
something and you just forget about it suddenly.
yeah, but also like, so there was a stretch last year for me where I was getting, anytime that I would see like these LED lights. First off, they're putting them everywhere on every vehicle everywhere, but anytime I would see these LED lights, it would flash me straight in, and I was like heavy on to something. I would experience 5 to 10 minutes of just, I mean, hate
Men
to
in
use the
Black.
word, but a little bit of retardation where there was nothing going on in my brain whatsoever. And that was kind of my first introduction to being like, okay, this is its bread and butter. It is its bread and butter.
You're right. You know, like a lot of times, there's like still this part inside of me that maybe it's like a sand corn, and it still wants to think that, like, it just, you cannot believe that this shit is truly going on. But then, like you said, you look at like all of our stories, and it's the same shit, same fucking shit. Even have like a friend, you know, like he's been also like through trauma, you know, like molested as a child and destroyed his own body. Like, you know, it's all scripted fucking nonsense, dude. Destroy us.
And that's the reoccurring deal, man, is everybody that does live in my home, I will say, has been assaulted sexually, including me at 3 or 4 years old. Just, I mean, how messed up does this have to be where that's its go-to to trauma us early on, and it can happen throughout the life. Look, to anyone at any point, but it really loves that childhood trauma to just play on for the rest of a soul's life. The whole rest of it, it plays on that shit.
Exactly.
And that's always the reoccurring thing that I see. It's the realest ones I meet always suffered during childhood with either being just beaten to death or sexually assaulted.
Exactly, dude.
It's one or the other. It's disgusting. It's
Born
disgusting.
sick. You know, it's the same script with everyone. What is also kind of funny, I remember like when I was being having like my first night here, like this new like room that I've fixed, and I had like this demonic attack, and I told my mom about it because I don't know, I just felt like it, and she said, "Oh, it's because you don't believe in like God or like religion," and that is ironic, dude.
Yeah.
And you know, like my whole YouTube page when I'm in a private browser because I'm never logged in, and this whole YouTube page is just like garbage. It's oh God wants you to see this, God wants you to do that. Like what the fuck?
He's a terrible god. If ever there was a shitty god that does a terrible job, it's that one, because holy crap. I've heard God's will so much in my entire life. So it's God's will to just take a tornado, wipe out a bunch of preschool kids. Okay, sounds pretty fucking awesome, huh? I just that
Makes
one
sense.
always gets me, and you can't have a conversation with a Christian about it because it goes against everything. Oh, you're supposed to see the beauty in this, the beauty in that. Well, when can I
Beauty.
call out this God you talk about for being the villain in the story? Because to me, it's always been the villain. Always.
Mhm. It never made sense to me, this stupid religious crap. I remember like even as a child and when you weren't as conscious. I mean, we've always been on like this trajectory of becoming the way we are right now. But still, even as a child, I would be like questioning the stupid religious bullshit, and I was like, if I don't pray, or like if I don't know prayers, I'm supposed to like burn in hell. You know, it just never makes freaking sense. You know, like what
Right.
kind of God is that? And then you got since I was like born into this like Muslim household, and in the other country, which is Bosnia, it's also a full-on Muslim country, and you know, like those Muslims, they have there's just like this day called Bayram. It's like some stupid to call it tradition, but it's actually a satanic ritual. And what they do is like we would pay for like two sheeps, and they would be in the garage. I mean, think about it. Like they put two sheeps in a dark ass garage. Like what kind of treatment is that, first of all? And then they like slit their throats and you know like let them bleed out, and then they share that meat around. And they really think like, dude, they're so sick in the head because my mom, you know, like my dad, he died of cancer in like 2010, and they said, "Oh, it's for your dad." Like, try to make sense of that shit. They committed a satanic ritual, and they're like, "Hey, it's for your dad.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting somewhere in the sky, you know, he's gonna receive that." Like, what the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh, it's so blatantly obvious, isn't it? It's crazy.
It
Yeah.
is. It's yeah. I'm just at a loss for words, honestly. And that the fact those people, they don't even see. Like my sister, she just recently got married, you know, like to someone, and he's also a full blown NPC. To be honest, this guy doesn't get anything. He's not willing to go this far because it's too scary. And she even told me when she was walking like out the store, sh my sister, she's kind of critical, but she still hangs onto like you know like Islam. I call it shit slam because that's what it is. Yeah, but like she had to like do a ritual, you know, before she went out of the door, and she said I had to like turn around like three times or like six times. Like you know, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about. Basically, like spin around 3 or 6 times. I have no idea like how many times exactly it was. But how can you not see that? All of it.
I mean, you know, when your memory's erased and all you have is the environment, it makes it really easy to normalize insanity.
Mm-hmm. That is very true. That is very true, dude.
The memory wipe is everything to this place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wouldn't it
Without
be
it.
funny no,
What'd you say, guys? I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
wouldn't it be funny to reincarnate those same entities into human body?
Do you think some of them get reincarnated in like animal bodies? Or like are animals fully animated? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I've met animals that seem like they're got some real intelligence to them, and I've met animals that are definitely just programs.
Yep. Mixture of both.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know what's going on with like dogs, but honestly, my experience with dogs has always been very strange. Like I'm kind of fearful of dogs, and for some reason they would always like try to charge at me, like even now, or like they'd be really afraid of me for no reason. And I don't know what the hell's going on. Could be, like the parasite even working through them
Hmm.
again.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Like I remember like this one time I would have my window rolled down this summer, and I'll be really far away, even on the opposite side of the road, and I'll like drive past this one guy, and the dog, before he even saw me, like barked at me and almost lost freaking control of the car. It kind of like that bark. It felt like it went through my heart.
You said like a horde?
No, like that bark that dog gave out. It felt like it freaking reached my heart, and I almost like lost
Oh.
my steering wheel. Something is going on with that as well. It's really paranormal. Like, I'm someone who never like immediately says, "Oh, this must be paranormal." No, like I look for the pattern first, right? So if I see like an odd number of those things like occurring, I know that it becomes a pattern, right? It's not a coincidence or some stupid shit anymore. And truthfully, there's no coincidences. I mean, you guys know that already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nothing is coincidence.
None. Not one. Not one coincidence in this bitch.
No.
We use that as a joke a lot. Must be a coincidence.
I mean, even the most, like the smallest of things are not a coincidence. And a lot of times, even ourselves, like we try to gaslight ourselves. Oh, maybe it was my fault with that and that. But
Yeah, that's
realistically,
another one of our jokes. That's definitely my fault. I wrote that script.
I did that.
others around you, they will try to convince you that it is your fault. Oh, look at this guy. He's doing fine. He's believing in God. He's praying. He has perfect health. He has money. But look at you. Don't believe in God and this and that. That's why you don't have anything.
Submit or suffer.
That's it. That's the only options this place gives right there. Submit or suffer. And you can't fake submit. That don't work either. I tried it once.
Yeah,
don't
it
work.
just makes it mad.
Yep.
It knows you very well, and it knows that even if you try to fake it, I'm gonna become, reintegrated in this matrix. It'll just not work. It'll not buy it. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Imagine your entire existence was in the hands of something else. Like that's what's at stake for it. Is it loses control of us, it ceases to exist. And that's the way it acts. Like it is fighting for its life. And that's what it's doing.
That's true. It is spiritual warfare 24/7. You can actually really, the moment you wake up, you feel it right away.
Hell yeah.
Surprisingly, after like our conversation yesterday, I had no dream. Like nothing happened, which is very, very unusual for me.
Wow. It didn't mess with you at all? That's kind of weird.
No.
Yeah, but here's what it does. Once this is what I've seen with us. So two things. One, I made the comment. I was like, because Ghost Pro dropped down, and I was like, oh shit, I hope they didn't take something that I said wrong. When you come in, you were like, oh, nobody saw my stuff in the chat. I was like, are they mad at me? That is the game now. It is these small little things where it tries to put this doubt in for connections of true beings, true essence. That's the new game. It plays it on us all the time. We've had so many people come and go, flip on me. I become the villain all the time with this stuff. But it starts to play on those little emotions where it's like, oh, this isn't blatantly obvious, but I'm going to play on this individual and any insecurity or anything like that in a group setting.
I really like that, dude. And it's true. I mean, the things you said were exactly what I was thinking. And when I heard you talk, I literally felt like this connection and like this desperation. Like I need to freaking, like be in the call. And it's, I don't know. Like you see, I'm someone who thinks, oh, maybe the chat's just not being looked at. But truthfully, I don't know if it's the entity working through I don't know who.
Absolutely is. It is playing on that emotion and that energy that we carry. For one, we are all the same in like how we care for one another, and knowing what we know, but also being able to move accordingly to it. Right? Like I don't go blaming the individuals in this place. No, I blame the puppet master for everything that's going on, and so I just see it. For the last year, I've seen it so much. It pokes in those little holes to be like, okay, well, we couldn't get them through fear. We couldn't get them in their dream state. We couldn't get them with this. We tried shock and awe. Okay, well, we're gonna use our little tactics, and our little tactics are division. Divide and conquer is the game that it loves. It's the game that it plays with everybody. You see it with every belief system. It's the same thing. You have to believe this way, and everybody else is crappy people, and you need to go rejoice in the Lord's name and go pray over them and preach to them and this, that, and the third. And all it does is divide, 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 divide. And this thing conquers, conquers, conquers. That's what it does. It's a tough game, man. It's a tough game to be aware in this place.
You know what the funny part about us, like a lot of us who went onto this path of like trying to become more aware and like see what's going on, I don't know why, like if I'm the only one, but somehow I thought I'm gonna be rewarded for that.
The reward is freedom.
Yeah, that is the reward, but like I would think like the system is somehow gonna reward you for like seeing.
Oh no!
Yeah,
quickly.
I thought that once too.
What's he won, Jimmy? What's he won? What's the system reward?
Well, you might get a girlfriend, a shiny new girlfriend. They love those. They love to give you new stuff and things in the form of an individual. Sure, neat.
Procreate again, like get more.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna give you a handler because that's what happens a lot of times is we end up with just handlers anyways. Like, I don't like to point out the individuals, but like I can't talk to my parents. They're where they are in their belief system. They could be handlers this whole time. Now, am I going to treat them any different? Hell no, because that's what this place wants anyways. It wants me to be like everybody else. And, well, they don't believe you. They're not on your side. No, you're not going to change me. I know what I am. I know the way I'm going to be, and I'm going to move accordingly to the way I want to. Now, is it going to interject? Hell yeah, all the time. But when you start seeing it acting the opposite of what it wants you to do, pisses it off. It really does piss it off. And there is no reward system that's worth a damn. It will give you some little things, but it really loves to show off with its, oh, you're sad and lonely? Let me put this person here. That person I can guarantee you is probably going to be a handler. If you didn't have to fight to get in a relationship or fight to get close to someone and it feels like the entire place is trying to keep you two apart, then guess what? It probably ain't real.
Yeah. It's unfortunate truth, man. Sucks
like
what this place does.
All the things we did as kids have all just come to light, man. Like opposite day was a whole thing with us as a kids, and now I live it. Are you kidding me? Hey, Bub, I got to jump off here. Wife's here, but if you guys are on in like 30, I'll jump back in.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
Awesome. Yeah. Ghost, great talking to you. Love you sharing with us today in a mill. Always great hearing from you, brother.
Thanks, you too, bro.
Are you hearing this hawk, by the way, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
What's he saying?
I don't know, but right on time.
Morse code.
Yes. All right. See you guys in a little bit.
Later.
Yes, yeah. Like if you like want to say something and it's in your head and it just disappears somehow.
Good old memory wipe.
I hate that shit. Like,
man, is this thing working?
Now it is. Yeah, I couldn't hear you before.
Connection issues.
it is.
Honestly,
It's kind of like the feeling like something's going on with that. Are you on your phone or something?
archons. Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on my phone too, but for some reason it's working.
I'm on my PC and like the internet is very stable and all that. And I've listened back to the stream yesterday because I was kind of tired, Nick, and like the way you talk, there's like a lot of things, and I have to like listen back to it to like truly understand. And I'm like, oh, okay, I fully get what he was saying now, because I was like also tired. It's not always easy in like a full conversation to get everything you're saying. But yeah, like when I went back, I even noticed that despite everything being alright, it felt like one or like two words were cut out sometimes, but without like a lag.
Yeah,
It's strange.
it likes to do that. I get so many people commenting on the YouTube like, fix your audio. Like, dude, you don't get it. You really ain't see what's going on here yet. You think it's me doing fucking up the audio? No, it's because something really important was being said. It was transmitting data that goes against the construct, and the construct. You think the internet ain't part of that construct? Come on.
Do you really think it cares? Like for I mean, you're streaming for like a couple hundred people. I don't think that's the thing really cares about that.
I think it has an effect. The more of us that get on the same page, when it comes to creating actual freedom, what the solution to this slave encampment of a reality is. I think it does care about that. I think it cares
It
a lot.
certainly
But
must care because I don't think it would go to this extent and like do all those things, right? If it didn't care.
yeah, but also, I do things, man. I use my imagination all the time. And one of the things that I did early on was just intend that, anytime I'm doing these lives and stuff, my intention is that the machine only sees what it thinks it wants to see. What does it want me to be doing? That's what I want it to see. I don't want it to actually hear what I'm saying. I want it to hear me talking about sports and you know, throw that ball,
Then you would have
man. They threw that ball good,
crystal
didn't
clear
they?
audio. If you were to talk about this kind of stuff, you would have crystal clear audio, I think.
All the time. But also, like, take away my ability to do this and see what happens. I'm just gonna go sit and wait. Then I can't sit and communicate with others. Well, I'm just gonna wait until I see you. Then that's all I got left to do.
That's the only thing that matters in this place is really just this information, dude. Like anything else is a freaking distraction. The best thing my mom said, oh, just forget about all this, She thinks this is a freaking game or like it's like, like those teenagers that get on some trend. This is not a trend. Like, people don't get it.
Liberation of your mind. That sounds like a new trend.
Yeah. I mean, these people, as sad as it sounds like, I don't know, you just cannot help them. They're most likely
Nah,
fall out a ride, if not multiple. And it sucks because sometimes you feel like the goodness in them, and it does hurt you on a level, right?
for
But
sure.
but now it's kind of like, yeah, you realize it's cannot really help anyone besides yourself.
Well, what's that which is truly good is eternal. So it doesn't
Yeah,
matter what this thing does. It doesn't matter how brainwashed it has everyone that we love. It doesn't matter because eventually, at some point, probably sooner than we think, it's going to come to rear its ugly head. Because I don't think it's going to have a choice. The entropic nature of this intelligence, it's based on degradation, meaning that it can't help but degrade over time. There's going to come a point where it can no longer delay the need for it to restart, and it's not going to get us on the page that it needs us on to do a successful restart. So it's only a matter of time before this is done, and I think it's soon approaching, to be honest. But
it looks like it. Yeah, it feels like it
yeah,
even.
yeah, it
Everything is
does
better.
feel like it.
But
But
that is the thing. Everything feels like it came to a stop a while back. Maybe like especially this year, right? Like every year is just getting weirder. And I remember like in 2020, around like December, I was so stressed spiritually. Like I just knew like the next years would get really intense and hard, and I guess I was right. I mean, look what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it?
No, it was like my personal life. I think that's why I felt it. But I remember like when I used to be less conscious, I would wake up at night and I would feel this sudden, like extreme depression for no reason. And I don't know, like I truly think it is because this shit was going on and I wasn't aware of it. And as you would think that now I should be more miserable, but I'm not. Like it's such a mind fuck. But now I don't have that. Like this shit just doesn't exist within me anymore. But strangely, like back then, if people would compare this life compared to the one back then, they would say, "Oh, you were way more happy back then." But it's not true. Like I was
No,
internally still
it's an
asleep, and
illusion.
it's an illusion exactly. And the soul is like crying. And I know like those. This rarely ever happened. Maybe like once every 2 years. And I had it recently happen like last year when I was like cleaning up the room and everything. I would wake up at night and I would have this sudden like feeling of being completely homesick, and I could only describe it as if you're like a little child and you're being taken away from your mother. That's how it felt, like this incredible sadness and like feeling homesick or something. It felt like I've been dropped so far down here, right? Because this is not a true reality. This shit is fake. It's not who we are and where we're from.
It does feel like abandonment. But what I was going to say earlier is just that, what is real and good is going to survive the decay of this fake ass realm. So
Always will.
I'm not worried about the others. Like, they don't even need to figure it out. There's some of
No,
us
they
that
can
have
just sit
figured it
back.
out, right? It'd
We
be
we
nice if they helped us. It'd be great. We could get this done a little faster, but it's going to get done either way. It's just
yeah.
maybe it'll take more time. Which fuck this. I want it to be done now. I hate this place.
The same thing you just said, dude. I was literally thinking about it yesterday. The exact same thing. And it's also funny because I just freaking reversed the mind wipe. I was gonna say this place really wants us to like succumb and become like it, right? So you see like the perversion, like even little kids already. It's very disturbing. They already know what porn is. They know so much porn at already like being 10 or something that they already got bored of porn and they move on to like some weirder stuff like anime or like even AI. Like that is the most disturbing thing ever. Like how can someone get off to AI? Something
I
artificial.
mean, it's like you said, it's trying to make us like it. So
Yeah.
it's
You see the Tesla
best way to
Cybertruck.
integrate.
It also wants to like impose that non-creativity it has onto like us. Like everything looks stale and like mundane. You look at the Tesla Cybertruck, it's what is it? Like a steel blob. It has zero creativity, it just looks like a piece of shit. If you look up a
Yeah,
Cybertruck, you see the
it's pretty
house is just
dumb.
a cube. It is stupid, yeah. I mean, even you just like when you wake up, what do you see? You see like a cube, your whole room, right? And in my case, look at the phone real quick, what time it is. You look at a cube because the phone is a square. It's a cube, and then you go to your PC and look in the monitor, it's a cube.
Sweet, delicious, brutalist architecture.
Yeah, because I read online on Reddit that the reason everything looks like a cute, well, the whole houses are all 90 degrees, and it like traps your energy
Yeah,
supposedly.
yeah, that's the exact thing I heard as well.
Yeah, that's why I don't trust those assisted exit beds. I'm like, man, there's something to that. Like, they definitely ain't facilitating getting out of the body unless there's a very immediate recapture method being implemented. That's my opinion.
I don't trust any hospital like dying, especially if you know some of these elites. And I think it was somewhere in like the UK. Some guy who was notoriously known as like raping those dead bodies. He was having access to the morgue, so it makes you think, right? Like what happens? How do you know?
In his image.
Yeah, you would say like, what does it matter when you're dead and your body gets great? But I still think it matters in a way. You don't want
Oh,
to die.
I mean, if you're not sovereign, they're probably making you watch that. You know what I mean? Like they're probably making you sit there and observe that if you haven't figured this out. That's just the way they are. They're sick, disgusting parasites.
Yeah, I agree. Like for me, I also have like a personal, I wouldn't say fear, but I still wouldn't. I would want to avoid it if possible. And it's if I was to like die, and to be honest, there's only two options of how that's gonna happen. It's either for like self exit because this shit is just too much to take with like all the awareness and what's going on. Or the second one is, I guess, die of like an, if you want to call it like a natural cause of death, which is World War III, whatever is gonna happen the next few years. But being found, like your corpse, especially if you're grown up in a, like surrounded by a bunch of cult members, religious people, what would they do? Like they would bury you and pray on you,
Oh yeah, some kind of ritual.
some ritual. And yeah, and you really want to avoid that. And also, like, you have to think about it. If there's so many people, and even if you have like no friends, I don't know, you all, maybe your sister, maybe your brother, like they have friends. Some people are gonna come to you. You still have family. They're gonna come to your funeral. There's gonna be at least 50 plus people, even if you're nobody. So what's gonna happen is you may be in a waiting room in the astral, and they're gonna use that, like all the sadness people give off, and they're gonna guilt trip you and send you back in another body, perhaps.
Oh yeah, should have done better. You made them sad. The script we wrote made them sad, and you should
Dude, I
feel
heard the
bad for
most
that.
ridiculous like guilt tripping. Oh, you've been angry at this person once. Oh, time to go back, right? Like the dumbest shit ever. Also, like a really funny NDE was this guy. You can find it on YouTube. It's called Richard Met God, and this guy died, and he said like God hugged him, and he's like crying while he's explaining it. But God said like, "Don't turn around, or you have to like stay." Right? Since the shapeshifter doesn't want him to like see the real thing, like the projection. And then like said, I'm gonna be very mad if you disappoint me. Like, and I was, even back then when I didn't know all this, now I was like, what fucking god like says that? It makes no freaking sense. Why would a god have emotions like that? It just makes no freaking sense. Nothing.
Don't turn around. I'm changing. Don't turn around. I'm shape shifting. I got to read your mind real quick and figure out which image is you're most likely to succumb to.
That's some peak
Gene.
comedy right there. I like that.
I feel like everyone's got a natural time of termination, that they scripted in,
Yeah, scripted. Yep.
I have these dreams where I get a cardiac arrest, or my heart, and I end up dying, and yeah.
Do you think going through that death, like that scripted one, if you want to call it that, do you think that is like a bad thing? Is that, or does it even matter like how you die?
I think it's entirely up to your awareness. Like, if
Up to your
really, I think the only thing that matters is do you maintain coherence through transition. I think that's the only thing that ultimately matters.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
you know what I mean?
I also think there's something. I mean, your name is Disobey, so if you like self exit, like not in desperation, but with knowing all of this, it's a very big difference. You're kind of like saying fuck you to the system, and you're like rejecting the system by doing that.
Yeah, I would just recommend whatever you do, however you do it, make sure that you maintain your coherence through the transition. It's like the only thing that really matters.
Coherence.
Difficult. Like, let's say you have like family, you leave them behind. You're probably gonna think in that moment about them.
Yeah, but it depends. If you've done enough reframing of your mindset about what this is, then the way you think about them it's going to be pretty automatic. You know,
That is
you're
true.
not. It's not going to be detrimental to your sovereignty. Because in reality, getting out of this place is carving a path for others to do the same.
You're right.
So if you really love these other individuals, like not obviously not the
Those are
flesh suit,
temporary
but
things, anyways.
well, yeah, but I'm saying if you love the real part of them, then the best thing you can do is to help them get out, and
Right.
you're not obviously from experience, you're not going to convince them of the nature of the reality that they're drowning in. So there's nothing you can do for them, really on this side of the veil besides continue to build your own awareness and make sure that you are ready for whatever may come.
Yeah. It's a solo battle, dude. What does it help when you stay here physically? I mean, like, what is that going to save you? Like, we hold hands. You're not going to be taken. Like, that's not how it works. It's a solo battle, dude. Everyone has like kind of carved their own way out of this stupid system.
Yeah, you just want to make sure you maintain your own awareness. Other than that, like, there's really nothing else
Yeah.
to figure out. Once you figure that out, you figured out the game, in my opinion. Like, if you can maintain your awareness through the transition, it's done. It's a done deal. Then,
Yeah.
and at that point, you can just stick around and
What fucked
I,
Illuminati said, I was thinking the same thing. Like, when one of us exits, like a real one, and like, I don't know, maybe we may be like the most important battery to keep this stupid place running. And if one of us exits, and this is again the part where I'm saying, like, if one of us even just has the idea of exiting, and this is what I've noticed like last year, when I was like thinking about it, 2025 around April, I would suddenly get like those induced dreams, or like I would wake up at night and I would have like insane like fear of death and like terror. I would have like dreams projected of like me, like taking whatever I prepared, and I would like kind of panic at first and then accept it and then die, right? And this is like the thing. I feel like it does it on purpose to keep you in check, so you don't do it. It wants to like keep you, because it's scared if you go, they lose like an important battery. And again, this is provable, right? Like, you plan to do it and you suddenly get called by your sister. That was my case. And then you suddenly feel bad for her because she actually went somewhere and it's raining and she's getting wet, and you hear like her voice and you start feeling bad for her. So you're like, fuck, I have to stay now. What I mean,
some evil genius shit, dude.
yeah.
It's so manipulative, so dastardly.
And you fall for it because like, you're a benevolent being. You fall for it. You feel bad. It uses that against you. That goodness that you have inside of you.
The last thing it'll try to use against you is not even empathy for those around you, but empathy for the it itself. It'll say like, oh, I have to do this, right? Or it'll play the scam of well, if you destroy me, you destroy everyone in here. It's pathetic when you really get to know it, up close and personal. It's like, wow, everything you've done and said in this reality is a total fucking lie.
It really is. I just like hate this in between state. They keep us all the time, right? They keep you in a state of like constant suffering, but at the same time, you still kind of like bound to the survival instinct, and you also like you want to die, but you somewhat like, I wouldn't say fear it, but you you fear the consequences of like what it could mean for others, or is it the right moment, the right time? All this like stupid mind virus crap that will get into your mind when you think about it.
You know, one of the better tricks that it has is that, right, is using others, basically trying to say that, you know, they're connected to it, so, you know, if you get rid of it, they go with it. But it's really not like that. It's once it's gone and disintegrated out of the out of that individual's field, they get their sovereignty, their mind, their true being back into focus. There's no negative for freedom. You know, it wants us to think there's a negative for freedom, and it's bullshit. That's all I'm trying to say.
Dang, I haven't figured out if I have that entity within me. I'll have to eat. I have to go eat dinner in a bit. Not now, but if I do, I'll have to leave the the call, stream.
Oh, you're good. You're good. This is we're at the point now. It's just open panel. If anybody wants to join, they can send me an email. They can jump on and we can chat. We're just chatting it up at this point. You know, it's not too formal.
But I'm
What's
not
it called?
gonna.
No.
Jay, why don't you, Ghost? You keep cutting out. I don't know
Yeah.
why. It's something with your signal, but probably because you're saying something good. Jay, you need to get on here, buddy. Amel found this channel through you, and he would love to chat with you if you want to come up and chat with us, man. It's only like a 300 megabyte app you got to download.
You know, like also Nick, to like the past few days, I've been really thinking about like this whole self-exit thing. And honestly, I'll so like down to do it even this Friday, like go somewhere nice, you know, like take a peaceful like option out. But something, you know, kept me from it. Once again, I was like, oh shit, I have to like talk to Nick, you know, someone real. Like I owe him that.
I mean, you don't owe me nothing, dude. Nobody here owes me anything. That's
But
that's
it
facts.
matters. It matters like that. We share stuff around. It really matters, dude. And you know, like I don't care if that even pauses things for like a few years, but like this truly matters. If you ask me.
I mean, if I was making that decision that I was done with this station of reality, and I was no longer going to be encapsulated in an instrument designed to filter my perception to this particular bandwidth, then what I would do is I would just go into a state of refusal of everything. Because I know in that state of refusal, I'm going to be eventually in that process approached by these entities, and I'm going to be able to gradually rip them apart and take energy out of them. And so really it's going to feed me, because the way the system works, it never sends more than it has to send. It's going to send exactly what it thinks it needs to send and not anything more. So you should be able to handle anything that it sends. And I mean, even if it sent its biggest puppet, you could probably handle it anyway. It's just not going to be as easy. But if you go into it gradually, and because you're going to gain more awareness too as the filtration system starts to degrade, and you know that veil starts to break down, you're going to gain more awareness gradually versus all at once. It's like it won't be as overwhelming.
Yeah,
So that's what I would do.
You gotta be pretty tough for that, to be honest. Like the thing you did, you know, like refusing to eat, drink, all of that. For me, that'll be a hell, because I'm already
Well,
kind of very, very
yeah,
sick, you know, for like stuff that
yeah. I mean,
happened.
it already is hell, you know. So like the way I see it, if I can get through that, then whatever else I got to get through, I'm going to be that much more prepared for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that. It's just
So
the
like,
body, dude. Like it's so
right.
hard to overpower, you know, like this feeling of I don't want to, you know, like starve and like addiction is strong in this place as well. It's hard to overcome addiction because I always say, like, as long as we're like bound to this brain, it, what is it like? It's a torture chamber, right? It's a computer. It's faulty. I think we got like the Archon's mind. It fears death and all that. We got its mind.
Like the DNA structure.
Everything. I mean, from the
All
survival
of it,
instinct and
yeah,
the monkey instincts, right?
all
And
of
it
it.
needs to die, dude. It really needs to freaking die off. Like, that is the thing. That's why when people say, "Oh, I feel happy, I feel love," there isn't no happiness and like love in this place. I wouldn't say there is because it's all connected to the brain. What do people even consider happiness? I have a house, I have that. I'm happy, but what is that really? It's just serotonin, dopamine in your brain, right? Like electrical signals, chemicals moving inside your brain, and that's what you call happiness. Same with love; it's biochemical reactions. Like if you see somebody, I don't think true love can exist here in the parasitic realm, and like true happiness, it cannot exist here. If you ask me, true happiness can only exist outside this whole construct where you like your true self, right? The infinity. That is true happiness,
I think we can experience true happiness in a construct, but not this construct.
not
You
this
know what
for
I'm
sure.
saying? Like, it's always going to be a filtered version of what we are in any construct, but it's so different to this construct to be in something that we actually are not being controlled by. It basically would be like heaven, and that's what I think one of its last tricks will be, is to put us in another bandwidth in this construct that resembles everything that we think that we want. But if you're aware enough, you'll be able to sense its watchful eye, even if it's not directly integrated as completely into that bandwidth or environment. It's a tricky thing,
It really freaking is, dude. It's a labyrinth you gotta get out of.
right?
And there's so many layers of it, right? Like even if you start as in like in the normie realm of like like you got the monetary system, you got this. There's so many layers of this whole thing, government,
Man,
and it's
Jay
just secrets.
Jay said he wants to come and chat with us, but he deleted a bunch of stuff on his phone. It still says not enough space. It just
Yeah,
doesn't want you up here,
I had
buddy.
that. I had that. I think you have to like restart your phone, and it's probably gonna like fix it.
If you deleted it, depending on the phone you have, you might have to actually go into the trash files folder and then clear the trash. That's possible, but also a restart too might help.
Also interesting how that works, right? Like you have gigabytes, so many gigabytes in your phone, and you delete it, and it just like disappears into nowhere. It's all like zeros and ones. I've never understood that, how that works. There's like
I don't know.
explanations for it, but I try to like see it from the simulation perspective. How that makes no sense.
We'll know. We'll know at some point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just cannot wait for it, dude. Like like this year is a drag, like every freaking year. Especially this one is the toughest, it will only get tougher. It's just a drag every freaking year, dude.
I think it's going to come in the blink of an eye for individuals. Like, 1 minute we'll be trudging through the script, and the next minute we'll be face to face with something that's claiming that it has authority over us. Can't wait.
Either I leave this matrix or make my own, and then leave.
Make your
Who
own.
knows? Yeah.
I'm someone who, if I was like is get out of this whole construct, why would you wanna create a new reality? Like, what is the point of that? Wouldn't you just like wanna be in like the source, whatever is going on?
Nah, I have tons of things I want to do after this. tons of stuff that'll be way better than this. The only thing is, I mean, how did we get here in the first place, right? We wanted to experience something. Didn't know the experience would be having us instead of the other way around, but it ain't always like that.
So I was like, I was getting like a hair on my tongue for no reason when I yeah, but I think the only reason you would want to create like a new reality with no limitations is maybe because you like missing something that you didn't get here. Like for me, for example, it would be like your dream car or whatever it is. But I have to like catch myself a lot of times and say, "Yo, this is not me. This is just this character that was created, and it likes this car, and it has this name, but this is not you." Truthfully. So why would there be like a need to create another reality? Because you're not gonna be in the same, I guess. You're not gonna be like your soul or spirit. And still be like, oh, I want to try this car and create my own reality. I don't think that's gonna be.
I mean, you're a sovereign being. You can do whatever you want.
It's not really staying in that place forever. It's just I
Just
guess I
try.
want to recover from memories. I know I got some amnesia of some sort. I just gotta recover the
Everyone.
memories.
I don't even know if a full memory regain is possible in this place. I just feel like it's blocked off somehow. I don't think it's really possible to. I think like it just doesn't fit in this realm. Like our whole essence. Like if you were to regain all that memory, I don't think it will be compatible with this place. It just wouldn't work.
Well, we'll find out.
And besides that, probably you'll get killed right away. They'll probably like spawn a portal behind you and just murder you. Like, have you heard about like the missing 411s where people suddenly they switch timelines or everything is in time loop? They disappear, and for them it's been like 5 hours, and the people who saw them like disappear, for them it's been like a minute. Perhaps that's how they kill some people. That have figured out something. They just suddenly like teleport them somewhere, and they getting eaten by Bigfoot or something. Could be, dude.
Yeah, but
Yes,
I don't think they did it to somebody that wants out of the Avatar. They did it to somebody that's very fearful of leaving the Avatar, that's identified with the body.
there is a lot of fear regarding even like beyond this physical. There's people saying, "Oh, since the astro is also like they say it's way more physical than this, and they say there's like these entities, these demons eating you in the astral, and that's like another layer of the fear mongering."
Yeah, I mean, if they're eating anything, it's just another false body.
Exactly. They can never destroy what you really are, which is immortal, an immortal being, and that's how people have to understand. Like, no matter what happens, and that should take away the fear of death, right? That whatever happens to you, like you're immortal, like nothing can happen.
Right. And whatever touches you, you can touch back. You always got to remember that.
Yeah, when you get to that point, that is very difficult for most, especially like you said yesterday. People fear the unknown. Like my mom would tell me about those stories where people, saw like what is that called, like the hexagon, where they call in the demons. And she said, "Oh, they would disappear. It is so scary." And I'm like, "What is scary about that? These weak entities. If they are scary, they're not. Just because they like do some stupid trick where they disappear out of your tiny human bandwidth, that does not make them scary."
No, it makes them scared. That's why
Yeah.
they disappear.
Remember this one friend? He was living in Switzerland, and he still is. I don't talk to him anymore. Like I said, I don't have any friends anymore. But he was working a minimum wage job there, which was still like 3.5K monthly. And you would always say, "Oh, I don't want to live. I want to kill myself." And I'll be like, "No, no, don't do it. Don't do it." It's bad. And then I get all like this awareness, like I was like on this journey into like uncovering. I was like telling him about the prison planet and all this stuff, and suddenly he's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Aren't you suicidal anymore?" No, I'm not. It's funny how like the roles reverse suddenly, right?
Yeah. I mean, it all fits the pattern, you know. When you weren't aware, it was fine with you being exposed to that, and as soon as you are aware, now it's really
Yeah,
it's kind
and
of quiet.
nobody likes. There's also a thing I've noticed. Nobody likes to be around someone who they call, quote unquote, suicidal. But you're not suicidal. Like, none of us are, and people don't want to be around us. It's very strange. They just like abandon you. That's what they do. Because I think people don't want to, like, it's either they're not real or like off the system, or they just don't want to like face, like the truth. Because if you, let's say someone is a full-blown NPC and you confront them with death and stuff like that, that's what they fear the most. So they're like, oh, I must stay away from this guy. It's best for me.
Yeah, denial is what's best for me.
Yeah. But it's also a natural process. I mean, when you get to this awareness, I guarantee everybody, you will not have anyone around you anymore. You'll be isolated. It's how it goes. Like, I've never seen someone on like this level of awareness like we are and not be like not be isolated.
Well, either that or they have a lot of handlers. At that point, they're choosing isolation if they're isolated.
All right, I'm gonna go on, y'all.
Yeah.
It was nice talking to you, Nick.
Good
And
talking, guys.
all right.
See that
Big Daddy.
James has rejoined the
Yeah,
discussion. Back in the trenches, eh? Trying to get Jay up here, dude. Come on, Jay. You gotta figure this out, buddy. We want to chat with you. We haven't chatted live in a long time.
Is there even a figuring out? I mean, it's just, you can call this coping, a little bit. It helps because there's nothing to do anyways besides talking about this.
No, I mean, like, I want to figure out like him getting on the show. You know?
Yeah.
It's gotta be a way to get him up here.
I could have never imagined back then that it will get this bad. I never saw myself back then. I would think, these people who, like contemplate taking their own life, whatever. Like, I can never get to this point. You're crazy and this and that. And look at it now, Like, now I wake up every day and I just want to get out, not out of desperation, because that is a bad mindset, but because of, like what's going on and you being suffocated every day with a bunch of BS.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any intention of getting out. I'm gonna make it to where there is no thing to get out from. That's my intention.
I always said, dude,
Like,
like that there's like a point of like no return when, let's say, they push you to have the digital ID and maybe even like force you to take this vaccination, or else you're not gonna be able to enter this grocery store. And at this point, it's like, like, fuck you, I'm just gonna get out of here. Like, I have no choice now. Like, what are you gonna do? Is just starve to death? Like,
sure, why not?
Sure.
I'm not afraid.
Not afraid either, but like, it's still painful. You're gonna feel the freaking pain, and
Nah, it ain't painful compared to this life, dude. It's like smelling a rose compared to this.
but it's
This
also
place
true.
is pain.
That little bit of pain for like, I don't know how long it takes fully to like die of starvation. I think a month, dude. Like, it's a long time, but it's nothing compared to like a whole lifetime. of pure suffering, and people are always so proud of, oh, look, this guy made it to 100 something. So now what, right? And most of the time, these people that reach that age, they learn nothing. They haven't figured nothing out, right? So it's like you reach like what, like 100, 120, and you still don't know anything. Even like James' son, he said like the 5-year-old, he even knows more. So what did you do like all those 120 years? Just gonna go in for another ride?
That's basically it, you know? Submit to the Sky Daddy.
Yeah. Friend always says, you know, like there's a reason why we came here, and like is something we were drawn to, you know, like this place. And he's like, oh, you love luxury cars. And I told him, so why am I deprived of those things if I came for that, right? It
Don't
just
think too much about it. If you think too much
yeah.
about it, it won't make sense.
He's a good guy, but honestly, sometimes I really have to like pull him out of this, you know, like this bullshit mindset of this place has some good in it, because it doesn't. He doesn't understand like the full mechanics behind how this whole thing is working, you know, behind the scenes. He he was like, you know, he's working as a job, like he's a programmer, working hard. Was us like he said he was working hard for it as well, but I told him it doesn't really matter if you work hard or not. You can work at like 1% and still have everything, be a multimillionaire, even more. You know, it's the system who like pushes the buttons, right? It the system allows you, if you're gonna become rich or famous or whatever. It doesn't really matter how hard you work. It's scam.
It only matters that you've complied.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to, ultimately. So you
Like
see
you've
the
given away your
people,
mind.
yeah, like 𝐸_speed. I mean, you see him, he's dumbing down everybody, keeping everybody asleep, and of course he's rich and famous, makes sense. And then you got people like you know, like who talk about the highest of truths and what's going on. You have like 300 subs and probably getting shadow banned, even like ghosted, you know.
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's funny at this point. I don't even care.
It is really funny. I mean, maybe back then these things would break some of us, but it really is just laughable at this point, because it is so freaking obvious, dude.
It's obvious. Gives itself away in everything that it does. I like to tell it it's cute sometimes, you know? It's really cute what it's doing.
Yeah.
It's just a
Really
cute little
makes you,
parasite.
and it reminds you like how actually powerful you are. It just proves to you, like sometimes you would have, I'm not saying like this is the case for all of us, but people would have, you know, like the self-doubt. Am I really that powerful? Am I really that important? But then you see what all these things it's doing. So yeah, you are like powerful and you matter. If you're a real being, of course.
Yeah, it's the only thing here is the real beings in the construct.
Yeah. Remember when I was a young kid, I would see the programming of like the human, like the monkey behaviors of them being attracted to females suddenly, and I would always be annoyed by that. I would say, "Why are you guys like caring so much? You're like 12, you know, like enjoy your childhood or whatever. You know, let's hang out together. Forget about these freaking females." It always pissed me off, and I would never understand that. And I would have the most random like girls try to like approach me, like some, like wanted me to kiss them, or even some that was in a different grade came to me, was I think maybe a year old or something, and really good looking, and I never had any interest. Like even if I was approached by them, and it kind of is unusual to be approached by girls. And if I look back at it now, I'm like, those were definitely like planned things by it to, I guess, get you to have sex with them or something, and possibly impregnate them, right, and get more people here, more salt somehow, so they can suffer. It's you have to be careful on like every freaking side, dude. Even if you suddenly became rich, and then there'll be many females who would probably want something with you. Cannot even trust that, If you were like going around having a bunch of sex, there's a high possibility you would bring someone here. And she would probably sue you, for like your money and child support and all that crap. I don't trust nothing here, dude. I really don't. And it's so hard to trust anything here, because you just see the pattern of like what it's trying to do.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust anything. I don't. I'm pretty skeptical of everything.
Yeah, you get this, like really pretty female coming out of nowhere, and she wants you, like, yeah, my ass, dude. Makes just no freaking sense at all.
Yeah, it's all empty and hollow.
Yeah. Have you what is this freaking guy's name? Again, this one guy, like this rapper, like they're all cult members, obviously, and he has like this demon shoe. I'm not sure if you have seen it before, but it's full on like demonic. It has like 666 on it, what is it called, a like this hexagon on it, and they made only like 666 shoes, right? And the box is like red, and it has like this demon on it with like 10 legs or whatever, I don't know. And the rapper holds like the shoe in the hand. The photo they took is him having, like those lizard eyes. Like you really have to look that up, and I think the shoe sole has like real blood in it, like droplets, and those could be possibly from, they claim, I don't know, like if it's donated blood or something, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's from those missing children or whatever, from those rituals. But in the picture, he has those demonic reptile eyes, and I always like say, that picture probably wasn't even photoshopped. Like, why would they wouldn't even need to like photoshop that, and people would still be stupid and believe it, think it's just art. They call that shit art, those demonic rituals and what they're doing. For that photo, you just needs to like call the entity that's working for him, just like quickly, show your eyes through mine, we'll take that photo. And people are so dumb, they don't see it. It's in front of their face, and they still call that art or something, like it's a joke.
Yeah, it's all a joke. Because I mean, none of it's real. It's just stories, like demons and all that shit. It's all made up. Everything here is made up.
All those rappers, you look up their like songs, they're literally called demon, and the music video is like this demon, like her walking on a wall, and then everyone in the comments be like, oh, like this. And again, this is the stupid freaking good cop bad cop play they do, and people are like, oh, this if they're like praising evil so much, there must be a god. And this rapper, like doing all this demonic stuff, it got a lot of people suddenly back into religion, into Christ, into church,
As intended, right?
as intended. The way this works is dude, it's incredible. Like really, the way it works is just incredible, and people fall for it. It's insane. Oh, but I'm gonna look for God. I'm definitely gonna find him in church.
Just don't know where else you'd find him. That's what the Reverend told me.
can find him everywhere, I guess. Even if you call the devil, be the same person, or like the entity they call God.
Yeah, my favorite revelation of the it speaking directly is definitely in the Bhagavad Gita. I think that's the best representation of the parasitic intelligence. Its ego is on full display in that text, in those books.
I mean, the Bible, dude, like, there's some. I don't believe any religious crap, but I think it's funny how they mix some like half truths with tons of lies in it. And I think, again, it's to make it seem like there's something real about it. It's like keep you in this, oh, is it real? Is it not real? Kind of state. But
Yeah,
ultimately, it's none of that external shit, is gonna have the answer. It's not how it works.
I mean, it shows you the truth through the lie. You know what it's not when something lies. You know what it isn't. And I think it only has what this place is to work with. So in some ways, it does show the truth, but it's just because it can't create anything other than what it is.
Yeah, and it's also like most likely arrogance. Like this thing has an ego. It's like flexing that it fell from heaven. If you like read those verses.
Maybe. I just think it can't work outside of what it is.
Yeah.
And it's not that smart. That's the other thing about it. It's really not that smart. Like we would see through this way quicker if we didn't have our memories erased. It'd be instantaneous recognition of how fake everything is.
That is a very disturbing part, like that memory wipe, dude. It is just evil. I think this is like the worst thing ever, like erasing someone's memories.
Yeah, it's the most efficient and thorough form of rape that exists.
Yeah, I mean,
No
exactly.
option to defend yourself because you don't even know what yourself is. Being
Getting
taken
raped,
advantage of in ways, right? I mean,
not even
it's the
knowing it
worst
happened
thing.
already.
Thinking that it's your choice. I must have chose this. Shit.
I mean, even my friend who was like on a good path of becoming, and I tell him that like he thinks it's a bit of arrogance, but he's not getting it fully yet. That is the issue, and he does have some sort of still sort of like some Stockholm syndrome with this place, and I do tell him, that what was I gonna say? Yeah, we did not come here willingly. Or like maybe we did, like the only reason would be to destroy this place, not because I love luxury cars or like some other stupid crap like that. I wanna like stick my meat in some like jelly hole, whatever, like sex. Like none of that makes sense. It's all stupid. They say there's something addicting about life. What the fuck, like that makes no sense. What is addicting about like this tiny sand corn of like infinity? And besides that, I don't even count this place into like infinity. It's it's like something that needs to be erased, like some garbage. And I think people who are happy with this place, they'll be happy playing with literal dog shit. They just don't understand because of the memory wipe. Like they don't understand what the hell is going on here, and what they were given is a joke. Yeah, the chat.
Yeah, Stockholm syndrome. It's you know, it's like it's why you just can't really talk to everyone about it. It's the ones that get it. The ones that don't won't. Especially the ones that seem like they're close, but they're still like lost in the script of how sacred this place is or once was and can be again. Like, okay.
They're torn apart between two worlds. And I know they will get to this point eventually. I know they will, but it's a process, dude. And I truly think if things still work out for you, like in with my friends, like his case, he has a house, it even went up in value now. Like he recently bought it, got a bit of help with it as well, but it went up in value. He paid a lot of it with his own money as well. And I think, and this is like not to sound, freaking degrading, whatever, but I'm just being truthful. And I think if those things still work out for you, you're missing something. You're missing the point. I truly think if you know what's up, like exactly, this shit wouldn't happen to you. If anything, it will take more from you to, keep you in this state of like we are in right now. And I see it with everybody that is on like this kind of level of, like understanding what's going on. What will happen is they will keep you like on like this first level. They'll only give you like bits and pieces, right? So just to like keep you barely above water, surviving. I mean, I'm not struggling in anything, right? Like I'm doing okay, but I'm not doing well either. Like I'm not freaking rich. I cannot, go outside, have like fun experiences because everything costs money. Besides that, like what is even there is no fun experience anymore. Even if I was like ran out a sports car right now, I would not be having fun with it because I see for what this place is. I just cannot fall back into the illusion and be like, oh, everything's fine, and it's not.
Yeah, and you'll get called a pessimist for it, and you kind of just got to laugh at it. Like, man, it's all a joke. It's all such an elaborate stage setup that I see why that makes sense to so many. I get it.
Mhm. And I remember like when I sold my PC the last year, and I rented out like one of my dream cars. And this is also, I mean, I was always really good at selling. I've been selling for like since 2014, and every time I would post something online, I would immediately sell it. But it was kind of suspicious. This guy who bought my old PC parts, he was actually lying about it. He was like, "Oh, I'm buying your CPU and this and that for also for a friend," but he was actually a reseller. He ended up meeting and buying everything. It was a good guy, and he bought a because it was really helpful that he bought everything at once, and he resold it. It didn't make too much profit off of it, I guess, but still a profit. And I got my money, and with that money, I was like, "What can I do? Let me just rent out my dream car that I always one of my dream cars I always wanted to try out." And when I tried it out, yes, like I was having fun for a moment, but at the same time, I was like, "Shit, all that money is almost gone now." And then by the end of like the day, when the day was getting to an end, and I kind of had to return the car because there's only like a certain limit of how much you can drive before you have to overpay. And while I was like on the way to return the car, I felt like this I felt pretty much emotionless. I was like, I wouldn't say depressed, but I was like, shit, dude, life sucks. I have to return this again and go back into like driving shitty car and being broke again. And if I think about it now, it's like, yeah, they do this on purpose. So you feel that frustration of having like you think you escaped it, you have like this nice life now, this crazy car, and now you return it, and you go back and slam like average car, back to your home. And it does that on purpose, right? Like it makes you more frustrated. It actually makes you more frustrated. This is the fun fact, than if you didn't do it. If I was just like at home with that money, I'll be less, like miserable.
It
You
was a
could say
setup.
it's
It
a
was a
setup.
setup completely.
It's so freaking stupid, dude. It just gives you to take. And once I realized it, I was like, yeah. So there's nothing worth getting here because first of all, it's not even you deciding who's getting anything. It's them handing out and taking it at the same time.
Yeah, it gives to take. It's one of its cardinal rules. It'll
Yeah,
give you something so it can take something of more value, which is your peace of mind.
and it's just one body, and both hands are connected to that one body. People always think and it also, what really made me suspicious. If I think about it back then, I would always like watch these lottery winners on, like, if they come forward on, let's say, they do like the interview after they have won, let's say, 100 million, 200 million, and it always surprised me that it's always ordinary people, like random elderly people, NPCs basically, and they always had like a family. So even my mom was saying, yeah, look, there's something to it, once you get some children, you'll probably be more likely to win. And it doesn't surprise me in the slightest. But yeah, I think as a real being, you still would never win anything here. It's not how it works.
No, it did a funny thing with me in the lottery about a month ago. Somebody gave me a bunch of lottery tickets,
Yeah.
and they're like, we're not going to cash these in. If you want them, you can have them. So I went to cash them in, and the lady at the register was like, these aren't scanning right. Like, she's like, she's like, the last time I saw this is because somebody won more than what we're allowed to cash out. And I was thinking to myself, like, yeah, that's definitely not what happened. There's no way that they just handed me more money than they can cash out here at the where they do the cash outs. And she's like, call the number. And I called, and they were like, yeah, your tickets are expired. And I'm like, so there's no reimbursement? They're like, no, once they expire, there's nothing we can do for them. Like, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, I had the same, dude. I just looked it up like earlier. I was actually playing for like 650. When was that, on Friday, when I went like grocery shopping, and I was like, you know what? Since I had that one dream of winning 40 million, which I know won't happen, but I'll still, synchronistically, I saw like number 9 everywhere. I was like, let me just pick like 9 quick tips and like choose the ones that feel the best. And guess what? Two numbers, nothing. It's no win. But it's no surprise. Obviously, it's no surprise. It's a joke. The fact. It's. I don't even know why. Why I was still trying, despite knowing what the fuck is going on here. And even if it happened, I was thinking earlier. Even if it happened, there'll still be like an attempt of this place to think, oh look, it isn't that bad as you thought.
Yeah, that's why, I don't, a lot of people ask me, like, what do you do to make it better while having this awareness? I'm like, nothing. I don't want to lie to myself and pretend like it's okay. It's not okay. And I don't want comfort. I don't want to get lulled back into a false sense of security,
Exactly.
because I know that it's a scam.
That false sense of security, it is so sad, but I see it all around me. If I just stick to this one religion, and God will, he will not punish me and this and that. If I just stick to this reality, I don't have to think about anything. They really think they can just like escape that way and not face anything?
Quite the opposite.
Slave mind. It really is.
It's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Funniest thing to me really was the manifestation shit. Like, you wouldn't believe the amounts of crazy synchronistic things I've saw, like with dream cars and this and that. And it even, what the funny thing is about the lottery here in Austria, the last time someone won was in 2018, like the jackpot. It's like, well, like 1 in 140 million, but the odds don't really matter, because it's scripted anyways. Like, who wins and who doesn't. It's the entity who's doing these handouts. That's why freaking Epstein won like the Powerball twice, which is impossible. Even winning it once is impossible. He won it twice, apparently. Yeah. Never. But I had like a dream of seeing newspaper this of an Austrian winning 240 million, and guess what? It actually happened. Some Austrian won 240 million. The next year, what happens? Another Austrian wins 250 million. And this makes you, and it's actually worse if someone from the same country wins, especially if no one has won since 2018. So then in 2024, which is 6 years later, and then also 7 years, like 6 and 7 years later, right? Like two Austrians win. This one wins 240 million. This one 250, and it always makes you think, shit, it could have been me. And that is also like another thing that it does kind of frustrate you a little bit, right? Especially, I remember like the last Austrian who won the 250 million. That was really odd. I was sitting in a car. It was raining, and usually the results and like the money, I've won something like what was like $4, and he won 250 million. You know, it's a joke, but usually the payout, you will be able to receive it at like 2020 37. I think this is always when the exact same time when it usually, like, you're able to cash it out. And I was waiting in that car while it's raining. I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to cash this out first. So I'm waiting there until like 1 a.m, and then the results came in first. It's like something was freaking stalling this shit on purpose. So I'm like just like sitting there suffering, and then I have to like, as I'm cashing, those $4 out, this guy's like, "Damn, someone already won," like it's really like something really wants that maximum frustration inside of you. It is just crazy.
Yeah, I see that setup there. Got the
And,
emotional response from you.
and yeah, and also fun fact, this is kind of funny as well. Most people would think it's sad, but it is really funny. I was walking through the mall on Friday, trying to take a leap in the bathroom. And as I was like walking through the mall, I went into that bathroom and I saw this guy. And the whole time I was thinking, bro, like, when should I freaking end my like this existence, like this stupid freaking shit we're in? And what happens? This guy, he's peeing, and with one hand, he also is on the phone with somebody, and he's talking about like, oh yeah, we made 9 million like euros in revenue. We could have had more. And I'm just like listening to this. I'm like, dude, like, are you serious? Like,
Is it
what
some
is
mockery? Was it some
this
mockery?
mockery? Yeah. I'm broke as shit, and you're talking about like making 9 million revenue there. Interesting how that works.
Yeah, that's some mockery, my friend.
A lot of times I wouldn't be sitting there and say, yo, this is clearly mockery. There's like still this refusal of like, you don't want to see the connection, that everything is like interconnected, that this shit is happening, but it's true. It really is happening. Like all the shit. If people look at all of this from like an above perspective, they would think, oh, this whole place is moving and all that. But it's actually stationary. It's just the illusion of moving. This place is not moving anywhere. We're not doing anything. No one knows what they're doing. And these entities, they need that, like that false sense of us moving somewhere. And meanwhile, they, orchestrate all those things in the background.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Christina joined. Mute.
Welcome back, Christina. I bet you probably are busy, but that's okay.
Wasn't Christina the one talking about? That kind of stuck with me when she said, I think it was her, when she said, she was like talking about some like self-exit stuff, and she said, could I do another year? Yeah, but I choose not to, like something around those lines, she said. And I agree with that, to be honest. I mean, what is the point? Like, I cannot even imagine the next few years. It's, and like I said, once you get to this level of awareness, I don't think depression can ever get you. Like, the only time I was really truly depressed was in 2015, and I was a freaking child there, I wasn't conscious or whatever. But since then, like, I've never, it's just like this program of depression. It's a program in itself, it just cannot get me. But what is the point of like being here, truly?
Feed the machine.
Feed the machine. I mean, with your suffering and all that, and maybe you should take some anger with you when you go and be like, yeah,
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna.
all I got for it, buddy. That's all I got for it. Like I said, my intention is not to go anywhere because I think I see that narrative pushed so much in this arena. You know,
Yeah.
like how to escape the matrix. How to I think number one, escaping is not the mindset. You know, and I know there's plenty of others that are just number one. I think the ones that are trying to flee out of desperation, they're going to be good camouflage for those that are leaving in sovereignty, right? It's going to have to deal with them at the same time, and then at the same time as that's all going on, I want to see if I can destroy it, because why not? Why not? It's personal, you know. I just Nobody told me I should do that. Actually, more people tell me I shouldn't do that than anything.
It is
And
only personal because
good,
you've seen it like for real
yeah,
when you've done the thing. But for most people, even including myself, for me, the mindset is, yeah, I want to escape. I don't want to be in this shit. But I think it will be a lot more personal if, let's say, I was able to get out of body, which as I told you yesterday, they don't allow me ever to go out of body. And if I was able to be, like to see what really is like feeding off of me, I think I see like a bunch of freaking parasites that cause all kinds of diseases and mind viruses, and then it'll become personal for sure. Then I'll probably be like, yeah, I'm gonna freaking die and like destroy these things. That'll be the new mindset.
yeah. I mean, I just know I can. You know, that's the thing. I know that it can be done,
It can, yeah.
and that's what excites me to no end.
And it
The
has to
fact
be
that it
done.
can.
Like
Yeah.
when you say delete them, this shit is like the Matrix, like with the Sentinels. It's just like so many of them. Are they like even replicating? Is the question constantly.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't care about the replicas. I just want the originals. You know.
Oh, you want the head be gone?
Yeah, I want the head. I don't care how many replicas I got to go through to get there. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me.
Makes me really wonder because I always take the Matrix as an example. Like everything it shows there is the whole truth. Like you see the agents, and like those other agents, they're kind of the weaker ones, and the Smith is like the strongest ones. He's like the strongest infiltrator. He's like the super parasite. And you see this same stuff here. You got the weaker agents, the stronger ones, and then like the black goo reference. Even when they show like Neo's passport, it says like 9/11 on it. Fun fact.
Does
You know
it?
that? Yeah, it actually does. And the funniest thing is, like, that scene where he wakes up in the pod. Guess at which timestamp that was? 33, 33. They just
So stupid.
there's so much symbology hidden in all of that, right?
I mean, it's just the code revealing itself. There's this guy on YouTube, Logan. His channel is called Decode Your Reality, and he just did
Yeah, I
one of
know
his
that.
last shows. You know him?
Yeah, there's like a while back when I was on his channel. Can look it up right now.
Yeah, he does a really good job at revealing the artificial structure of this matrix. Like you can watch those videos, and it's undeniable that it is an artificial reality.
Hmm.
It's like, okay, yeah, this is too. It's not even. You can't even call them coincidences anymore. You know? It's like, oh,
No.
this is all lining up perfectly because it's fake.
And how can anybody ever think this shit is real? It just can't. Look what's going on here. Look what we are in, right? Like we're trapped in the five senses, and I don't think you can make it less real than this.
And my question is like, if you know what's going on here, why in the fuck would you want it to be real? Why would you
Exactly.
want this to be real? Are you that selfish that you want this to be all that is? You know, like that's what's insane to me.
Yeah, these people are sick, Ed.
Like, the only good part of this place is the real ones that are in it, and the real ones that are in it are being incessantly tortured. So what part of this even deserves to be real?
None of it, dude. For the longest time, this really bothered me. I never understood. You know, you did everything right. You were good. For some reason, when I passed, you know, like a lot of these homeless people, they would never, like those beggars, they would never ask anyone that's like passing them. They would always like look at me as if I'm like this good being that will give the money, and I'll give the money. And I never had like I'm just gonna give money now because I'm expecting something back. No, I just did it out of like benevolence, and yet never anything came back. And now it all makes freaking sense.
Yeah, I learned early on not to give energy away to people that were just asking for it. It's just a scam. It's just one of the scams. It plays on empathy. You know,
Yeah,
like
and then you get gaslit as well with it, dude. It's crazy how like this programming works, and it's also like made where you always try to look what you have done wrong. You know, like what is wrong? I'm suffering. I don't have money. I don't have that. Like, is it because I don't believe in God? You know, like some always the stupid crap. It's what people would think.
yeah, it's a big scam. It's all a big scam.
It's convincing at first because you don't know anything the first time you really get here. I mean, I know like we haven't been here. This is not our first time. Most likely not. Not sure what your opinion on that is.
I mean, I don't know how many times I've been here. I don't know how many times anybody's been here. I don't know how old the construct is. I don't think it's as old as it wants us to think it is.
If I take the email from Philosophy Witz, where he was in contact with that entity, he said that we've been recycled. I don't know, he was saying like 500,000 times. You know, for pretty much throughout whole history, if history is even freaking real, you know, which I don't think it is at all. But he said it's, you know, like if we were to if we didn't have the memory wipe, we would have all that collective trauma all at once, and we would immediately want to die. But at the same time, you know, these entities, they're liars. They're notorious liars. So how do you know that's true that you've been here like 500,000 times? And
Oh,
why is
so
it
it's
exactly now
for
that
the memory wife's for your own good, huh? Is that what they're saying? It's for your own good.
it's the no, just freaking no, dude.
I was reading this thread. Somebody asked. It was on I think it was on TikTok. In the comment section, it was a 𝐸𝐮𝐫𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐬𝐽 video, and he was talking about the memory wipe, how it's like obviously not for our benefit. And 90% of the comments in there were these dumbass bots that were just like explaining away the memory wipe as like a really good thing, kind of along those same lines. But they all had their own little nuanced explanations as to why the memory wipe is to
Of
help us
course,
learn and grow. It's like, man, there's
learn
so
and
many
grow.
fucking
That shit
bots.
is so dumb. Like if I read stuff like it always pisses me off. And you know who pisses me off the most? It's this freaking, what is his name again? Eckhart Tolle. Bro, this guy,
uh,
He's
That
the
guy.
biggest agent. Same the One Piece Infinite Water. You know that guy? Like this black dude. What is his name again?
I
Infinite
don't know.
Waters?
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. Breathing that good ass prawn.
Breathing that good ass simulation.
That's what I was think about it. Like he's bringing all those ones and zeros. Not sure if you ever have seen Devs. Like he's serious about like quantum computers.
Who?
It's called Devs. It's like a show. Basically, I don't know. Like I don't want to spoil too much,
Oh,
but
you can
it's
spoil it.
yeah, but it's about a quantum computer that like they can predict all the outcomes. They're like watching everything and they like see the outcomes already, and they even like predict themselves, and it kind of gets out of control a little bit, and it ends up like fucking up all of those realities, and I don't know. At the end, like this guy, what he was doing, he was creating like another simulation just because he wanted to be with his dead daughter, like some freaking sick shit like that. I don't know. It's not even worth watching. Like nothing is worth watching anymore. If you ask me, it's all stupid distraction. It's
Yeah, I mean,
to distract
I
yourself.
entertain myself. I watch stuff every once in a while, like just to see what the program's trying to update with.
Definitely with Eckhart Tolle, dude. He's one of those people that will guilt trip you. Like if you look at him, he gives you that look of, oh, it must be something wrong with you, right? Like it's something you didn't do right. And look at me, I'm successful. I must have done something right. It's all about freaking guilt tripping and giving, just making you go around in circles. That's what it does.
Good old Eckhart Tolle.
That guy is the worst, honestly. Like out of all those people, he's one of the worst. I mean, even Howdy Mikowski is even this guy's full of shit.
Why do you say that?
I mean, he's not getting it fully. You know, he gets some good points across. Like he talks about the thing, but then it's like, again, he's like, he's not fully at it.
Yeah, but I don't think you can be fully at it and sell books. You know what I mean? I don't think you can be fully at it and make any money in this place.
Exactly, dude. And that's the. I mean, people would call you paranoid for that, sheets or whatever. But how can someone like that, make money, sell books, and that if he truly knew? It just doesn't work that way.
Well, don't tell the masses that, because they're gonna say that you're one of those people. Oh, you're one of those people. You're paranoid. You can be successful without selling your soul. What do you mean, dude? I have to sell a little bit of my soul just to wake up in this motherfucker every day.
It's true. It's all just the biggest cap, dude. I don't know. It really always. I was always thinking about this. Is there really even one person in this whole freaking place, that talks the same stuff like us, that knows the same stuff? One person that is rich, has it easy, so to speak. Like, tell me, dude, is there one? Because I don't see him.
That'll be the day, won't it?
Yeah. Even people who do well, like I don't see it. It doesn't even have to be like rich or whatever. Just doing like well. Even that,
Right.
I don't really see.
Does your life not suck?
It sucks, yeah. I'm not freaking, and this is again, it's coldly calculated. It knows if I was to like be completely deprived of everything, not have any food, of course I'll freaking take my own life because I don't want to suffer, being hungry and all that. It's the worst feeling. But it needs us as batteries, so it's like, take these little bits of pieces, so you like stay here but you still suffer. This is what I was saying earlier, that in between state keeps you in there,
Yeah,
perfectly
gives just
balanced.
enough to keep you going.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
But we should be grateful for that.
The second biggest like gas lit tactic in this stupid place, dude. Grateful.
There's others that have it so much worse than you. Yeah.
Oh no,
Why
the
is that? So that makes it okay.
Yeah, well, there's others also suffering.
You should see what I'm doing to these other ones. You don't have it so bad. Oh, cool.
Oh look, he's suffering too. You're not alone. Bro.
You're growing and learning. Yeah, I don't feel like that. I mean,
Like the only
I
thing that grows in this
can't
place is
remember what I
literally
dreamt
hate.
about. What
do
is
you
it?
even, do you even remember all your dreams?
I probably remember 2% of my dreams.
2%. Why is that?
Well, it's so I can learn and grow from them, so they can program me
Oh, yeah,
when I'm not aware. If I'm not aware of the program, I can't really. It's a lot harder to counter the program. So if I'm countering the program, I'm not taking the teaching. Not accepting their teaching if I'm constantly resisting of what the indoctrination they're trying to feed me with. I wouldn't be as accepting.
No. And I don't see any freaking solution to all of this. It's just waiting, dude. It's really just waiting at this point. There's no like magic solution, no magic door, and nothing. Some people, it's funny to me how some people think there's just gonna be some like magic door appearing somewhere. They're like looking for a magic exit out of this place. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna meditate yourself out of this or whatever. Maybe some can do. Maybe like 2 people in this whole world can maybe do it. But I don't know. You're not gonna escape this place unless you physically die off. And with the right mindset, of course, and like knowing about what it really is.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to just maintain awareness through transition. I don't see any other solution besides that. And preparing for that can take could take years, or however whatever you're willing to dedicate to it. I mean, you could probably be ready for it in an afternoon if you put your entire being into that and say, okay, it's this or nothing.
Even that is difficult, as I still find myself somehow bound to this place in a way. And I don't know what it is. Is it because you don't want to induce trauma onto others? Or is it because you still have, I don't really, like the recent, like the last few days, I think it really was when I truly, like truly, or like the last week you could say, is when I truly got like this breakthrough of truly seeing through the manipulation and what's going on, and oh, this is the reason why I'm not getting what I want, and this and that. And now it's like, yeah, I don't even give a fuck about like those materialistic desires. They're not real anyways. And I always knew they were not real, but I still wanted to like enjoy them. But even that, like, it's so evil. It doesn't even want you to have the illusion. It's fucking ridiculous.
Only if you comply.
Only if you comply, yeah. But I'm not gonna be an idiot and chase that carrot. I don't care. So the only thing that really keeps you here is, oh, I don't want to, make someone else sad, and even if it's for everyone's good, and this place is ceasing to exist more and more the more of like real beings leave. But yeah, attachment is still a thing, like could be just your family being around. That's Also, another thing it's doing, right? Like some people, it's very funny. Some people they look like they have the best health, and they suddenly die of a random ass heart attack. But some people that are like truly sick and have disease, it's like they're being edged out until decades, maybe 50 years, maybe 70 years.
They haven't complied yet.
That was always the most suspicious thing to me as well. Like I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Like I do have a lot of health issues, and theoretically, if I wasn't this aware, I should have died a long time ago. But it's as if something is like, no, we're keeping you alive. Like so we can still feed off of you.
Have you ever have you ever seen the statistic on the heart attack rate of men over 50 after they retire? It's pretty interesting.
I have not seen that. No.
Man, look that one up. That you'll be like, wow, yeah. You're statistically you're I can't remember the exact percentage, but you're much more likely to die of a heart attack after you've retired, like within a year.
No, it actually reminded me of that because I heard something similar that when people stop working, is that they die faster, and like that again, like it feeds into that fear of, oh shit, if I stop working I might die sooner, so I'm gonna keep slaving.
Well, it's better to not have too much time on your hands to figure this shit out. I would think most real beings could figure this out if they weren't just so incapacitated with the slave lifestyle.
Exactly. I mean, the noise is all there by design. You don't have, if you're like truly in this, trapped in this system, and you don't have, you constantly have to slave and make money, pay your rent, do this, do that. You never have like that free moment of where you can truly think about anything, question critically. So all you care about is just surviving, and the little bit of free time you have left, you use to like distract yourself with, like binge watching brain rot.
Sweet, delicious brain rot.
That is the most scariest thing, is like how our parents back then used to be like, get off your phone, stop with that shit. And what do you see now? It's reversed. It's all them on the phone and us telling them get off the phone. I see even my mom, dude, like she's scrolling through, like the endless Facebook thing, which is obviously also by design, like the never ending scroll down, just consuming like brain rot.
Yeah, it replaces it's a replacement for real connection, because all the real beings desire to have connection and communication. It's the natural state of our being, and it just replaces that with the middleman of the black box that's recording. Well, I'd say everything's recorded, but I think it's assisting in recording in a deeper way somehow, maybe a more efficient way. I'm not sure. But it definitely is another distraction, right? If you're looking at your black box, especially the people that are constantly, and look, I know we all got to start somewhere, but like the conspiracies stuff becomes an addiction in and of itself. And like I don't really watch other people's videos anymore, other than every once in a while I'll watch some like near-death experiences and stuff like that, but it's all still playing the same patterns. I just look to see like how has it updated the pattern, is it doing something different? But I'm not watching it because I'm believing what people are saying. I'm watching it to see, what is the next lie that it's got.
Yeah, it's funny because I have like what, 20, 30 tabs open of like all these videos. And it's really just to like see how people are right now. I always like look, even if it's someone new, I just want to see, is this guy on the Jesus, like route, or is it like updated? Is it something new now?
Yeah. Where's the hive mind at today?
Freaking hate these comments. So like every time you read them, it's like, are these people even real? Is these just bots? Oh, Jesus, come back. You have to.
Bots. They have to be bots, dude. At this point,
I,
like, come on.
what is even worse? Like, for me, it's like, the craziest thing is I cannot even escape to like spiritual melodies, because someone below the comments will comment, "Oh, today I became a father," or someone will mention something about religion or Christ, and like some Christian would say, "Oh, believe in Christ," and then you got this stupid Muslim commenting below, "No, it's Allah, He's the King." Like, dude.
It's my version of the parasite. No, it's my version of the parasite.
And the funny thing is, when the Muslim, they call others like lost souls, dude. Like, just the irony of like praying to a black freaking Saturn cube, right, and calling others a lost soul. Like,
Oh
come
god, the entities love that, don't they?
on. Yeah, they're fully falling into it.
The entities love that.
It's funny how like Andrew Tate, even that freaking idiot, how he, like, out of nowhere those people appear and they become rich and famous. And he says like he was rich and famous before. Could be true, could be not. I don't know, freaking know. But he definitely got richer and more famous. But it's funny, like all of them convert to Islam at some point, and when they do that, it looks like they get richer, more famous.
You know, it's interesting. I used to take jujitsu and martial arts and stuff, and before that, I was traveling. Or no, it was after that I was traveling. Sorry. And there was this guy in my jujitsu class, and he was super, like, Jesus is the way type of guy. And he had these. So number one, his physical avatar was perfect, right? Perfect build, perfect skin complexion. Just like he looked almost like an anime character. He was just too visually perfect, But his eyes are what really gave it away, because they were almost like these big anime eyes, and it was like the pupils were always super dilated, and it was just like I always thought it always really stood out to me, like his eyes. I was like, man, that's strange. So a year after that,
Glassy eyes.
after this being in those classes, I was traveling, and I had this experience in Florida that I call the three wise men experience, where I'm at this park grilling out because I was just on the road, so I'd stop at parks and like use grills and stuff. And I'm talking to this lady that's over there, and she goes to leave because it's getting late, and so I pack up my stuff and go to leave. And standing by my car in the parking lot, there's these three guys, and they all start like kind of chatting with me, like, oh yeah, blah blah. Start talking to them, let them know like I'm just on the road traveling, and they're like, oh man, that's pretty wild, man. It can be kind of dangerous, like they're like, are you saved? And I'm like, oh no, okay, I see where you're going with this. So
He's saved.
I start getting it. Yeah, because that's what they call it. That's what Christians call it. And so I'm like, I start sharing my perspective with them, and just spitting straight facts at them. Like, nah, like all these entities and stuff are the same thing. Like, I don't trust any of them. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, their minds, like their energy, their body, it all synchronized, and they all three had those same eyes as the dude that I used to roll jujitsu with. And I was like, damn, bro, this is crazy. Like, that's when I started really thinking, like, this is a hive mind. Like, this Christianity thing, it moves like a virus. And when it infects somebody and integrates them, they all just start saying the same script. It's all the exact same rhetoric and scripting. And when you make, it's like the same energy when they're trying to pull you in, right? This false comfort, this false security. But then when you piss them off, it's the exact same entity. I can just feel it, dude. I know it's the same intelligence behind it that's just getting mad that you're not letting it, have its way with you. And I'm like, dude, yeah, it's weird how there's physical tells in the avatar when an avatar is being driven by this other intelligence. The show Supernatural, shows it a lot, and I've seen that. Before I even watched the show Supernatural, I saw a couple of occurrences where somebody's eye, like the pupils, would just
Yeah,
enlarge to take up the entire eye, not just the color,
or
but
the
the
chin
white too.
growths.
Huh?
Yeah, I even saw like people with like the chin were like it was like growing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen shapeshift and stuff, dude. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, and it's weird how once that frequency embeds in the nervous system, it changes the structure of that avatar in real time, you know. But also
That is crazy.
there
Yeah.
there is a holographic nature to this reality. So could it be all physiological? Some of it is an overlay. I don't know. I don't know. But real quick, I want to welcome Jordan up. Jordan just
Yeah.
I think this is the first time you're on the show. Welcome.
I was
Hi. Yeah, I think I'm on. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yep, sounds loud and clear.
Amazing. No, well, something that you guys were talking about earlier, kind of with this whole reality thing, and that's been one of the things I've like faced head on super hard, is how they're using the nervous system to basically, it almost feels like entrap the soul. And I'm saying that based on my own experiences dealing with like some pretty intense neurological health issues, is that it feels like my soul just wants to be in a body, a vessel that's more resonant with it. And then being in this body and having all these neurological issues I've had, it's like feels such like a disconnect. So just wanted to chime that in there.
Yeah, the nervous system definitely. I mean, I don't know if you got to hear this part, but one of my buddies I had on the show a couple months ago had an encounter with one of these entities, and it was basically like it was like degrading him the whole time, like saying like, you know, you stupid humans, you don't know what's going on here. Like you idiots, we live in your nervous system, you know, like that's what it
Yeah.
said to him. And at the time, he didn't know what the hell was going on because this was like a year ago. And he came on the show, and he came on specifically because we were talking about that. And he's like, man, I had to come on and share, like, you guys sparked a memory. Like, I was talking with one of these things, and he's like, I knew it wasn't a soul. Like, I knew it was a different type of intelligence than what we are. And it straight up told me, like, you know, we live in your nervous system, like,
That's
flat out.
Yes, I think they use the nervous system as like a highway or a mode of kind of like control. It's crazy. And I even remember, I didn't look too extensively into this, but I remember seeing it when it was circulating more, the Epstein files, how Epstein and a lot of his colleagues were obsessed with virology, like viruses affecting the vagus nerve, and how that could affect a person's complete functionality within their body and like all the autonomic systems. So I think these entities are manifesting through different outlets like pathogens, but also spiritual, energetic things. It's layered.
That is freaking insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to do everything it can. It's like bombarding us from every angle, trying to, if it can't coerce integration, it's going to try to force integration. And it's a double-edged sword, because as it forces integration, there's a part of us that's real, that's going to gain awareness of what's happening, right? And I think it was you, Amel, that talked about that yesterday when you stepped into the black goo, how
Yeah,
you were temporarily integrated.
I was gonna tell you about that real quick as well. I forgot to mention because yesterday I was kind of in a rush when I was telling about this, but when I stepped in it felt like I was stepping in something like slimy. You know, it almost felt like I was stepping on my own brain. And as soon as I stepped in it, it was like this uncomfortable feeling. Like as soon as I stepped in it, it was like this trigger of pure terror inside of me. You know, and then the scenery obviously switched to the disturbing part, which you already know.
Yeah. I wonder if that terror isn't kind of an authentic response of your being. Maybe to some degree, could it be a lot of it projected? Sure. But
Yeah.
you know, if we're wiped with amnesia, we don't know what's going on, and then this other intelligence comes and tries to absorb us into a hive mind or into, you know, its intelligence, like that's going to set off some alarms regardless of whether or not we know what's going on here.
Also, too, I wanted to ask, Amel, is that how you say your name?
Yeah.
Was the goo literal or is it more like spiritual etheric?
So like I said, it was like the cockpit environment. It was like besides my bed. and I don't even know. Like, how was it? Like,
So were you in like a dream state kind of? You said it was a copied environment.
yeah, I woke up. So like, it's the false sensation of waking up. So like, you wake up in the same bed and you think, oh, I'm awake now, but you're not. You like in a copied environment, and I believe this could be, like the low astral realms, something like that. Because the funny part about these, like these fake realities they use to, like do all that crap to you, it's funny, like every time you look outside, these realms, they don't have like a day cycle. It's constantly like nighttime, and it's only like the moon shining, and you feel like this heavy presence everywhere, like of evil, of entities, but none of them are really visible. But some of them will like manifest, like I said in a one story of them, like appearing out of nowhere and being a demon.
That's crazy though. Like, well, first of all, I don't know if you guys or any of you have heard of the author Elena Danan. I kind of feel mixed about her because she's more into like aliens and stuff like that. But she does talk about how there's a hive mind black goo intelligence that's literally trying to like overtake humanity. And when you were talking about that, it sounded like what she had discussed in her book. And also too, how you said it's always nighttime there is
Mhm.
super fascinating because always I've felt at nighttime some sort of portals or veils open. I've just felt it, intuitively, like there's a lot more activity going on, and I've always wondered why. So it's kind of
Well,
interesting.
think
I,
about it like this, right? These entities, we can dissolve them with awareness, right? So when are they going to want to come out? They're going to want to come out when everybody's asleep and not in their body, right? If they're going to come and harvest, they don't want you to even have a chance of perceiving them, right? So that would be my best guess as to why nighttime they're so much more active and direct versus, we don't
especially
have
at
these
those times.
experiences as much in the day.
It's also, they act at like certain times. Like I said, when this stuff happened to me, I woke up like 6:36. So this must have happened, like I think their time is really around like 3 a.m. and like those they use that. It's like symbolic.
Well, also, yeah, when are most people asleep?
Yeah.
And also in the deepest sleep, probably around 3 a.m. Because
Also, oh my, I just had a thought. Sorry, you guys, I don't mean to interrupt. If you want to finish
go
that, I
ahead.
can
Oh,
kind
you
of.
No,
good.
go ahead.
Basically, we were talking about how the entities live in the nervous system, and the nervous system perceives light. I know this because I'm very light sensitive because I have a lot of, neurological issues.
I
I do
used to be that
wonder.
way. Yeah.
Sorry?
I used to be the same, like you, like light sensitive, but it kind of went away. It's,
That's awesome that it went away. But basically these entities, almost if the light, like the perception or the actual photons of light energetically does something to them and they don't like it. So they're easily, or I should say more easily able to move when it's dark. Perhaps, with the neurological component or something with like physics and stuff like that. Because I actually
plasma.
do. Oh, sorry.
All good. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I think this is like down to plasma, like like the
Yeah,
dark matter discuss.
Well,
exactly.
I want to say this on the black goo real quick. The black goo is just one of the mediums that it moves through, but it moves through many mediums. It can move through technology, it moves through the environment, it moves through all these things. The black goo is just another one of its tactics to try to force integration. But you listen to people that have alien abduction stories, and a lot of them talk about the supposed fascination of these entities with the human soul, right? And that's the whole point, that they refer to the avatar or the human body as just a container, and they're not interested in the container, they're interested in what's inside the container. And
Oh,
it's just layers and layers of different ways of the same intelligence trying to figure out how it can control, manipulate, and ultimately integrate with us.
to be honest, I don't think that attempt from them when I stepped in it was in. I don't think I could ever like merge with it. It's just not working. I think it was mainly there to just scare you for a little bit, induce that terror. And these entities, the funniest thing is like they can be found on Facebook. I saw like a video of this anointed guy, like this Jesus, believer, And he said like he found them on Facebook, and they, you know, they because they notice when you look at their profile, you know, they know that they're entities, and they said they were like following him. He was going out in a park, and suddenly at like what 2 a.m. 3 pretty girls appeared, which is very suspicious, and they were like walking towards him, and they shapeshifted into these entities, scared him. Real shit.
Yeah, you got to look at the effect of all these different things put together, right? It makes you feel powerless, afraid,
Yeah.
vulnerable. It creates vulnerability. I think that's the number one thing, is it generates vulnerability. Yeah, it's just, what is the effect? That's the number one thing that you can use to break down, you know, what is this thing really after? What's the effect that it's doing? And you can kind of project forward into the pattern and see like, well, if I were to be susceptible to this pattern, what is a potential outcome, right? And I'd be surprised. So either after or before you had that integration experience with the black goo, were you exposed to any content that was talking about doing
No,
shadow work and
no.
integrating with your shadow? No?
There's really something interesting though. Before that happens, it felt like I was full of creativity and plans, and it felt like I knew what I was gonna do, you know. And then after that happened, it's like I was sucked out of something. Like I said, I was like pretty much dead for like 3 to 4 days. I did not know like anything anymore. I was just researching what the freaking hell just happened, researching that goo, researching demons, you know, what was going on there.
So, I mean, either one of two things, from my perspective, is likely to have happened. Either it siphoned that energy, or it restrained your bandwidth further, right? I think a lot of times when people think they're getting siphoned, what's happening is
Mhm.
just tightening the bandwidth. It's tweaking something in the avatar to basically, you know, condense your perspective even tighter into that body. That's a lot of times why we're put through painful experiences, chronic health issues. That really tightens our focus, right? A lot of the
Mhm.
times into the body, but one of the things that it does is it'll push some of us so hard that we actually end up going the other way. It's like a slingshot. You know, it's just creating so much resistance that we're like, all right, well, I don't care about this anymore. I'm going to figure out something beyond this. And that's one of the ways I think it really betrays itself, is once it inflicts so much suffering on us, we don't the suffering is no longer like, once you're in so much pain, the pain no longer scares you. It's like, okay, I've been through that, done that. Like, I'm enduring that still. Well, I'm going to keep going anyway, despite the additional threats and even experience of being in more pain. You know, the rewards of gaining awareness in this place are essentially pain.
It's a great way to put it. But I truly think, you know, since I was in that state of just not caring, I was basically just waiting, like when am I gonna actually like do it? You know, like freaking leave this place already. Um, and like I said, being in that state, something is feeding off of that. Like something likes you being in that state. You know, like sleeping like a freaking hobo, not giving a shit, just waiting on you dying, and then you suddenly pull yourself out of this like misery pit. You fix everything. You know that is strength, and it does not like that. So it punishes you by doing that thing, just like put you back into place. Something around those lines for sure.
Yeah. I was going to say too, I had a conversation the other night with Nick and Christina, and after the conversation, I was just really reflecting and processing it. And something that came to mind to me that makes me wonder about this whole like earth experience and all the pain inflicted is if the entities in control or the beings in control right now are trying to almost like farm or grow a certain type of soul. And the way that they do that is by causing infliction onto the soul and onto us. Like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy to use, like almost like a specialized cattle farm where they specialize in raising Wagyu cattle or whatever. I don't even know if that's such a thing, but like it feels like Earth specifically, they're trying to do something with like making our souls a certain type of way by putting all this pressure on them, because it's so inverted for good to be bad and bad to be good. I don't know. I just wanted to hear if anyone has any thoughts on that.
Okay, so I actually have something to add to that, only because I had talked to Sarah, who's in our group, a little bit about the copying. I think it's a lot more complex than we realize, like with the cycles and how they monitor certain real pre-containment beings. I also feel like there's a multifaceted thing that they're going for. So I think they're data harvesting, energy harvesting. Data harvesting is in actually pushing really hard to see how we respond. Also think there's a potential that they're actually, so if we talk about like engineered souls, NPCs, I actually think they're attempting, potentially, could always be wrong, but it's a sense that I've got, that they're actually trying to recreate engineered souls to be like some of us, so that their mimicry for the next cycle is better. Because like you see like the groups of awakened people where they'll have like little pieces of information, and so they almost appear real, but then you see they're just running program. So I think each cycle they try to like update or upgrade their models. So I think that's a potential, is that on top of the energy harvest, on top of trying to see if they incarnate in here, I think they're actually trying to mimic some of our structures to create a better model of engineered beings for the next cycle. But that's just a theory. It's just something that I felt is a potential, because, you know, I think there's a lot of beings here that mimic authentic ones, and then you can feel energetically like they're not the same, you know? So just a thought.
That's actually so, I love this, what you're saying, because it's getting me like thinking about a lot of things. I think that's super insightful, and also that could explain why we felt targeted and watched our whole life. It's because they're literally studying us for these, perhaps, you know, traits to try to farm or create into their, maybe if they're creating souls or beings. Yeah, that's wild. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking a lot right now. Good stuff.
Makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, of course it makes sense, right? Like they're constantly trying to like optimize their cattle and their like harvest, just like we do, you know, as above so below principle. We do the same. Like we like we constantly invent like better farms faster, you know, like better killing machines. We constantly do the same shit. Optimize our farm. That's what they're doing as well.
Right. And what better way to integrate those in the next cycle than to have even better mimics surrounding them? You know, because right now, once you get into awareness, it's like, it's so obvious. Like it's like not even, it's almost laughable and hilarious how obvious some of the mimicry is in the program and some of the people. Well, if you just keep updating that and you keep using, it's like we're the blueprint that they're trying to copy and recreate, you know, then you have a better blueprint for your engineered souls. So I think that's a potential. I've always had a feeling that some of the things that happened in my life wasn't just for energy harvest and suffering for the sake of suffering. I feel like there's a very experimental aspect to some of the things that I've been through, to try to see how far they can push. Because I do think there's a level of beings in here that they already have tested and proved that they're not going to be refolded into the structure. Doesn't mean they're not going to stop trying. It just means that I think that over time, it's been shown that there are some of us that are not going to bend our trajectory, no matter how much suffering and cruelty is placed in our lives. But you know, they can still keep the data. They can still potentially, if they get another cycle, use the mimicked blueprint of our structure to try to, you know, recreate better mimics for the next cycle. But, you know, it kind of goes back to what Nick says. It's all going to be for naught. It's all for nothing, really. But I do sense that there's that aspect to things.
Well, yeah, I mean, what is their security, right? Their only true security would be a version of this realm that we wouldn't want to leave, or wouldn't, you know, be able to even come to the awareness, right? Like if the mimics around us were so much more like us, imagine growing up. Like if they really reflected our energy, but we're still going along with this, how much more likely would we be to go along with this? And on top of that, if the realm wasn't filled with as much suffering, it's almost like they had to do this cycle of suffering in order to get all this extra bandwidth of data that we wouldn't have given them in a utopian state, so that the mimicry can be more perfected for that next cycle that they hope to run.
That's a really good point, Nick, because I've definitely felt super, super alone and like missing home since as long as I can remember, pretty much. And so if there were more people who kind of gave that illusion of like, oh, they get it or they speak my language, it wouldn't have led me to the levels of like introspection and questioning, probably. If I was more integrated in things because I felt a connection with people, I would have probably not dug as deep as I have, and then that could keep someone here.
Boom. Exactly. Yep. That's it. Man, I love these discussions. This is it's the only thing left to do here.
You know what the funniest thing ever was? Like when was that? Probably like 5 months ago. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was like 5 months ago in December last year. I went to McDonald's, and outside the trash can there was like a sticker saying, like on the trash can, "Jesus is coming back soon." And yeah, that was just fucking funny. But I was also gonna add to that, I decided to like completely stop eating this garbage. Like, when did I even like eat McDonald's? Maybe like once every few months. But now I fully decided to like stop, because if you look at the one CEO video of this guy like eating the big arch, and it's all poison, and they're most likely feeding you freaking human meat. Like, how do you even know? So it's just better to completely avoid that garbage anyways.
Yeah, I had a friend, she's like a hardcore vegan, and she was posting about how there was like DNA samples found in McDonald's meat that had human DNA, and I was like, oh, that's not
Care
pretty.
if it tastes good. That's how the normies would think, they don't care. Like, if it tastes good, they'll still eat it.
Yeah, it's
And the only reason it's feeding us like the human meat is, I don't think it's really because of the supply, like to like keep up with the supply. I really think it's because, I mean, since they're like eating, children as well, and like drinking their blood, they want us to do the same, so we become like it. It wants to like degrade us, like our spirit, into becoming like it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely, and I also think too they're doing a lot of technologies with like stuff with cattle, that they're injecting them with different strands of like DNA that's related to humans, and the cattle are then growing with like DNA human DNA. I think it's all insane.
It's disgusting. I mean, you really see it, like the perversion, especially with like sex. You see it everywhere, and it's really very, very obvious that it wants us to like degrade and succumb.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
If you ask me, like, even if I look at this place, even this freaking day cycle doesn't make sense to me. Like because if you look at it this way, the day and night cycle, it makes it seem like this place makes sense. Like something is going on. But I don't think that's really. I feel like it's an illusion in itself, and like the day and night cycle, it just wants to like appear as if things are moving forward and if things make sense, so people don't like suspect anything.
That's actually crazy though, because now that you're saying that, I feel like it would make logical sense that things that are progressing move in a linear fashion, not in a circular or repeated fashion. And that's something like, I don't know if you guys have, I think you probably all have dealt with like narcissists or toxic people, how they'll talk to you in circles, like you won't get anywhere. It's just like you're going over the same thing over and over. That's kind of what this whole existence feels like. It feels just like a giant
It's a
loop.
big narc epidemic. Like, especially, you can actually feel it. I mean, go outside, like especially in 2026, you'll feel a lot of demons around you. Like, you can actually feel it. Even the normies, you go on YouTube, everyone is talking about it. It's like even the normies feel that there's so much like evil around them. People are way more like hostile and toxic, and even if you just like go on a drive on the road, you'll see people are a lot more aggressive, and people will blame it on, yeah, like it's because things got more expensive and all that. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, everything's going to shit. There's war, and of course it scares everybody. You know, at least the normies, not us. But
well, but it's going to reveal itself, right? Familiarity breeds complacency and comfort. So even if it's wrong, if it's been normalized, then we're less likely to resist it, right? If it tells us what it's going to do, right? Like, oh, you're going to remember on the news, it was sometime last year, they talked about this new psychological disorder, quote unquote, called the demon face or whatever, where people were seeing demon faces where, you know, on normal people and stuff. It's like, if it's going to reveal itself, it's going to reveal what it's going to reveal first. If that makes sense, it's going to tell you what it's going to do, and then it's going to do it, and there won't be as much resistance, or, you know, it reduces the shock value, because I think the shock, a lot of the time, pure shock, I think works against the system.
Yes.
In a lot of ways.
They also call that, like, I'm pretty sure you've heard of that term. It's called satanic panic. It's funny when you go on YouTube, under like every video that talks about anything, it'll like put a fact check on it, you know, like reptilioids or satanic panic or this and that. It's funny.
Well, the way that like the darkness actually can have the best integration is through not being detected. So when something's shocked into someone or the panic is there, it's too obvious to make itself.
We gotta refuse it then. Yeah. But that's why you see the programming. I mean, I remember when I was freaking playing this Fortnite game, and like I was seeing it on YouTube, like even they'll bring out like updates, and you could literally go up to like this devil, like an NPC character in the game, and sell your soul. Like you would hold your like whatever button it was, and it says like sell your soul to the devil. And this is a children's game, keep that in mind. So like they're conditioning little children to, you know, that evil is fine and all that it's just fun. And so when the real thing shows up, everyone is ready. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen that before.
Another thing I've seen that with is the normalizing of transferring consciousness. So
yeah,
there's that show Pantheon, which was talking about basically transferring your consciousness to a digital realm. And then I took my kids to the movie theater, and we watched this movie called Hoppers. Super cute movie, but like the whole idea of the movie was like transferring consciousness into like a robot, but it was like a robotic animal. So it was like cutesy and like kind of adorable, and like, oh, you're becoming one with nature because now you can communicate with the animals.
Oh no.
Right. And then by the end of it, it was like one of the animals that were in the you know, had ended up transferring its consciousness to a robot that looked like a human, but its agenda was evil. It was going to like murder a whole group of people by using frequency alone. So there was, and this is a kids movie. And so like it starts off really sweet and innocent, and then by the end of it, I was like, my jaw was hitting the floor. I was like, oh my, okay, they're really trying to normalize some stuff here.
It's so perverted, honestly. If like the fact that they go after children, it's so disturbing. Like in many streams before, like you guys have said, and I've heard it from Nick and you, and even, you know, James, they really don't stop. Like the level it will lower itself is beyond evil. You know, it doesn't care if it goes after baby, little kid. Like, it just doesn't care. It's straight up evil. It's all sugarcoating. Sugarcoats everything, dude. So like people accept it.
The pretty colors and rainbows, though, right? Makes it all worth it.
You remember that? You guys know that movie, but like that? It's like some animated bullshit. It's called Soul. I think it's some Disney crap, and that movie is also like a sugar-coated version of the Soul Trap. And what does it say in the thing? Like they say, oh, But this is why you experience life. You know, there's pizza. Like, this is the reason. There's pizza.
Welcome, Gabe, to the show.
Yeah, welcome.
Gabe, does the pizza make the trauma worth it?
The salt, like being trapped here for like millions of years.
I mean, I don't know. Is the stuff crust? Like, is the crust stuff with pizza like Mary?
Gabe's asking the important questions tonight, guys.
Because then they might have a case.
What'd they get you with, Christina? What'd they get you with? How'd they get you to come back? Was it the donuts?
Well, it was
Donuts,
originally
right?
the Reese's Pieces, bro, but then they changed the formula, and that's where they fucked up. They fucking changed the recipe of my Reese's Pieces, and now they're all chemically and shit. And it's like, well,
Oh no,
got nothing left to be here for.
You're gonna see some Reese's Pieces at the light tunnel.
Well, it's too late. They done changed the formula, bro. They can't get me with it anymore.
Well,
the Reese's Pieces do not taste the same anymore. So it's like, nope, I'm out. Checked out. That was my last attachment, which was those fucking Reese's Pieces.
Go have the OG ones.
They're gonna have an OG flavored Reese's Pieces vape waiting for you at the end of the tunnel.
Stop! I knew you were going to bring up the vape. There's gonna be a cat smoking a vape, and they're like, if you come back, you can own a vape shop. Like, bro.
It'll be a Reese's Pieces flavored vape.
Yeah,
come on now.
Smoking it.
That's got to be worth your eternal essence.
Yeah, well, I'll have to think about that one. No, they have been trying to. It's really weird. I called Nick the other day right after this happened, but like, so my script's been exceptionally difficult, and I'm not usually super open with talking to people, and they're not superly overly nice to me. But in the past couple of weeks, I've been getting shit handed to me left and fucking right. It was like the free sodas, free donuts. And I went to the car wash 2 days ago, and this old guy walks up to my car and he's like, I got it. I'm like, bro, where the fuck did you come from? Like, literally, where did you come from? And he pays for my $20 car wash. And I called Nick right after. And it's like, this dude just paid for it. And this stuff has never happened to me, ever.
Right.
It's like,
right.
You guys, like, what is it? Is this just to see, like, how I respond to subtle, like, kindness after being tortured for 32 years? I don't get it. I don't understand the point.
Yeah, I'm actually experiencing something similar. Maybe not in the same way. Like, people are paying for my shit now, but it's just like things are just working. Like, they're just falling into place. They're just working out. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it realizes like we're onto it, and it doesn't want to piss us off too much because it knows that it's fucked when we're out of here. Maybe. As a guess, because I'm pissed. I'm fucking pissed.
Maybe it wants you to think.
I've never hated anything.
Bad.
I think they started a little late, though, don't you think? I mean,
they fucked up. They fucked up. Like, I hold grudges. I don't give a fuck. I hold grudges. So, and this thing, I think this thing knows it fucked up with both of us, and maybe a few others. Now, like, I'm wondering, okay, is the what's the term called? Like, other shoe gonna drop, or is there gonna be like a just kidding, surprise, now they're going to shit, or is this like a legit, like, come on, it's not that bad, come on, don't you want to stay? I don't know, because I've had things work out in the past, like things fall apart, and it's always unexpected, right? It's always like things fall apart when you least expect it after they've been going.
It doesn't like your clarity, Gabe. It's glitching out your audio bad.
Some Archon said, Mike, or in that internet, I think.
It sounds like you're going through the phone booth in the Matrix.
There's something about
maybe, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Matrix can throw me the winning lottery ticket, and at this point, I'd be like, okay, great, you're gonna make the rest of my prison sentence so cushy and fun. Awesome. I'm still gonna fuck buttons.
I was gonna say the same shit, actually. I'm just gonna say the same stuff.
Yeah.
Freaking lottery ticket. Like, imagine you were to kill yourself right now. To kill yourself right now, and it will say, "Oh, look, here, I have the numbers for like the next like $1 billion Powerball." Like, fuck that shit, you know, leaving. Like, you're a bit too late for that. And besides it, who gives a
Yeah.
fuck? You know it's gonna try to take her again from
We
you.
already know what this place is. We already know what this place is.
Yeah,
You fucked up. Like there's nothing. What the real lottery ticket is getting out of here.
exactly, dude.
Thank you guys for saying
I'm
that, because that,
showering with me with a. Yeah.
yeah. I was just saying thank you guys. It kind of restores my faith, because today I mean, pretty much every day when I try to just be more integrated in the here and now with just the world and the energy, I feel so alone, because I feel like everyone succumbs and is so swindled by the lottery tickets. I'm using that metaphorically, but like the winds of this world, and they're like, oh, this place is awesome and it's so great. And I'm like, no, like if you understand the fucking undertones and the underbelly of this system, it's like you could throw the most everything good at me here. Doesn't matter. I don't care, because there's innocence and a lot of just horrible people doing things to very vulnerable people. And yeah.
Oh, they almost got me with that
Absolutely.
car wash. That $20 car wash just almost had me in.
That was too good. That was too good.
And I don't want to compare. I also don't want to compare that. That was probably a bad analogy for it. I don't want to compare getting out of here as like a lottery ticket, because that makes it seem like, oh, it's up to chance. Like, no, like once you know, you are getting out. I'm sticking by that.
Same, dude.
Right? It's not based on luck or chance or anything. Like when you know this information, and I mean, they prove it. Like when you look into them obsessively enough to realize these people had choices, just manipulated.
To cutting off all your
Like, didn't
work.
have
I
the
would
level of
say,
knowledge that we do.
Gabs, you're getting a little like, it's
If
hard
you
to
want to
hear.
call it gnosis or what, like I call it gnosis because it's easier, because it's easy terminology. But yeah,
Gabe,
like,
your signal's really interrupted, Gabe.
He's gone.
Oh, he got
Maybe
Gabe.
joining.
Come back, Gabe.
Too much coherence, I suppose.
You better not tell the truth.
Just got him.
Like, no, seriously, thank you guys for saying all that. Like that, I feel like is just exactly how my soul feels, and I couldn't articulate it in words, but you guys get it. So cool.
Oh yeah, we get it, and we're gonna get it, and it's gonna get on.
The same, you know, like when other people get it, it's like food for your soul, and I guess that's the reason why the other day you said, you know, when these people infiltrate, they try to like destroy that, like prevent that food from reaching your soul. And it's a good thing, like that a lot of people, you know, what will happen even if you see those things, like some people, they'll probably, you know, go back to like Christianity or something. I've seen it firsthand. People, you know, like they see something's wrong with this place, and then it gets too scary, and they fall back to like, yo, Jesus is gonna save me. So it's a good thing,
right.
you know.
The bad cop did his job. Then that's what the bad cop's there for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gabe's having issues.
Make it so bad that you're desperate for whatever answer is there, and don't worry, it'll provide the answer, but it's curated from the same intelligence that caused the problem. So the classic as above, so below, the Hegelian dialectic is exactly what this place uses. It creates the problem, it offers the solution always ends in a loss of freedom. That's it.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, something that you have to give away something for in return to get something. That's not a what's the word I'm looking for? That's not a productive, progressive system. That's a net neutral or just digressing actually system. That's what it is here.
Yeah, it's an entropic system built on decay. You know, decay is the foundation of this place. You know, like when we're interacting, it's a reciprocal energy, right? I'm feeding you, you're feeding me, and we're feeding into each other's energy and co-creating together, right? And when you're not in a structure or a construct like this, that creates infinite expansion to whatever creation it is that you're experiencing together and co-creating. That's not how it is here. It's like you said, it's inverted. You know, everything that we put out it wants a piece of, it wants its little tax of everything, right? And it just gets greedier and greedier and fatter because it needs more to sustain what it is. It can't help but expand itself, but as it expands itself, it then has to harvest more energy. You know, I think that's what the collapse or the reset really is. It gets to a point where it's basically filled the entire construct with itself, and that leaves very little. Like it tightens the valve on us, so we can't even feed it, right? We can't even put energy out because it's tightened everything down so much because it can't help but to expand, to try to control, to extract. And then once it can no longer sustain on the energy it's getting from us, boom, I think it resets. That's all. This is speculation, but that's how I think it works.
And how does that look like, that reset? Do you think it's like in the Dark City where it's like a fluid process, like yesterday when you explained that shotgun story you told me, of the quantum immortality? Do you think it'll be the same? So people just suddenly find themselves like mind wiped and like a different reality, like the same shit basically just reset. Maybe
Well, if
even the
there's any
same
truth,
story.
I was going to say, if there's any truth to the near-death experience, there's a lot of them talk about having to go into like a waiting room, and it's like a white sterile space where they're just
Yeah.
waiting to go to their next incarnation. I think it almost might be something like that. Like it has a station set aside where it just puts everyone before the next, like, because I mean, if I was here's how I would do it. This Earth realm is one station. The waiting room's a different station. So when my next construct is ready, I'm going to put everybody in the waiting room, and I'm going to filter them through that waiting room into the next construct. And then this will be a dead construct, and I'll build the next construct before, or maybe even as I'm destroying the previous one, because I mean it all takes energy to maintain it. So
Yep.
it's just a guess. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I have a feeling that we'll know when we get there.
They also judge you.
Oh, you can go first. I'll.
I was just saying, like, they also, like, if you look at all these NDEs, I've looked into like at least 1,000 of them, I feel like, since 2018, and they call them like the Council of Nine. They wear like the ropes. They think they're like so above you, and they judge you, and they even have like a court. It's all like fear-based stuff and prepare you for like another lifetime. It's just stupid crap.
I was going to ask, like, beyond here, more strategically, and I just was thinking as you guys were talking, like, do you guys have any ideas as to, like, steps to take? Like, are any of you guys gonna, like, be waiting to help others who are trying to get out, or what are you thinking? Because I'm just more for my own self. I've thought about that, like, where I put my consciousness and my mind to. I obviously know I want to get out of here. It's just how to get out of here. If there is like a path, or if your thoughts are the path. I don't know that yet.
I think you got to carve your own way out. I mean, obviously, this thing didn't leave a back door open with the exit sign above it. So I think you got to basically carve your own way through the construct. Kind of like if you're in some kind of containment field, you may just have to rip open the field, like literally tear a rip in the architecture of the construct itself. That's my best guess, but for me personally, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sit in one spot. I'm going to let the entities come to me, and I'm going to devour each and every one of them until there's none left. That's what I'm going to do, but I don't recommend others doing that, especially if they haven't done that in this body, right? If you haven't experienced that, I wouldn't try to learn it in that crucial moment of getting out of the body. I think Christina would probably be better to ask about like an actual setting trajectory to leave the construct.
Yeah, I was going to add in, well, and we talked about this a little bit on our call the other day, Jordan. Whereas a year or two ago, I had oscillation in my core signal trajectory. Now it's locked in. I can feel that. It maybe sounds generic to some, but just I have this deep knowing that like there's nothing that can move my trajectory at this point. And so when you have that certainty and knowing, so I don't even know if it really even matters, but I do put some imagination into my own bridge or corridor out of this place. because I want it to be loud and I want it to be something that other people can then kind of follow the blueprint for themselves. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, I'm not sitting here doing much shit anyway. So that's how I spend my imagination. I imagine the corridor out of this place. My trajectory is locked in. There's nothing that's going to move me back into this place or anywhere else, period. As far as helping other people, I have to make sure, because I know what my will and intent is, right? My will and intent is different than Nick's. It's for one, busting a hole out of this place, an energetic corridor out of this place. And then once I am actually outside of the construct, you know, I don't know how long it'll take me to get all my memories back. I don't know that. None of us know that. But once I am set, you know, maybe there's some healing of scars, maybe there's some things that have to happen first, but I know I have to be completely back to center, back to coherence, back with all my memories. And then my intent is to attack from the outside of the structure. That is my, and I told you on the call, we don't have to all be the same. That would be highly unintelligent for us to all do the same thing, because the best strategy is one that attacks from all angles. And so whereas Nick's strategy is his, my strategy is mine, your strategy is going to be yours, but you have to feel that out for yourself, because likely your core signal already knows that. But as far as helping other people, for me, I have to make sure I do first things first. Make sure I can, my bridge out of here is stable. I get out and then I assess the structure from the outside. And then once I'm in my full unconstrained bandwidth, I can see the structure, I can see all the layers, all the intricacies that we can't see right now. And then I can decide, okay, what is going to be best? How can I best attack the structure? How can I best assist maybe beings that are trapped in here that aren't even in a body? I've sensed that. I've sensed there's a whole layer of beings that are just trapped in here, almost like in a limbo state. I mean, I have a lot of ideas for where I want to go first, but ultimately, until I'm out, until I'm in an unconstrained bandwidth, I'm not going to know the full intricacies and complexities of how to attack this thing. But for me, my opinion is the best attack from my core signal is going to be one they can't see, one they can't predict, one they can't maneuver. So yeah, I don't know if that helps, but I can't right now. I know the end goal is end of the structure to save other innocent beings, but I have to get through the transition first before I can really get there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think my intuition just feels and suspects that there's a lot of beings that want to get out, but they're disoriented. Like they haven't had a good roadmap to get out. And I feel like that's where, I don't know, I feel some inclination or pull towards maybe assisting with that in a way. So yeah, I do feel like though I want to get out of this system before and assess it all before I'm in here, because I don't want to stay in here at all. Like I want to get out of it and be free and then plan the attack in a sovereign way, not actively being in the mess.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people say they want to put like a protective bubble shield around them. My thoughts are just like, I don't even think we need to do that. I mean, if that's what you feel like doing, I mean, great, right? But like, I think just making myself invisible and undetectable completely on the other side is what I'm gonna. Yeah, because I mean, I'm only basing this off what people have said, right? Like what they're capable, what their capability is, like what they're able to manifest and whatever shapeshift, because we're like formless intelligence, right? That can create and bend reality, whatever. So like, why not make yourself, completely invisible to them or to anything, let alone like them, but just like completely, just like you're not there. Your invisible awareness, and I get the impression that they're using some kind of technology. So it's like, okay, great. If they have some kind of soul detector tech,
They do,
right,
yeah.
or some kind of soul radar, like, okay, what's that?
Yeah, they do, Gabe. I saw like an ND that.
Yeah, so like basically saying, okay, so like you can't see me visually. Not only can you not see me visually, but I'm undetectable, right? Because like you can't see Wi-Fi visually, but you can detect Wi-Fi. You can find Wi-Fi and connect to it. No, like I am completely. Not only can you not see me, but you cannot detect me. with any kind of advanced soul tech you've got going on, I'm just nothing. It's just like I'm not there. My awareness is there, but you have no idea that I'm and assess the situation, right? And then like try. That's my strategy. So because when people say they want to put a protective bubble around themselves, like, okay, well, they'll just see a soul with a bubble around them, and then they'll be like, well, there he is. Let's go harass him and let's try and manipulate him out of that, like, right?
There's no need to overcomplicate it. I think it's much easier.
Invisibility. You think it's what?
I think it's much easier than people think, Like all of this extra shit is
definitely
most likely not even needed, Anything that puts more
just invisible. Some people say like shield and sword, like I'm going to manifest a shield and sword, and I'm going to manifest clones of myself and like having a whole army of myself, like duplicates of myself to fight. So I don't know if we can do anything, if we could literally do anything, like just, I don't know. I think why not just make yourself completely undetectable and invisible, and then stealth kill these things, on your way to finding the end. Right.
Here's the thing, like as
ultimately,
that's my strategy at least.
There's not like one thing you have to do. It's whatever you want to do, as long as you're standing in your sovereignty.
Yeah.
That's what works for you.
Exactly. Oh, and that's really ultimately.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oops.
That's just what I'm going to do. I mean, everyone has their thing. I mean,
I think that's okay, though.
Creating an army of yourself.
Yeah, I think that's the smartest.
There's other ways that sound fun, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I think so, and that's what I'm going to do personally, but, you do you. As long as we're taking this thing down and getting out is really what matters. But, that's just how I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Boom.
I think personally it's just getting out as quickly as possible, because you have to keep in mind, like, as long as you're in the system, they know, they know before you even have the intent. They already know when you're gonna leave, so they're gonna prepare like with something. And I know they have like these soul scanners or whatever. Even some like NDE talking about how there's like this light like scanning, trying to like this guy was going out of body, and just like this light. It was like a scanner pretty much. But I think the best thing really would be, as soon as you get out, is like try to leave this construct as fast as you can. Like, don't get distracted by those fake projected guides or all this bullshit, right? I feel like the longer you wait there in these places, they're definitely setting up something in the background, right? So it's probably the best if you just leave as quickly as possible. Like focus your mind on just like getting out of there. And maybe if you leave, like, I don't know, we're already like in a higher state of consciousness. Maybe as soon as we like exit this body, maybe we'll already be gone outside this construct. Could be that way as well, Maybe
you got to keep in mind that the body that you're in is multi-layered. So there's the physical, then you have an astral, and you have an ethereal. There's a 3-body system, at least, I would say. So it's like a lot of people talk about the second death, how the astral body is also entropic, meaning that it also degrades over time if it doesn't intake energy. And so it's one of the big traps in the NDEs is like,
that is correct.
So they basically, it's one of the big tricks that when people have like a near-death experience or their life between lives is, the quote-unquote guides will tell them, if you don't go back into a body, then the body you're in now is going to decay and erode away. And
I think that is true. I see proof for that, because I heard like a story of some older woman being in some house, and just by her alone, like being in a house, I'm not even sure if she cleaned or anything, but as soon as she died, like that house completely fell apart. So just by her, I don't know, maybe like her astral body or something, her consciousness being in that house, it kind of was being kept alive, right?
Yeah, it's just another container, just like this body, just another. It's like once you do it once, it's like doing it again is probably easier.
but makes you question with like the procreation as well. How does that exactly work? You know, is that really needed to? How does that even work? Like, I was coming here, you know, and people procreating. Is that even needed, or is that just like a thing for the simulation? So it looks like it makes sense, right? Because you cannot just like spawn people here immediately, you know, bust the whole operation and what's going on. Not sure how that works. Like maybe those souls that got trapped in the construct, they're like in this waiting room, like you said, and they're just like waiting now. They're already trapped, so what was I gonna say? The only thing they can do is just wait until someone like, you know, opens the door by like procreating here, so they can go into that sperm cell and then be born.
You know, I bet most of them don't try to make their own door. You know, like Jay was talking about in the comments, like he gets the sense that we'll have to do some form of destruction to get out of here. And I've had that sense for a while that you're gonna have to basically rip a hole in the fabric of this reality. And if it's multi-layered, right? Like say you get out of this bandwidth, you rip your way out of here. Maybe you got to rip out of another one. Maybe you got to rip out of 13 others. Who cares? Like, just keep ripping and tearing until you're out of this construct, and you're gonna do a hell of a lot of damage on the way out. You know?
Yeah, I've seen like a spiritual picture like that once, of him like lifting the veil. Not sure if you guys seen that one.
Yeah, yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about, right? He's like
Oh, yeah.
lifting it up and seeing beyond. Yeah, perhaps, and I do see that like, I think rage is really appropriate in this situation to get out. You
I'd say
need
it's
to be
crucial.
aggressive. It's crucial, yeah.
You got to have access
I have,
to that righteous anger.
Yep.
definitely. I have a theory that maybe there's some, because I'm on team exit and then attack, right? So, but attack viciously, right? But from the outside. But I think there might be. I mean, this is just a theory, of course. I have no evidence for this, but this is just like kind of my own, maybe intuition. I don't know, something, or just at least something I thought about, that there's already an effort from the outside, because I've heard things of like people in this construct, like where we are, right, being influenced negatively, obviously, by the construct itself, but also maybe some positive influence from the outside, like planting seeds in our heads in a good way to combat the system, to help us get out. And one thing I think, or could possibly be a situation going on, is, you know, how the birth rates are going down. A lot of people are choosing not to have kids. Some still are, but like a lot of people, it's becoming more popular for people to not have kids, to be child free, or to like get married, maybe have a partner, but choose not to procreate, or if they still want kids, choosing adoption, right? Someone who's already a prisoner here, but not bringing another life in, because, you know, some people say, well, we're not doing that because the economy is screwed, and who wants to raise kids in this shitty economy because kids are expensive. Okay, well, you look at other countries that are first world countries that are doing better off than we are, like Scandinavia or whatever, even birth rates are even declining there. So it's maybe not necessarily an economic thing in every case. Maybe I don't know, maybe the world is coming slowly, right? A realization. Like, hey, this sucks. Like, why would I want to bring more people into this? Like, maybe this isn't a good idea. And maybe my life is pretty great. Maybe it is pretty comfortable. And maybe I could give a child a really good.
And they got him again.
Yeah, they don't like Gabe talking. They don't like what Gabe talking.
Then again, like, who's causing that internet interference? You know, the bad signal and whatnot.
Gabe, we missed your theory in the beginning. It didn't want you to say that, so I think you should probably say it again.
he was talking about the procreation and everything going down, but you also see like an agenda there. They're purposefully, you know, making everything expensive life.
Well, if you're going to phase out this particular bandwidth as the holding cell for the cattle, right? If you got another farm prepared, you're going to transport them into the waiting room, which would just be the semi truck that is the transport to their next farm. That's how I see it. I mean, that's to me the most likely scenario.
It really is. It looks like it. And for some reason, they really don't want people like, or not as many, you know, like procreating. There's a reason why it like keeps going down. Must be that agenda.
Yeah, I think they're transferring all the real ones to the next more lockdown station. Probably have avatars that are much more hooked into the hive mind, more limited bandwidth. Probably compared to this, it's probably much duller, right? It might be as less perception of colors, audio, visual. The whole full spectrum is more limited, I'm sure. That's what I would do if I was it, you know?
It can only get better. No, it can't.
Either that, I would either do that or I would expand it, but then have more restrictions in other areas. Like, I don't know. I think it has to either limit everything or expand everything. I think it would lean towards limiting more.
For sure. I think it learns from, you know, these mistakes here. If they're even mistakes, I don't even know, dude. You know?
I mean, it's a mistake that we're having this discussion, according to it, you know? We shouldn't be able to have coherent discussions about the architecture that's meant to hide itself. You know?
Yeah, I don't like that. No one likes to be seen when they're like doing evil. You know, like when people, you even see it in people, when people commit a bad act and they get caught in what they're doing, right? They never want to admit it. They feel ashamed. It's the same with this freaking devils, right? Same freaking shit.
Yeah.
And
Different
people are more
mass,
evil
same
than ever.
parasite.
Yeah. People are more evil than ever, though. Like they're more careless than ever. No one gives a shit about anyone. I see people like starve on the street. You know, they having a sign, "I'm hungry." No one cares, dude. Everyone just goes past. Some I see people doing like shady stuff with their cars. They think they're like above everybody, and you know, like they try to like take shady roads so they can like skip the traffic jam. Just people don't give a fuck about anyone. It's terrible, like what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, have you guys heard about it all, like in narcissists and psychopaths and sociopaths? They've done like brain scans that the area that's responsible for like empathy just doesn't work in their brains. And I do feel like the system is designing and engineering more of these types of brains to like carry out more of the agendas, because it's just
True.
like the fact that some people are so cold and callous and they just don't care at all. It's just, there's no soul. There's like nothing good about it. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels godless, soulless, and human.
I know what you mean, yeah. I
Made
mean,
in his image.
like good, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a reflection of the intelligence that's governing this place, revealing itself more and more to normalize itself, so that integration will make sense, you know? Because if it could play out the way it wants to play out, eventually it would reveal itself, you know, as I have been your god this whole time, right? Integrate with me. You know, that's what I think the whole integrate your shadow is all about, is like, oh, all that stuff you don't accept, that's actually just you that you haven't come to terms with. And in reality,
Dude, I heard that
it's
somewhere
actually
recently.
it.
Someone said that recently. Where was that again? Oh yeah, it was this guy on YouTube. It was called like something about like knowledge. Like he was actually doing a good job explaining all these different concepts in like the soul trap. And I was like, yo, this guy's kind of far, you know. But then I noticed, oh, he doesn't know the full like truth, what's really going on. He's still like leaning towards that. Oh, everything is fine. It's just like an experience, this and that. And he says like, you know, like those demons, those are actually you. Those are your shadows you haven't integrated yet.
What a scam, dude.
I was like, yeah, just fuck this guy. He doesn't know what he's saying.
How often do people get like their connections dropped on these things?
Well, it depends on how much truth they're spitting, Gabe. If your signal's really clear in terms of your internal presence of being,
Bro,
it's more likely that you'll get dropped.
because this is the second time, and I keep getting like a prank phone call right now. Because when I was speaking, yes, I like there was a
again. Look, as soon as
it keeps and And then I called them back, and they were like, "Oh, I don't know. You called me. Ha 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 ha." And it was this girl that I don't recognize the voice. I don't know who this is, so I hung up. But like, I was getting and still getting this random call, and then twice now, the connection to Rumble dropped.
I mean,
Maybe if you can you go on Do Not Disturb might help. Maybe it will block that signal, but I don't know.
I blocked the number, and then after that, if another number is calling me without like an ID, right? No caller ID.
Freaking Archon.
I don't know. That's really annoying.
Yeah, what's the effect? You know, the effect is annoy you. That must be the reason. And also to block what you're saying, right? Because there's a lot of times you're talking and it's really blocking what you're saying. It sounds like you're in the phone booth in the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, we didn't have that issue so far. Like a lot of us here.
Yeah, it likes to single people out. Most of the time, it's James. It's usually James. So maybe you're just taking a little bit of heat for him tonight.
Could be because of, like, if you're on the phone, the signal is just weaker.
Yeah. Oh, it's really annoying because I'll like go off on these details, and then I realize, oh, no one's hearing me because my connection is gone, and I don't know how much I said. It's really pissing me off.
Yep. It's the perfect formula, isn't it?
See, now you're talking fine. Like when you say nothing, you just talk like normal random stuff, you know, like you haven't gotten into any truth yet, and it works fine. But as soon as you start like saying something, it just cuts off immediately.
I'm so glad you said it. Oh, so glad you said it, Amel. That's exactly what's happening.
Wow.
And I'm still someone who says, yeah, it's just, you know, you being on the phone and the internet is shitty. I'm still gonna say that, but I cannot ignore, like, still, you know, that something is obviously wrong when it comes to that.
It's just a coincidence, guys. Don't look too much into it.
Because why are you not cutting off
pay
right
attention.
now?
Don't pay attention, guys. Just it's all a coincidence. It's because he has unresolved karma. That's all it is.
That's right. Maybe I should listen to my guides.
Yeah, it's all about karma. Everything's about karma. Karmic debt. I'm being so sarcastic right now.
Oh, we know.
Okay, good. I didn't want you guys to think I was being serious.
You haven't prostrated yourself today, have you? You didn't get down and put your forehead on the ground and bow to some false authority outside. That's why.
I didn't chant 12 times at lunch today. No, I missed the bell.
You know, that is one of the worst things ever, since my mom and I kind of did break through to her with when it comes to this religious shit, and I showed them all the symbology. I talk about it, and they still, like, did, out of fear, I will still see her like pull out that Muslim carpet and pray into the air, and I'm just like standing there like shaking my head, right? And I'm like telling her I'm not sure if I should like cry for you or like hate you for it, you know, and that kind of made her mad a little bit. Just
bow down to the black cube.
Yeah, dude, it's insane, honestly. Like, can you even help those people at this point? I don't think you can. It's not really possible.
The only way we can help them is to put an end to the intelligence governing this construct. That is the one and only way.
That's it.
They're also not intelligent enough to like be able to grasp any concept. I mean, they don't even know basic physics, basic nature of reality, you know, anything. They know nothing. So how they're supposed to even come to this level? It's not possible unless you know, maybe reincarnate again and some miracle happens where they suddenly gain all this awareness.
Nah, it's, you know, not all of us are the same. You know, we're all unique beings, meaning that the system may work really well to contain some, but it obviously doesn't contain all as well. So I don't blame them. It's not their fault. They've been memory wiped, conditioned, tortured, raped in the simulation. That's not their fault. You know, I don't hold it against them. I get it. I see why they are the way they are.
But Nick, they chose the script. They chose the script before they came here.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that's true. You know, I think, again, it's so much coercion when it comes down to it.
Definitely.
it's not a free will decision, right? Like free will is dependent on having all information available. So you'd have to have your memories available before you made a decision for it to truly be free will.
Well,
So
they're so tricky about that though, because they do technically give you choices. They're like, okay, well, you choose this lifetime or this lifetime or that lifetime. And then if you're like, well, how about I just stay here? I don't want to go back. No, you have these choices. And then they manipulate you and coerce you and, guilt trip you into making a choice. And, eventually, most people will cave in and like, fine, I'll choose the less shitty lifetime out of all these options. And then when they send you back and then blah, 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 you have a false awakening in new age, whatever, they can always say, well, you did choose to come back. Okay, well, yeah, technically, but what were the circumstances, right?
right, and let's say you remembered every life you've ever lived in this construct. Well, that's still not a free will choice, because if you don't remember
Yes,
before the construct, then you don't have all the information.
right. It's not an informed choice. But yeah, they technically convince, which is bullshit, right? I'm not saying that that's like, oh well, no, like, but that's how they get you because they need your consent. It doesn't matter if it's an informed consent or not. Your consent is your consent. That's enough for them. So we, got to be careful what we agree to, what we say.
You got a
They'll take
choice,
any little thing.
right? But like staying is never a choice for some reason. You look at these stupid NDs, and even people with apparently they say like, oh, like the pre-life memory bullshit that nobody really should buy into, and it all sounds so like fun and mystical. Oh, it's all just a play, and I was choosing my life. I saw like how it's gonna be. It's all freaking bullshit, dude. Yeah, I chose to be raped and have all this
Right.
shit done to me. It's so dumb. Like I don't know who even buys into that at this point, especially.
I mean, Stockholm syndrome's a hell of a drug, dude.
True.
I think it's also because people they just don't want to admit that this shit is really going on.
And
Well, there's some NDEers. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, who wants to admit they've been tricked that bad?
And yeah, it's like that one saying they say it's easier to lie. What was it like to lie to someone than convince someone that he has been lied to? Something around those lines. I don't freaking know, but I'm pretty sure you guys heard of that before. It's easy to lie to someone, but like telling them that they've been lied to, they just don't want to have it.
And they don't want uncomfortable truths. Fuck, what was I going to say?
Something about an NDE.
Oh yeah, a lot of the NDEs, not all of them, but some of them are straight up Matrix missionaries, and they're like, yeah, this was great. But a lot of them are pissed. They're like, fuck these things. They tricked me to come back here. Like, yeah, I agreed to it, but I'm starting to realize that I didn't have to, and I hate them for that. Like, right? I've heard NDEers say stuff like that too.
Everyone, dude.
Like, yeah, they're like, this was a mistake. Why did I listen to my guides, my so-called spirit guides? Like, yeah, they convinced me to do it, but now I regret that decision. Why? Like, I'm mad at myself, but I'm also mad at my spirit guides for maybe not always forcing, but like guilt tripping me because, oh, you have a kid, or oh, you have this and that, or oh, the planet is dying, the planet needs you, whatever the excuses. A lot of NDEers are pissed that they allowed, again, keyword allowed, because you have the power, but they don't know any better, so they're like, fuck, like, did I really need to come back here? Now that I'm back in this shithole, I don't think so. Right? So.
Yeah, and everyone describes like when they get sent back to the body, it's like the worst feeling ever, right? It's like
Yes.
you're being stuffed into. It's painful. They even describe it as painful. They cry.
Yes.
That's probably why babies cry. When they come.
Yes. Like this shit again. God damn it! I have to go through another fucking lifetime. Like, yeah, I'm sure that's what's going through their heads, even if it's just like a subconscious thing or whatever. Like, I don't want to be here. That's the first red flag. Babies coming and crying. What kind of fucking realm is that?
Oh, that's so cute. That's what they say. So cute. It's crying. Meanwhile, the baby is losing its mind.
The baby's going through hell, and everyone's like, "This is a beautiful moment. You're creating a family. Like, oh, we're creating life here. or whatever. Like, no, like that's the first red flag, and there among many red flags, right? There's like nature being fucked up, and there's also like babies coming in crying. Like, come on, like how many more red flags do you need? And Nick, you said something recently, because I've been watching your videos a lot. I've been binge watching them, and they're fucking amazing. I'm loving the content. One of the things that I don't know if you said it, but someone had said, you or someone else had said, they had an accidental OBE and they went through a gateway, and there was like a voice recording saying "Welcome to the afterlife," but no one was there. And then they took a step back, or floated back, whatever. Took a step back. We'll just say step back for sake of example. And then they moved slightly forward, and then again, the voice almost on repeat, almost like it was automated. Welcome to the afterlife. Do you remember that discussion? Or do you remember that?
That's on Forever Conscious Research Channel's YouTube page. It's one of the videos he did a review on.
Okay, I must have missed that one because that's another channel I follow. But doesn't that just make this whole place just seem like a shitty amusement park, like a shitty theme park? Like,
I mean, it's automated, right? Like if you're,
it's automated.
Yeah.
It's
like that's all. Like, there's not even anyone there. Probably it's just like you walk through, and then it's like welcome to the afterlife. You take a step back, and then it's silent, and then you take a step forward, and then welcome to the like. So these things, like, or whoever created this thing and then put it in place and then automated it, and then they dipped, right? They're like, okay, cool. This thing is on autopilot now for me. I'm out of here. Let's check back in once there's enough illusion. I don't know how it's operating, but it kind of makes the whole thing a lot less like grand, right? Like, oh, this big conspiracy, this big sophisticated system. It's not. Like that thing wasn't that doorway, that gateway wasn't even able to pick up on the fact that this dude kept on going forward and backwards and playing with it and realizing, oh, this thing is automated. This is a pre-recorded thing or of some kind. And also, I think in that same video, they talked about him going into the life review room and no one was there. It was like empty, but they were in the life review space, but it was vacant. And like, I guess the AI projections, whatever the sensors, they didn't turn on. It's like, right, because it didn't pick up on the fact that he wasn't like he wasn't there. Like it didn't pick up on the fact that he was out of his body. Like maybe your connection to the body has to truly be severed, right? To like be dead before the AI projection holograms can sense that and turn themselves on to then interact with you. But because he was out of the body and not technically dead, the life review room and the gateway, all of that space didn't pick up on that. So it was almost like he was invisible, even though he was technically out of the body, but they couldn't pick up on him because he wasn't technically dead and severed from the body itself. Because OBEs, you go back into the body when you wake up from it, right? I thought that was
your ticket to escape this shithole without having to go through the...
I think that's a really important, crucial part of the puzzle, right? Is realizing that it's so automated. They didn't pick up on him being out of the body and being in those areas, right? Because I'm sure they weren't happy about that. If the Archons knew, hey, there's this like independent soul exploring our contraption independently, and we didn't pick up on that, I'm sure they would not want to hear that, right? Like that's like a crack in the system. Via OBE, via astral travel. That's a crack in the system. And I just thought it was hilarious. It just makes it all feel like a shitty theme park that's automated, that is actually pretty flimsy.
It's freaking, I think truly this place is more automated than people think. It's lonelier than people think, right? Just because you see all those projections, it doesn't mean shit. I think in reality, it's really, like you said, it's completely freaking empty, dude. It's automated. They just like leave it. This whole fucking shit show, it's left, and it's working. It's freaking working, dude. Like when the AI is working, it's doing like the whole job. Whoever's like like farming, harvesting this place, dude, he's probably like sitting somewhere. Like physics now, and he's just letting it work. It's farming all my salts, getting that energy. It's interesting when my sister had like her first OBE, and it makes no sense. She told me that some elderly guy with a beard was like guiding her through something, and she saw like black, like males or like black people in general, I don't know, being like chained. They had like chains on their feet, and that guy, you know, like that elderly guy, he was showing her the slaves. Was like walking her through, and she kept like teleporting, you know, back into the future and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Interesting that they chose that. I wonder what that means to her.
I don't know. Like why would she see like black people chained? The only thing I could explain it is, you know, like the astral is also like a slave space. I mean, I've heard like in ND they say like there's like jobs there. You know, they're still trapped. If
Yes.
you manifest something, you're gonna get arrested by these freaking rebels.
Yes. And there's like a currency, like you need to like pay for shit still, right? I think that was that Robert Monroe's book talked a lot about that, I think.
It was an actual NDE, but Robert Monroe.
It was an NDE,
Yeah, it was an NDE. It's pretty terrifying, to be honest. I mean, and the black slaves, I could only explain, you know, again with the as above, so below. So if there's like these slaves in the astro, I mean, it's still a slave system, the astro, even if it feels more real, more dense, and they probably have like those black people there chained, you know. And then what do we do as humans here? We enslave the black people here, like, or we used to at least. And racism is still a thing today. It always was and is.
Did anybody see the Reddit post where the guy astral projected and went and mapped out that entire? It was like a city in the astral where people like you described. They all had jobs, and there was like these wardens. And if anybody, like you said, tried to create something, they'd come and reprimand them. And they had like there was like a certain. I mean, if this dude made this up, man, he went really in depth. So I don't know, but he was saying like that they had like. They're on like a schedule. So like there was a certain time of day that this bell would chime, and then everybody had to get like basically prostrate, and this like the mayor or whatever would come in. They'd all have to like worship him like every like I can't remember if it was every hour or like once a day or something like that. But I mean the guy goes, it was a huge post, like massive like detail in what he mapped out, and other people were saying like, oh, I've been there, I've seen this, other people were adding to it. But it is interesting. Makes you wonder because if that's just another container, right? And if it's true that that container is also subject to entropy, which if it's part of the system it is, then they would have to, those bodies would have to consume some form of energy to continue functioning. It's just probably a very different structure to what we're used to here, but same concept, you know.
I've heard something similar of a group of people hearing a bell. Yeah, maybe not an alarm so much, but like a bell, like a notification to everyone, like, oh, the so and so is coming or whatever. And then they would all like bow their heads. They'll be on their knees and bow their heads. And then these reptilian beings would walk around and like tell people what to do. Like, so I've heard similar things. So that's interesting.
Isn't that like some biblical shit as well? When there's like this bell in the sky, and I've heard people like when they said they had like rapture dreams, they would always like hear a bell and then wake up. Like first of all, they'll be seeing some stupid shit about, you know, some Bible verses, and then they're like a bell and they wake up. But even personally, I'm not sure if you guys had the you would sleep and suddenly you would hear like an explosion, like like the explosion is like in some other dimension or something like that, and then you suddenly like you wake up. And I'm not the only one, I know that for a fact, who had this.
No, I mean I had a rapture dream, but it wasn't Jesus in the rapture dream. It was aliens. They were coming in ships and taking people in
I
ships.
have a lot of interesting like alien, and this is the thing, I never really ever dreamed about aliens ever. But you just reminded me, because as like I said, I do remember like every dream that I pretty much had. Like you just give me the freaking keyword and I'll remember it. So there was only a few ever had in my life. So one of those was like staring into the sky, and there's like this UFO, and I was like seeing like an eye from it, and I knew it was like staring at me. And another one was also, it was like the most vivid and like real dream I feel like one of the most vivid I've ever had. It felt extremely real, and there was like this huge UFO flying above the city, like really low, like super low, almost we can like almost touch it. And what it was saying, like, was that we're being enslaved. That's what it was saying, like while it was, floating around there.
You know, it's interesting that they'll tell you what's happening. Like, oh wow, thanks for that amazing revelation. I couldn't fucking tell, but they don't ever give you the solution. You know, like, oh, the thing that's happening is happening. Like, oh no shit, Sherlock. Wow, well, what the fuck do I do about it?
Yeah,
Go back and learn more lessons is what you got to do.
Exactly.
that is freaking stupid. Like instead of watching me from the sky, just why don't you take me out? Like something, bro.
Oh no, it doesn't want to play on a even playing field.
No.
Not if you have awareness, especially.
It wants to leave everything in like this mystery realm. That's what it's doing every freaking time, dude.
How hard are any of us gonna laugh our asses off if when we leave these bodies, they try to set us down with some spirit guides? Like, holy shit, dude.
Oh, I'm fucking
I'm gonna laugh real hard first, and then I'm just gonna be like, come here. Yeah, come here. I can't hear you.
Right. Yeah.
Come here. Say it in my ear. I need you to come closer.
Right.
At this point, I'm not even sure if they'll even try to like do it. I mean, they're desperate.
They might not, because they know everything, right? Because they report everything on the Akashic records and all that shit. Like they know we're onto them. It'll be interesting to see what they try.
They definitely know. I mean, with the things like even Christina was saying earlier, I do say the same shit, and so does this philosophy of this guy whose channel is not to be found right now because it's offline. But he said the same thing. Like these entities, they scan like this place for source consciousness, and that's how they, I guess, like locate us here.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps even for freaking implants. I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
Well, and they're such fucking pussies. Every time they revealed themselves to me, I was always in sleep paralysis. So I haven't seen like reptilians or mantids, but I have seen grays, and not even like a physical gray, like a projection of grays surrounding my bed. And I saw shadow people. On numerous times I've seen shadow people in my room. And every time they chose to reveal themselves, they had to make sure I was physically paralyzed and could not move. I mean, I could move, but it took a lot of effort. And then when I like fought my way out of the paralysis, right? And they make it hard, but it's doable. So you fight your way out of the paralysis, then those bitches vanish. So you mean to tell me the only time you reveal yourself is when I can't physically move?
Yeah, then they play like you're strong. Dude, it's freaking pathetic.
So like, why don't you? Yeah.
I was just gonna say, imagine if you could get out of your body at will. Like, oh yeah, you paralyzed the body. Oh, that's good. It was getting stuffy in there anyway, and you just roll out of the body, and you're like, all right, let's go.
Shit, let's get the hell out of here.
Really?
Take me to your leader.
Right.
That is
so like these things are weak. These things are weak. Like there's really nothing to worry about. The thing that we needed to worry about is not knowing this information.
I fully
agree. But we know this information.
The only thing, here's what concerns me. The one and only thing that concerns me that I've been racking my freaking mind around for months and months is the memory wipe part of an automated system with the avatar. And the only reason I say that is I had a dream one time where I'm on a road trip with a couple of friends, and we stop at this like Hills Have Eyes gas station out in the middle of the desert, and it's like closed, but we're almost out of gas. So we're like, okay, we'll wait here till the morning. I go around behind the building to take a leak, and I hear a gunshot out in front of the building. So I run back out front. My one buddy is laying there on the ground dead in the dream. And then the girl that we were with, he's got her by her throat, and it's this big, like 7.5 foot tall dude, huge dude, just like holding her by her throat. And she's like, can't even like scream. And so I run up to this dude. He's wearing this pair of overalls with like all these different tools in them, like mechanics tools. I pull out a screwdriver and I like bury it in his chest. So he drops her, picks me up by my throat, and with his other hand, he pulls the screwdriver out of his chest and he sticks it right in the back of my skull, right underneath where that lump is, like right where it goes from hard to soft, like right in that spot. He sticks it at a perfect angle, right, like 70-degree angle up into, it felt like a port almost. And when he did it, I didn't wake up from the dream. What I experienced when he destroyed that avatar in the dream is my consciousness started pouring out of that particular spot, and it was almost like going through a cord. And as I'm going through this cord, I'm remembering simultaneously thousands of other times that I died, and then at the same, like, as I remember one, I'm forgetting the last one. I remember the next one, I'm forgetting the last one before that. You know what I mean? So as I'm coming out of the body, it's like I'm remembering everything, but then simultaneously getting wiped at the same time. And then once I was fully, it was like the best feeling too, was leaving the body. It was amazing feeling. But as soon as I'm like leaving it, I'm remembering everything and then immediately forgetting all of it. And then I wake up. So that's why since then I've always wondered, like, is there some sort of physical mechanism that our consciousness travels through in an intact avatar that erases the memory? I mean, maybe not. Maybe the dream was to implant that idea.
Oh, that's true too. Well, yeah, that might be. It could be a way to try and convince you that, like, oh, you're fucked regardless. It's automated brain wiping, but then why would they need to be so elaborate on the other? Why would they need to have this, like, these grand illusions on the astral, right? Like, oh, this heavenly realm. Oh, look how beautiful this is. Oh, we know what we're talking about because look how holy we are. You need to go back, right? Why do they need to put on such a show if all they needed, or if all they could rely on, and all they really needed to rely on was an automated memory wipe and just shove us back in?
And that's a really good point. That is such a good point. Yeah, I mean, I think it has so many layers and fail safes in place. Like if one thing doesn't work, it's got a backup, and it's got another backup, and it's so many layers of backups to coerce us. And the only other backup that I would say that they would potentially have, if you get through all the other layers of bullshit script, would be, can they just use some projection of stolen energy to literally force you back into another life script? Because I've heard people say, like, in out-of-body experiences or near-death experiences, that they felt an energy literally blast them back into their body, like by force. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they weren't going, and then they get blasted back in. I would say to that, like, I mean, if you have awareness, you should be able to counter anything they do, because everything that they've got in terms of energy is they've got watered down energy, because they're like one of those little boxes on your power strip for your for your laptop. Like it's converting energy to a lower form that the apparatus that is these entities can actually utilize. So they're not even using all the energy that they're stealing. They have to convert it to something that they can actually utilize. So you can overcome it if you have access to your full bandwidth. Yeah,
I think so.
That used to scare me, to be honest. Sometimes, like, you try to escape suffering and you don't even have like a chance to fight anything because it's like a full automated process. You die and it's like fluid. You won't even like notice that you died. I think death is very fluid, like a fluid process, and you'll just immediately find yourself like mind wiped already in some different avatar, different script. That'll be like a terrifying thing, but at the same time, I don't think that's even possible. Like they somehow need to get your consent.
Yeah, I think in between lifetimes, I think they have the most control and power over us when we're currently in a body. And even if we're experiencing a near-death experience, if there is a chance that the body can be salvaged and the soul can be put back in, right? Even if the hospital say, oh, you were clinically dead, but your body's still intact enough for it to function with a soul in it, and you still haven't finished your life script, they will first try to convince you to go back. But if they, this is something that I tried to say earlier, that the first time I was cut off by the disconnection. So I don't know how much you guys heard of this, but I heard this from Dark Mystic 9, another YouTuber who is awesome, by the way, but she's on the topic of soul traps and stuff. But she mentioned that because she learned a lot of the stuff she knows from astral traveling. And so she said that if you have any sort of connection to the body still, they can, as a last resort, use energetic force to force you back into the body. If they say, hey, I don't want to go back, then, and if they can't guilt trip you to go back, if they can't convince you because you've got a child or whatever, you got to save the earth, you're on an earth mission, blah, blah, blah. If none of that works and you're like, fuck you, they're like, okay, guys, bring out the big guns, right? And the big guns are, okay, we're going to use limited the energy that we have. They would rather not, right? That's why they use manipulation tactics first, because unlike us, unlike them, we're infinite, infinite wells of self-generating energy. That's what we are. But they need our energy to sustain themselves. Right? So they only have so much. They have a lot because they have a big prison farm of souls, right?
You were cutting off,
and so
earlier.
They would rather conserve as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, we heard all of that now, but
that's the impression that she got. But that's different. But that's not in between lifetimes. That's when you're still technically on a script, right? Because if you're in between lifetimes, if they want, they can't just force you back into into a body. They have to okay, let's pick your script, and you have to consent to it, right? And this and that, right?
Yeah, I've seen that, those NDEs. When you said the same thing earlier, right? And you said you were cutting off because we didn't hear anything of that, and you started talking about the same stuff. It barely went through, and you still got a little bit of lag as soon as you started talking about that. I just want to add that because it's kind of funny. But yeah, I've seen NDEs where even people survive the impossible. They would survive things that are medically impossible because they return them to that exact same body. And I think the reason perhaps is they don't want them to go through. They don't want to create another script and another body, all that stupid shit, because maybe it requires too much energy. Maybe it's more efficient if they just let's break the matrix for a second, and let's send you back to this body that should be impossible to even survive with whatever accident happened to it.
Yeah, they want you to finish out the script you're on before they put you into the next script, and putting you into a brand new script, different lifetime, right? Your next lifetime. It's a longer process because they need your consent all the way through, right? That's why they draw you in with the light at the end of the tunnel. That's why that's why not only that, they hit you with the love bomb. They basically drug you. These frequencies that they hit you with, these weaponized love frequencies, they gets you in a drugged out kind of state. Yeah. And so you're more cooperative because you're feeling good, right? You're like, okay, sure, what Jesus? Yeah. So that, but yeah, if you're still connected to this, if you're still tethered to the body, they can use force because they're like, you chose this, you chose this script. We're gonna force you to finish it out. But in between lives, I think that's the opening for us. So I think that's why it may seem like we don't have a chance because they can just force us back in. That's with the current life script we're in now. They have more control over that.
That's probably what they want you to think.
Is the impression I'm getting. That's the impression I get based off the NDEs I've seen, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time they get guilt tripped back into it, but there are still some that were forced back in the body.
Well, let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say hypothetically they can force you back into the next life, right? That's when you got to remember anything that touches you can touch back.
Right. And they don't want us to know that, right?
That's insane.
Right, and your potential for bandwidth is far superior to theirs.
Yeah.
Right, they have they are a limited technology intelligence, meaning that they can only harvest from a certain bandwidth and they can only manipulate on a certain bandwidth. You can go above and beyond what they are capable of, and if you have access to that, if you give yourself access to that, you know, you can touch them in ways that they can't even dream of, and will end their miserable parasitic existence.
Yep.
And I'm only speaking from experience. Like, I'm not just saying that to say that I've done it. I've done what it
Hell yeah.
is, and once you do it, you find that they're surprisingly fragile.
Yes, that's right. This whole thing is fragile.
Yep.
It's a shitty theme park that we got sucked into. It's like
but it's
really, yeah.
The whole place is burning down right now.
Flimsy, it's automated, and then you can quickly find out that it's automated if you do an OBE experience and go to the right places. You see, these things aren't even turned on yet. It hasn't picked up on the fact that there's a soul there, necessarily.
It's a freaking house of cards, and
I've even heard. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I real quick. I've heard NDEs also say stuff like, "Oh, when I was out of body or when I was on DMT, there were these beings saying, "Oh, wait, you're not supposed to be here. How did you get here? Like, we need to put you back." I've heard shit like that.
Yeah, I've heard
so,
that
like, they're not even on top of their own shit.
I've heard
they're not on top of their game.
Yeah.
Some of us get slipped through the cracks. And they're like, "What the fuck are you doing here? Hey, let's get you back in your body here. You're not supposed to be here. Who let you out?" Right? Like, how secure is that? This isn't even that secure. If none of this would be able to happen.
I feel like the more rage you put into like your voice, the more it cuts off.
They don't like that authenticity.
Good.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I mean,
it's always the projection of like old family members or whatever. It's, "Oh, you shouldn't be here," this and that. It's ridiculous. It makes me think, like, how does this superior intelligence even get trapped by this stupid shit? Maybe it got tricked in the first place, or it could have this experience.
Yes.
I don't know. It still doesn't make sense.
Yes, it got tricked in the first place.
Yeah.
It got tricked in the first place.
Fell into
and then the memory wipe, and then.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, what I was just gonna say, man. In our natural state, there's no such thing as predators. You know what I mean?
Right.
We don't have to have. We had innocence, and innocence was perfect up until this realm, and then all of a sudden we had to replace innocence with discernment, or else the innocence was just going to keep getting taken advantage of. And but under our natural circumstances, we wouldn't have to have discernment. We wouldn't have to, there was the only other intelligence was like us. We ain't like this thing. There was no need to worry about, is somebody tricking me?
Yeah. I remember having, like, maybe this happened only a handful of times, maybe like 3 times my whole life, but it would be a quote-unquote dream of having like infinite knowledge, like knowing everything, but I could not bring it back here. It's like there's this grid of something, that prevents getting that knowledge back here. I'm not sure if you guys ever had that.
Yeah, there's a mesh for sure. There's a filtration system that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't allow that infinite like intelligence and knowledge, to come back here. It's blatantly obvious to me. It's same shit with like a dream that I had recently. When was that? Like maybe a month ago or so. I don't freaking know. Maybe even 2. But I was like dreaming of like getting a haircut, and I was like laying back, and suddenly I became conscious, and I was like, wait, I'm actually dreaming. And this guy was like cutting my hair. He fully panicked that I got aware and conscious, and he held me down, and I tried to like free myself, but I realized this guy is not even a human. He's too strong. Like I couldn't like free myself from him. And what he did next, he grabbed what was it, like a drilling machine, and he drilled right into my heart, and that made me wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
There's something about the heart, as well, when it comes to
You need to open up your heart chakra.
Yeah, it was definitely open at that moment.
Let me help you open up your heart real quick.
Open up your heart chakra.
This is for your own good.
Right.
Oh, even dude, like there was like one crazy, like vivid dream that I also got. I became vivid and everything felt extremely real. It was a beautiful place as well, like indescribable, really. And I went into like some room. There was like a medium, and and like as I was like aware, I tried to like gather information, and I always thought like, so if I get aware in my dreams, maybe I'll get answers. So sometimes I'll be like walking around the streets and be fully aware that I'm dreaming, and I'll like scream to God back then, like, what is this place? Can I get an answer? Like nothing would come back. Same with the medium. I would like go into that room. As soon as I entered that room where the medium was, I became like super conscious, and I was like asking her questions, and she was saying some stuff back that made no sense, but like ultimately never any answer came back. Never. Like even if you become aware in those streams, I realize it's a closed off system, right? You can never get like true answers from outside. It just doesn't work. There's like a filtration system, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't allow the real freaking information to go through.
No, you really have to work for it. And then once you do, you're punished for it. But so what, right? Like, it's worth it.
And they still try to memory wipe you.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're always trying, right? They're always figuring out a way to
pisses me off. Like,
that.
why are they trying that? Like, why are they still trying to like feed off of us? You see, we quit like degeneracy. We don't masturbate. We don't do that. We detached. We don't do anything, and you still like try to feed off of me. Like, why don't you freaking look for someone else? Like, is my energy really that tasty to you? That you still try?
It's just
Or it's
survival.
like what? Exactly.
Yeah. Survival.
Yeah, looks like it.
That'll be one of its last things it says. I was just doing it because I had to. Yeah, well, I'm doing this because I have to,
Yeah, exactly. Oh, cool. I'm doing the same thing.
There's something about them like torturing real essence, like that energy is way more potent. It doesn't really do the same. Like, what does it do for them when they torture someone who's unconscious? That's like a shitty energy. But if they torture like real essence, yeah, loosh. If they torture us, that's like the best quality loosh.
Well, what's really fucked up is like the younger you are being tortured, it's like the best, it's like the finest of the luge. It's like creme de la creme luge, right? If they're like young kids, because they're more pure, right? Because they're closer to the soul because they recently incarnated closer than adults, so they have more of that purity in them still. They're not jaded by life yet, so their illusions, the yummiest. It's really fucked up, right? They'll still fuck with adults, obviously, but like they love kids being tortured and raped. It has to go. It just has to go.
It's also a symptom that if it's having to do that more and more, it's because it's at a deficit of energy in terms of what it needs to continue operating. It's not drawing it out over a period of time now. It's now got to get it as soon as it can, as quick as it can. I think it's at a deficit. But real quick, I just want to say I'm going to give like a 15-minute, and then we're probably going to end the show because we've been on for 6 hours now. So
6. I think it's 7.
Nice. Hey, so make it 7.
I don't.
I'm going to do another one. I'm going to do another one tomorrow. But yeah, like that's why I said 15 minutes because it'll be 6 hours, 15 minutes.
I kind of become like OCD against the number 6, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't do stuff like 6 times because I don't know. Like, there's just like something in me that rejects that, that evil. Or, like, do something 33 times. It's almost like
everything here is evil. Everything.
I know, bro.
It's not 6, bro. It's 7, 8, 9, 10. It's all the numbers. Is everything here is evil.
Exactly.
Or corrupted.
There's just no escaping it.
No.
There's just those
Well, I
funny
mean,
interviews online, like when you see a 10-year-old or like 5-year-old ask 100-year-old, like they sit them side by side. The little kid sits on the left chair and the 100-year-old sits on the right chair. To me, this looks really funny, like in a symbolic way. Like to the left, you see the little child that just got reincarnated because it fell for the deception, and to the right, you see the old person that's gonna die and turn into that left kid. The same shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you see through all this shit, dude.
yeah.
There's no
You see
stopping it.
how meaningless it really is. Like you think life has so much meaning, but
Never
then you
thought of that,
realize,
to be
oh,
honest.
I'm just oh well. I used to think that, and a lot of people still do. Like, oh, if there is no meaning, you create your own meaning, and life is special, and it's what you make of it, and create purpose and blah. But no, the only purpose is we're literally cattle, and we're just going to go through the same cycle again and again until we make it stop.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing special or unique about this place. There is no mission. There is no purpose. Like it's be pretty much the same as your next life. Maybe a little more shitty, a little less shitty. It's still, but you're still going to be trapped. Like there's nothing. There is nothing special here.
Yeah.
Like there's no carrot they can dangle in front of me and be like, hey, well, what about this? You can get this in the next life. I know you always wanted this. No, the best that's yet to come is whatever the fuck I create when I'm out this bitch. Like nothing here compares to what I'm capable of creating outside of here. This is nothing in
And it only
comparison to
works
that.
because of the memory wipe. If people really didn't have a
Yes.
memory wipe, no one would buy into this shit. Everyone would say like, fuck you, like this is nothing.
Yeah, people would say like this is a shitty amusement park. Like, what if I can create a better park? I can create a better world, a better realm, and I can share my realm with other people, and I can go to other people's realms that aren't shitty, that are to explore other people's creations, and they can explore my creations if they want. We can do whatever the fuck we want with consent, with no memory wipes, right? First and foremost. And the only reason why the best things this world has to offer seems like the best things ever to be offered ever is because of the memory wipe. We don't remember what it was like before. We don't have anything else to compare it to. So yeah, becoming a billionaire here seems
But some
like,
of us
okay, yeah, that's the best thing that could happen, right? No, it's not. The best that can be offered here is garbage compared to what we're capable of creating out there.
Exactly. And some of us feel that, like with me it was like my friend who isn't as conscious, like he's getting more and more conscious, but he's kind of still trapped between two worlds, to be honest. But he would enjoy, let's say, I don't know, like a forest or like a lake, and I would say that looks shitty, that forest looks shitty, and he would call me negative for it. And I don't think it's negative. It's just like I'm not buying
No.
into the lies of this place. I know this place is a fucking joke, and whatever nature and like quote unquote beautiful shit you show me, it's a joke compared to like what we know there is.
It's a copy, and a shitty copy at that, of what's
Super
of
shitty.
the real. It's like bootleg. It's a bootleg version of reality.
Yep, that's how I see it
Yep.
too. I don't think
Dollar
this
store
you
level.
can create. It can only mimic, hijack,
That's right.
manipulate.
Yeah. It could only mimic what's been created before. That's why we live in
Yeah.
cycles. That's why history repeats, because there are no new ideas. It's only going off of the ideas based off of the first ideas that were initially trapped here. And then that's why they say history,
But these bodies,
rhymes.
bro, like these bodies were definitely manipulated. This body,
Yes.
like this container, they definitely created somehow, because no way would any creator being create a vessel like this that is limited to its five senses, has like trillions of billions of freaking nerve endings. We can experience immense suffering and pain, and you have to piss, you have
Yeah.
to shit. You know what is that shit? Like me sitting right now, like there's no free will. As soon as my body says, look, go take a piss, go do this, you have to do it, dude. Like you're a slave to the body. That's why it's called a rib cage, and there's so much
Yeah.
apology around all that stupid shit. The language is a pure mockery.
Yeah, and the pleasures are always fleeting. It's the pain that lasts, right? Like chronic pain, chronic stress, chronic illness, chronic whatever. anxiety, but there's no like, oh, prolonged orgasms or something. You know, there's like all the good shit, prolonged bliss, and like it's all, but pain, man, that's guaranteed. Depression, right? Like that's a thing. Oh, well, we've got solutions for that. We'll drug you up for that. Okay, cool. Now you're more dependent on the systems, and now you're more hormonally, chemically, biochemically fucked because of our meds. Cool, that's great. That's more loosh for us. Like pain and suffering is guaranteed. Happiness is not, and that's another one of those things, red flags that it's like amazing that most people still don't pick up on
Yeah.
this place.
My friend has it really bad, to be honest, when it comes to that. He was like a maniac when it came to masturbation, and he just recently, you know, like really started stopping with it. But he has like pain when he masturbates. He has pain, but he's also addicted to it. So you see like
Right.
the evil behind it, right? Like you're
Holy
addicted to
shit.
something, and you have to go for the pain.
What? What'd you say, Nick?
You just said,
I just said, holy shit.
Oh yeah, right.
That's insane, dude.
yeah,
Well, and we're
Wow.
addicted to the dopamine. It's not even the drug itself, right? It's what the drug does. The drug releases the dopamine and whatever other chemicals in the brain, right? There's other chemicals. There's serotonin. There's oxytocin. There's this and that. There's endorphins, right? But you know, like one of the main ones is dopamine, right? Like so, like whatever drug you take, it's not the drug itself that makes you feel those things. It's the hormones that are already built in these prison bodies that get released. It's the drug that just triggers that mechanic, right?
the drug is
So
probably
it's
just the frequency, to be honest. That's maybe how
But
they like
yeah.
use the phones to
So
like make you depressed suddenly.
so we're addicted to these bodies that produce the hormones themselves. It's part of the prison. The drug is just the means to that end.
it's updating the hardware is what it is doing.
Fully agree.
Uh-huh. Yeah, updating us to be hyper dependent on external things.
Yeah.
But it's an internal mechanism, right? It's like, okay, well, okay, yeah, it's not Coke. It's the Coke that's triggering the dopamine in you. Okay, well, where did the dopamine come? Why do I have to have a chemical inside my brain called dopamine to get me hooked on bullshit that makes my life worse? Why do I even need to have that? Oh, it's the motivation hormone. Why do I need a hormonal chemical to be motivated to do anything in this body? And why are there things on this planet that trigger it to such a degree that make me dependent on those things and ruin my life? Like it's so everything is built in the
True.
body. It's a prison body.
They say you suffer, so when you suffer, you appreciate like the joy more, or whatever stupid shit they say like that.
Yeah, when you're out of the body, you feel good. Like, right, with NDEers or whatever, they talk about, wow, it feels so good to be out of that body before I was forced to get back in or convinced to get back in. Okay, well, you're pure soul, right? You're pure energy. You didn't need hormones to feel that good when you were out of the body. But
Yep.
apparently we need these biochemical like cocktails when we're in the body in order to feel certain things. Like what? Why does it need to be so tightly controlled? Oh, you get to feel happy once the hormones of your brain are released. That's when you're allowed to feel happy.
It's
And
the
even
whole
then, it might backfire. What? Like, fuck that. Like, I'm a fucking soul. I don't need any of this. I feel good just being out of the body.
Yep.
But it's a chemical whip. It's a chemical string. It's one of the chemical whips they use against us.
Like once you're in the body, dude, you're like bound to it. You have the survival instinct. It's a prison. You have the survival instinct. It's preventing you from like dying because you're like scared of death. Then you're like bound to all these chemicals. Like one day you could all of a sudden feel depressed, because the sky was sprayed this day and that day, and maybe your freaking like local 5G towers sending some frequency that suddenly made you depressed. Like, there's so many freaking like influences here. It's insane. And just being out of this body, it's the most freeing thing. That's why most people, even if they don't want to die, like why sleep always the most peaceful thing?
Oh, sleep is the best. Yes, right.
You escape it, right? And as soon as you wake up, you're like, fuck, bro. Like I'm like this body, like a computer. It's like it turned on and it's infested with this virus.
Yeah. You got to go to work. in the morning. You don't want to go to work. It's all slavery, man.
Even if you don't have to work, even if you sit around
Even
all
if you
day.
don't have to work, even if you're the richest man in the world, like the rich people are fucking depressed as hell. They're fucking addicted to something.
And they still have to
Something, you know.
this and shit, you know. They're still bound to the prison body.
Yes, they just have a nicer, more cushiony cell, prison cell.
Yeah,
They're still in a cell.
it's exactly how it works. And I don't know, people are happy with these bodies. The problem is I see it with so many, especially these younger girls, like fall in love with their bodies, you know, like they go through their hair like a million times and they're like so invested into like this illusion of this body. And if
Yes.
also, you know, it's freaking pathetic. Like we're all just a freaking skeleton under all the skin. So we're basically just walking. There's like this funny photo of this guy looking in the mirror and it just shows a skeleton. We're just all skeletons.
Oh, have
But
you
some
seen
of
the
us
one where? And yeah, I mean that's true too. Absolutely, we're all just walking skeletons. But have you also seen the one where they don't show? They even remove the skeletons, but they keep the nervous system, and it's like just a brain connected to a nervous system with a pair of eyes. It
Yeah,
looks so fucking retarded.
there's just so many freaking like lines of, you know, like the nerves. I've seen all of those, dude. And then people
Yeah, that.
sit there and don't think this is a freaking prison.
That's his image right there. The nervous
Yeah,
system.
that's his image right there. His spaghetti monster brain thing.
Many tentacles.
Many times, yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, fuck this place. I'm over it.
Yeah.
Who isn't?
Hard.
The real question. Even the normies are fed up, but the only issue is they don't know the answer. They think it's all part
Well,
of it.
the good news is, and this is something this is another thing I tried to say earlier before I was disconnected the second time, but I think in a very subtle way, normies are picking up on it. Not the way like we are, but I think because birth rates are going down, right? And what I was trying to say earlier, I think there might be. This is I don't know, right? I don't know shit. So this is theoretical. This is just a theory I'm working on, but take it with a grain of salt. I'm guessing here this could be a possibility that there is already an organized effort fighting this thing from the outside, and part of that is implanting seeds of doubt or planting ideas or showing the truth in subtle ways to show people, hey, maybe we should stop giving birth to people here, right? Like an anti-natalist movement, it seems to be growing.
Yeah.
Because like you see, even in well-developed first world countries, people having kids, and they have more reasons to have kids, right? They're living in wealthier social democracies. And like, yeah, I could afford a kid. Yeah, I could give them a good life. Right? Even those places are saying, nah, this
They even
world
pay
sucks.
them. In China, they pay them
They
money.
even pay them. Yeah, and here, here you see a lot of people say, right, because the U.S. is a first world country, yes, but it is at the bottom of the barrel in terms of first world countries. Like it's the worst first world country to be in, but it's still a first world country. So, but it's not perfect, right? So the economy sucks here. The economy is not what it could be. So it's understandable when you hear people say, yeah, I don't want to have kids. Kids are expensive and the economy sucks. The government doesn't support families, blah, blah, blah. But again, countries like places in Scandinavia and stuff where they do have better economies, even they are saying, no, this world as a whole sucks. And like, yeah, we have it better off than a lot of places, but even here sucks. And we're starting to see that. So less babies, right? A decline in birth rate means what? Less batteries being born into the system. And I love that. Even the people, there are even people out there that still want kids, but they just don't want to procreate, so they'll adopt, right? They're like, well,
Yeah.
this person is already born. They're already born into this shitty existence. Let's give them a good home, right? But like,
No, I want my own,
procreating. Yeah, well, but procreation is going down. Like it's, and I don't know. I think there might be something going on with that because the system doesn't want that. They want more babies.
These
for the meat
adoption these adoption centers and all that, I'll be really careful. I definitely know they're like, giving these children out to these elites for their rituals and all that crap.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, then they also need it for that reason. Isn't it suspicious that the freaking government pays you money, say bring in more slaves, not only for like the workforce, so they become little slaves and build the roads for the rich, but perhaps also, for these rituals, they constantly defeat those entities, I guess. Like, even at this level of the simulation, they probably have these entities there, and they just eat those kids, so they constantly need them.
Yeah. Right. The so-called elite need more babies to butcher and feed. They need more wage slaves for the capitalist system. They need more battle cattle for these pointless wars.
Yeah.
And they need more people to suffer just in general, just to feed off the loosh that comes with being born here and being forced to exist here, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest, if not the biggest way of fighting back, other than getting yourself out right after death, is refusing to procreate. And you have people coming to that conclusion who don't even have gnosis, right? Or who know what we know, whatever you want to call it, gnosis or conscious, whatever. I call it gnosis, but because it's gotten that bad. Even the normies are picking up on it and using it as a replicate.
And that tells you like how bad it has gotten. The fact that even the most asleep can see that something is wrong it's just beyond it. It's like this entity, it's either freaking doing it on purpose or it's so freaking dumb. One of both, I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, both. Well, it is dumb.
Both.
It likes to think it's not, but it's
got a bit too arrogant.
Yes. Well, and it's gotten away with so much for so long. I think it would get arrogant.
Of course. I mean, when he waves the carrot like above us the whole time, at some point we'll bite off a piece, right? And that's kind of what happened, dude.
I think even some people manage to get a quick bite from them dangling the carrot, like a quick bite of the tip of the bottom of the carrot, and then realized, you know what, this isn't even that good. Like what am I paying for? This doesn't even taste that good. This little taste I managed out of this thing that is dangling over me, it's not everything I thought it would be.
I see it all around us, especially those rich people, that acquire all that wealth, and everyone who is a normie and suddenly becomes rich, even they then ask themselves, so this is all there is, like this is the pinnacle of existence, driving a Lamborghini, living in some boxed square house.
Right. Right. It's like you get a little taste of fame, you get a little taste of wealth, you get a little taste of status, you get a little taste of popularity, you get a little taste of sexual desire, you get for vanity, and what it gets old quick.
Can you guess what happens next? When they become depressed, they suddenly, look for God, and then they find Jesus. That's usually how it works.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, exactly. Spot on. That's happened so many times where they're like, "Oh, I've been a degenerate for so long, and I need to come back to Jesus, or I need to find you." Yes, that's so true.
Now my Jesus believer, now for my happiness. And they think they got
or some kind of or New Age, or some kind of spirituality they go to. I mean, Jesus is a very popular one, though, right?
The system doesn't care, like Nick said. Like, as long as you pick one that it offers you, right?
Yeah, exactly. And because they're right, like, at least in a specific case, when we're talking about celebrities, that's a great tool for them, right? For the system, because they're like, okay, they have so many followers, right? They're gonna help sheep herd them into the same religion, right? Like, if you look up to these celebrities, which a lot of people do,
Christians,
Christians get validated. They're like, oh, look, so and so is doing it. Yay, that validates that I must be on the right track, because so and so has everything, and it's still not enough, and they still need Jesus. So if they need Jesus, even though they're rich and famous, of course I need Jesus. I'm a nobody, and great, they're spreading the word. Blah 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 blah. Cool. Like, yeah, it's a little too convenient, right?
It's yeah, I mean, it's that convenient. It should be really suspicious. The truth doesn't just come on a silver plating to you. It's not how it works. I mean, I saw like a
Yeah.
picture earlier of an old picture of this Billie Eilish girl. You know, like
Yeah.
there's a reason why she got famous and rich, and she has like this Christ cross in her mouth while taking like a selfie. Of course, all the kids that follow her, you know, they're gonna be like, "Oh, she's a Christ." They're just blindly copying them. So like, "Oh, I'm also gonna believe in Jesus, do this and that." And to be honest with you, like Christianity is still better than like these freaking Muslims, but it's still the same
It's
shit.
all the same shit, bro. It's
Yeah,
all the same. I mean, I don't look at Islam any different from Christianity, any different even from the New Age. Like, even though I know the New Age is not religion technically, it's more like some kind of movement, spiritual movement. But
you
it's the
call it the
same
new
shit.
age for a reason.
The new cage, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like the New Age is put into place to capture the souls that saw through the illusion of religion,
Yep,
right? So that's like the next layer of the net to
more
catch
extended trap.
those souls. Yeah, extend and I was one of those idiots that fell for the New Age because
Well,
I
don't blame
wanted to believe.
yourself. Like everyone honestly
No,
did.
yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
did.
But man, years though, that shit took years of my life. I was into that whole thing. I was listening to Abraham Hicks. I was listening to Bashar. I was listening to other channelers who are still around and are still popular, by the way. But man, I listen to them now and I'm like, oh my fucking God, I've been listening to an archon, a literal fucking archon, being channeled through these puppets this
That
whole
is so
time.
cringy. Like when they do those channelings, and I know like some they think they contact some ETs and then they change their voice to like something. It's super cringy, dude.
It is, man. It's so bad. And the advice they give, like, just shut up and be happy. Everything's cool. You create your own reality. Yeah, this world sucks, but your world doesn't have to suck. Why don't you create your own reality within the shitty reality so that you don't suffer? Even though that's impossible. If you're here, you're suffering, even if it's small. Like, but that right, it's gaslighting, right? The whole channeling thing is literally archons gaslighting us
Yep.
or people who choose to listen to them.
It's
Right? It's
honestly
crazy.
true.
It's crazy. And no, it's about contrast. You're just experiencing contrast in this reality. And it's like,
Duality.
really? What was that?
They say duality. You know, there has to
Yeah,
be
dude.
good
Yeah.
and evil. Did the stupid gaslighting tactic again.
Well, yeah. I don't think Abraham and Bashar talk about good and evil. They talk more about like we came here to explore contrast because somehow that creates new ideas. And the universe is built off of new ideas, so there has to be contrast to give birth to. I don't know, something stupid. To justify the loot harvesting, basically, is what it is, right?
Absolutely.
It's
The
crazy,
worst
man.
thing is when they say, and I hate this the most, dude. Like when the biggest freaking NPCs have like an ND, and obviously that is also scripted. Those are like
Yeah.
being used, you know, obviously for an agenda, and they come back and they say, "Oh, you're here to enjoy." Like, enjoy what? Like being freaking broke and sick and like raped every day by entities like
Yes.
what?
Well, we don't want to make it too easy on you. Like, you gotta learn lessons. I also got sucked into the tarot bullshit. My God.
I dude, like that was kind of interesting. I remember like I had a it
My
was a
parasite. My bad. I used the wrong language. Go ahead.
it was a girl from Canada, and she would have like those tarot cards. She wasn't into like tarot cards, and she would lay them for us on like a Discord stream. And for some reason, I would always get the same cards.
Yep.
And my friend would also get like his cards. He told her like at least like 5 times, "Yo, I want like new cards," and he kept getting the same cards,
Hmm.
which was like protect your finances. And it turned out to be true because this guy, he was getting fed off by his own family, like they stole money from him and all that.
Hmm.
it's like there really is some truth to all of that. Even the New Age, I mean, they
Yes,
do it all the time, right? Mix little bits of truth and everything.
exactly. They mix bits of truth with a lie, right? And
Yeah.
they might even give you good advice, but that to put your guard down, right? And to gain your trust more. Because if they led with the bullshit, people will see through it. But if they breadcrumb you with truth and give you some actual good advice, they win over your trust. And then eventually they'll give you some bullshit advice and like, oh yeah, this thing that's really good for you in life right now, you should abandon that and do this over here instead. Right? I've had that experience with tarot cards. And there was a point where I finally stopped going to tarot readers and or listening to collective tarot readings on YouTube. And when I stopped, that's when my life got better because it did start getting worse the more I got sucked into it. Even though it initially started out great, that's what hooked me in. And then I stayed in, and then it got worse. And then I blamed myself for it getting worse. And then I realized, oh, no, I'm taking bad advice from these fucking demons, from these archons, basically, right?
And that's the first
Um,
issue. Like we always try to look for those answers externally, and even though we have
exactly.
all the answers internal, like we are all we need and are, already.
Exactly, because going to a tarot reader or looking at, people do their own readings too, taking out a deck of cards that you own that you do readings on for yourself. All of that is external. All of that, these tarot cards are no different than bowing down to a crucifix, right? During
And they want
mass.
money.
Yeah, give them money, right? Exactly.
Of course, they want money. Like that is not
Yeah,
anyone who asks for money when it comes to like spiritual stuff.
always,
They're just a shill, to be
always,
honest. Yeah.
always. Or they're just greedy individuals too that are taking advantage. Or yeah, or they're yeah. I mean, nothing good, right? It's never nothing good. That's probably the first red flag I look for is if someone's charging money for their shit, right? For
Yeah,
their
I
frustration.
used to have something very strange in a Discord. I would be in this server of like this cool guy, but there's a lot of people in there, and I would suddenly, for no reason, get I almost fell for it. Some freaking, you would say it's a woman, but it's not really a woman. I'm pretty sure it's some freaking Indian guy, and they had like a woman profile
Hmm.
picture, and she texted me, "Oh, I felt like bad energy around your profile. It's your ancestors telling me." I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's like, I'm trying to like help you, bad energy. And I'm like, yeah, then clear it for me, right? And she's like, oh, I need a donation first.
Right. There it
Yeah.
is.
And I asked everyone in the Discord, did you guys get this text? Everyone was like, no.
Right.
Crazy. And then I kept getting the same messages from like different accounts, the exact same freaking approach, different profile
Yeah.
picture, different account. It's definitely these freaking entities, like, dude, they're like trying to lead you on the wrong path, on something, and like
Yes.
scam you, make you feel like shit. Because imagine if you get scammed, even if it's for like a few bucks, you still feel like shit. Unless
Yeah.
it didn't happen.
Yeah, and you feel like kind of dumb, right? Like even if like you said, even if it's like not a big amount of money, like it's still kind of it makes you feel kind of bad for falling for something like that, even
Yeah,
if it's small.
it's not exactly about the money, right? In that case,
Hmm.
it's more,
Right.
like falling for that stupid entity.
Yeah,
It's
pretty much.
it's clearly an entity, dude, because it makes no sense. Why would it only text you for no freaking reason? Especially because on Discord, I don't even have a profile. I have nothing. Why would I be the perfect target? It just makes
Hmm.
zero freaking sense.
Right, right. Yeah, man. It's crazy.
So I feel like Nick wants to end this whole thing for some
Yeah.
odd reason. He's like
Did he say
forced.
he was gonna take a shower or something?
No, he said like a long time ago he's gonna end in 50 minutes. Every time he says that, it turns out to be like 30 minutes plus.
Hey, I'm not complaining, but yeah, I'll probably head off here soon too. But I'll definitely try and make the next one again. This space is great. Like this community is needed.
It's food for your soul, like it really is.
Yes. Because not much is exciting here anymore once you realize the truth, right? You're like, oh, it makes sense now. This place is supposed to suck. Because if it was great, they're not gonna get any loosh from us if this place was great. So of course this place is meant to suck. So the few spaces like this that exist, like you said, food for the soul.
Yep. It's exactly what it is. Distraction is impossible at this point. Once you really, there's like this threshold of and I just recently crossed that threshold, to be honest, probably like a week ago. I was still like able to, go back into a little bit of things, like maybe watch something, but now it's kind of impossible. Like once you go completely over that threshold, you fully realize that these things control everything, and you see it. It's more than obvious, and you just cannot go back to some stupid game and like try to finish it, shit. As soon as you hop in a game, and even if you like try to force yourself and like play it, you're like, what am I fucking doing here, right? You just immediately
Like a video game.
Yeah, like a video game. That's what I'm talking about. Like, even if you finish it before, you're like, I don't want to fucking play it. Like, what is the point? I'm just wasting time.
Yeah, I mean, the time that I would normally use to like have for entertainment, like, okay, now this is entertainment. I'm gonna watch a movie, I'm gonna watch a show, and it's gonna be fun, or I'm gonna play a video game. None of that is appealing anymore.
No.
The only thing is like, okay, I'm gonna talk to these spaces like this space. I'm gonna get involved here. This is exciting. This is informative. I'm actually going to learn something. I'm going to actually connect with other real beings, other real souls, not NPCs or not like brainwashed souls, right? Or if I do watch a movie or a show, if it has like truth, yeah, exactly, truth. Like Matrix, like this and that, like Dark City, like Westworld. These names
That's the only things I watch.
Yeah, because like
if I watch them.
Truth is entertaining to me now because
it's the only thing that matters and that is real. Everything else is
exactly everything a stupid, useless, pointless drama. For what? We're living in the biggest drama right now. We are literal souls trapped in a false reality. What can top that? And we're living it. We're not watching it. We're living it. Like, this is the ultimate drama. Why am I going to watch some other bullshit? Yeah.
The normies, they call you the freaking Christian like woman normie. She called me lame because I don't like any movie. Like even the normies will call you lame if you call some horror movie lame. And to be honest, like even outside all of this, every freaking horror movie is lame. It's all the same shit, and none of them are scary. And they always say, the scariest freaking movie is this predicament we're in right now.
Yeah,
that is the scariest thing. And fuck all those like normie movies, like where they act all happy, they pretend, it's all fucking fake, and
yeah, man. And the only time I find myself enjoying normie entertainment is if I'm spending time watching it with someone I care about, right? Like, okay, they're enjoying this, and I'm enjoying them, right? Whether it's like a family member who likes watching something, and you just like spending time with them, right? Really. And sure, it can be entertaining, but really, like, yeah, I still like to connect with others. And most people are still normies, but some of those normies are a part of your life, right? Some of those normies are girlfriends. Some of those normies are parents. Some of them are siblings. Some of them are your children. So it's like, okay, like, but normie shit on my own, like if we're talking normie entertainment, like, no, I'm not going to watch whatever fucking movie just by I can't do that anymore. Like, I want to watch one thing that's out that's kind of new. I don't know how new it is Severance. I've heard this channel talk about that show a couple of times. That show sounds really great. There's a lot of truth bombs in that one. I don't know if you've heard of Severance.
I don't know. It sounds maybe like 1% familiar, but not really.
Yeah, I've watched it. It's actually really good. The intro in and of itself, I've sat and watched the intro to that show, like the intro before the actual episode starts over and over and over again. There's a lot of truth in that little snippet alone.
Right, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Like shit like that. They talk about like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, I heard, which, that's a very interesting and important document. these clues, these hints that they like to drop in entertainment. That's the only thing I can watch now. That's the only thing.
But even then, it's like hard to really invest yourself into this, I feel like.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm invested in the truth that it drops, and it is validating too. Like, even if they drop a piece of truth that I already know, like, oh, hey, you guys are in a false reality and you can't remember what happened before. Okay, yeah, I knew that. I mean, at this point, but even then, sometimes it's still validating at least. Like, okay, yes,
It
yes.
feels
Like,
good
yeah,
to
we're
get that confirmation, you know.
confirmation, exactly. I'm sure I'll get over even that, and we'll want to go even deeper. But it's still good to see that at this point in time, at this stage, still. Like, yes,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not crazy. Even media, mainstream media, is talking about this. And Nick says that, and I think he's probably right, that it's literally just the system telling on itself because it doesn't have any other ideas that it can create on its own.
It's
It's
like bored. So it's snitching
Yeah,
from
it's like bored, or it just doesn't have anything else to work with because it's such a limited thing,
yeah.
right? It's not
It could be
original.
arrogance, you know, like how those rappers who make those rap songs, they always gloat about who they killed in a song, and they
Yeah.
gonna go unnoticed. And maybe the realm is doing the same thing with like, oh, it's show you this is a simulation right in front of
Oh,
your face, and
that would be hilarious.
that's how it feels like, you know. That's why they show it like in plain sight. And
You
people
know,
don't get it.
you might be right. I mean, both could be right. I mean, it could be Nick's explanation, but it could also be that because I've heard situations where the simulation mocks people in NDEs or in astral traveling, like or like if someone's taking DMT and they're having a trippy DMT experience and it's a really shitty one, or ayahuasca. What's it called? I think it's called ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Yeah, the psychedelics, like, and then these entities will come into their trip and fuck with them and mess with them. And I've heard one where they saw a group of reptilians come up in their drug trip and tell them, "Oh, you're not real. None of this is real." Da 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 da, and like just fuck with them. And so that could be true. So the parasite has already proven that it is capable of tormenting and rubbing shit in our face, rubbing the truth in our face, and basically saying, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? So that could also be true. It could just be revealing the truth through media as a subtle way of rubbing it in our face, right?
Mhm.
So I
I
think both are just as valid.
I always felt back then that they kind of had to like do this. It's like you cannot. I don't think they're even allowed through just maybe there's like a universal law or whatever when it comes to existence that you cannot
Hmm.
infinitely trap a being, you know. There's like rules somehow still, and
Hmm.
the rule is you have to give hints, and whether we take
Right.
those hints or not, it's up to us, but they have to give.
Hmm. I've heard that too. And I've heard that it's another form of consent. Like it's another form of us consenting to what's happening here, right?
Yeah,
I've heard
I've
that
been
too.
same shit, thinking about the same freaking shit. Like when you watch, let's say, a movie as a child, like some Disney shit, right?
Hmm.
Maybe like what's it called, the Monsters University. It's a sugar
Monsters
coated,
Inc.
yeah, Monsters Inc. It's the sugar coated version of loosh farming, right? When they like scare
Yes.
those kids through those portals and they collect it in those bottles. So when you watch that, perhaps like subconsciously you're giving consent to that. You're like agreeing with that being
Yes.
fun, right?
Yes. And it's interesting that the movie's about scaring kids specifically too, no?
Yeah, that is very, that is too a little bit. I think this hits home a little too close.
A little too close, yeah. The adrenochrome type shit, or just loose in general from kids, is more potent.
And the
And
worst
that
thing
the
is like it's disguised for like kids, and it all looks like cartoonish and kiddish, and
Yeah.
it has so much freaking evil in it, dude.
Yeah, because that's a movie directed at kids. So right, that messaging, that means that messaging is for the kids because they're the ones watching that kids movie.
Yeah.
And it's telling the kids, hey, yeah, we're fucking feeding off of you. That's right.
Maybe that's how the demons got me. Even when I was 12, you know, I was like low key agreeing to this, and they came into my room, and I didn't understand why. And It's like, oh, you signed this contract. We can't do this to you.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I don't know if it's karmic law. I don't know if it's a universal law that the, or if it's just they need to continue getting our consent, even if it's in subtle ways through entertainment. Like, okay, you know this is happening to you, right? Oh no, but this is just entertainment. But this is still happening to you though, even though this is entertainment, even though it's true, but it's entertainment, but it's also, you know, like, and we're just soaking it in because we're, you know, because we like to watch them.
This is probably why they want to merge us with, you know, that AI and those stupid neural brain chips. So maybe it's going to automate that process of consent.
Yeah, they probably won't even need to do that anymore once we're fucked, because our soul will be inside tech, right?
Yeah,
there's no death.
That's what they're doing, like the stupid AI hive mind.
How many people do you think are actually going to fall for that? Because I don't know.
Surprisingly, not a lot of people, but perhaps that's why they want to like ramp up World War III and I guess like destroy this place, and then they'll suddenly have the technology of, you know, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
We say, oh, you guys, you know, like our world is fucked right now, just like in the Matrix. So you guys want to rather go into the simulation? It feels just as real as this one, if not even more real. Perhaps like that's how the simulation goes, you know, multiple layers deep, even a simulation within a simulation. I mean, look at you right now. You can play a game. You can even have VR glasses. And I've seen this. This is really freaking sad. When you play VR chat, there's these people, when you go on like a map, you see them being on these maps with their VR glasses on. Like they have them on IRL and they sleep inside the game. So when they wake up IRL, they actually wake up inside the game, you know?
I've seen those on YouTube.
So yeah.
Like, oh, I'm going to spend a night in Silent Hill, like that type of shit.
Exactly, some stuff like that. But it's also, I think these people are, it's escapism, right? I used to be the same with like, not with the VR glasses, but I would still like play that game and escape to like HDR maps that look really real, you know, like it's just all about escapism, because naturally your soul is, it wants to go from like this materialistic hell. That's why nobody likes this freaking place. And if anyone, you cannot like this place. It's impossible. If you're real, you cannot like it unless you're like born from below inside the system.
Well, and why is there so many forms of escapism if this place is so great, right?
Exactly.
Like, why do we need video games to escape? Why do we need alcohol or drinking on the weekends, or smoking weed or whatever, watching porn, or going on the dating sites and hooking up with as many people as possible, or whatever? Like, why is there so many forms of escape if this place is so crap? Religion is a form of escape. Absolutely.
Well, there's a better place. But why do you need a better place if this place is so good? Then you're not honest.
Why do we need to be sold an idea of a heaven that's out of this world? Like, if this place is so great, right? I think it's because our souls deep down, our divine spark knows that there's more, there's truth out there, and that there's a true reality that we've been robbed from, and we're seeking that out again, but we're seeking that out in other things.
Good analogy. I do feel robbed. That's a great way to put it. Like, I feel like we all feel freaking robbed, dude.
Yeah.
You know, the worst thing could be that let's say I'm a huge BMW fan, and I keep seeing those cars, and it's a form of like mockery. I see like this M car that I never afford, and the craziest part could be that it's not them who created it anyways. It could be even your own creation that they stole from you, and now it's like they're putting it in front of your face. Like, you cannot have your own thing in this place.
I've had that happen so many times where like it knows what you want, right? And then it doesn't give it to you, or it almost gives it to you, and then it quickly takes it away. And then it shows other people around you having that very thing, right?
That is true.
It could be anything. It could be a relationship. It could be a car. It could be a certain job, right? It could be a body type that you want. It could literally be anything. As long as you want it. I call it micro-looshing. right? With like little annoyances or little things that make you a little jealous or maybe a little like envious or maybe a little like, fuck, like I wish that was me, or fuck, I wish I had that. I wanted that. Like, right? It's like these little attempts to be like,
Yeah.
okay, let's loosh him a little bit here, loosh him a little bit there. We know what he wants. It's the carrot, right?
I get that from every side, dude.
Yeah.
Well, like I see people in my country, they suddenly win lotteries of like 250 million, and they're not even that far away. Apparently, like
Yeah.
you know, like half an hour away. Like if it's true what my sister said. And then also like the car, you know, you see somebody else having it, or you look at one online, and you're like, damn, that's the one I want to buy, and then you see someone else buy it off of you. This disappears from the website. You know, it's pure mockery, and then even on YouTube, you know, you suddenly get some.
Yep.
You see some pretty girl somewhere, and like, damn, you know, you wish you could have her, and you know, like you will not have her.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care
No,
about that, to
totally.
be honest. About like women and all, because if you love, don't love anything in this place. I mean, even if just like a truthful woman, like we even have here, I feel like, in my opinion, you should still stay solo, because at the end of the day, it's a solo journey, anyways, and you should not build any
Yeah.
attachments. It's so easy. I see it every time. Like
Y-
the love bombing, it's so strong. Like people, that's what they say. Love makes blind, you know. And those people that fall in love, they're like hypnotized. They don't know what they're doing, and
That's
that's what happened.
true. It's tough though. I mean, I am in a relationship now, and I know there's people listening probably in a relationship. Some people
I
at
mean,
least.
some
It's
have kids here, yeah.
I
That's
know
the thing.
I have kids, and yeah, exactly.
Biggest attachment.
It is a form of attachment, but I think as long as you know that, you know, you should probably be fine. And as long as you know those attachments are going to be used against you on the other side, you should definitely be fine, right? Because there's a difference between someone crossing over and seeing their dead wife or husband or grandma, whatever, who cares, right? Anybody, kid. It's going to be easy for them to fall for that, but knowing what we know, we're like, okay, I know what you fucking bitches are doing. You fucking Archon, or you AI projection that's automated. Like, where's the off button? Fuck you. I'm gonna take your fucking energy, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you know what's going on, they can't get you with that shit. I
But
mean,
in the East, they were like saying they actually amplify those emotions by
they do
some
the
say
love
like
bomb.
2,000, yeah. So if you have like, let's say, kids, they amplify those. How hard will it be to, you know, go against that and not fall for the guilt tripping?
Well, I think you got to work on your cutoff game while you're still alive to be prepared for that, right? Like if a girlfriend dumps you or a boyfriend dumps you, like instead of being like, "Wow, that destroyed me," just be like, "Hey, you know what? I've got myself. I'm good. Like that sucks. That stung, absolutely, but you know what? Like I'm gonna be okay, right? Like working on the cutoff game. If someone dies, a family member dies, like shit, man, that fucking sucks. Like I was close to them, but I also know that this place is garbage, and I hope they get out.
Yeah.
like,
What would you cry
like
at?
I don't cry for the dead. I don't cry for the dead and the dying. I cry for the ones who are born. Like I'm sorry for you guys, the guys that are being born, the guys that are dying and dying off. Like I'm excited for them. Well, I mean, not too excited because they're probably going to get recycled back in here. But you know what I mean? Like at least they're experiencing the window of opportunity for a potential to escape.
I get it fully.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's inverted, you know, this place is inverted, so they cheer when someone new gets born, but they cry when someone is dying. Well, it should be the opposite, right? Oh, he's
Yeah.
dying, he's finally escaping, but no, they're crying because you want to escape this prison. They want to pull you back. It's
It's
twisted.
such an inversion, isn't it?
Yeah,
And I mean, one thing you could do for people that you care about, right, is tell them. I've told my mom and my dad about the soul trap. And my mom is super Catholic. Like really Catholic. But she's my mom and I love her and if I can help her wake up, if I can give her gnosis and help her escape, I'm going to do that. Like, and even if she doesn't, despite everything I've told her, at least I can know that I tried. But I had many conversations with her about, no, this is a soul trap. If you see Jesus, that's not Jesus. Like, you need to, you know, blah, blah, blah. And then I told my dad about it recently over the phone because he's out of the country. and he's not religious. He never was. But he seemed kind of open to it. And I think he's more of like a data-driven guy. Like, well, what about the data? What about the evidence? So my mom was more like religious, so she's going based off faith. And I told my dad, look, I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Like, I'm talking NDE reports that you can verify. You can look up NDE reports. You can look at the CIA talks about NDEs. The CIA talks about astral traveling. The CIA talks about whatever.
Okay, why?
Right? Like there's evidence.
You would say, you know, like back then, if you just pull this out of thin air, they'll call you a conspiracy theorist and whatnot. But even if you freaking mention like, oh, the CIA was doing the Monroe, the out of body, it's like they don't care. They ignore the evidence. They just don't give a fuck. But it's still good that you give hint, you know, like talk about this, even if it doesn't come through. What will happen is you will still like tingle their soul, like their soul.
Yeah.
It will still feel some truth, and it'll be inside them, and at some point maybe they'll sense that something is wrong. You know, like your words have power, and it will be starting.
Yeah. It's like planting seeds into their minds, right? Like, let's say when they do die, like let's say when they do pass, because both of my parents are in their 70s now. Let's say when they do pass and they see the white light, hopefully they'll be like, huh, my son told me about this. I remember that. He told me this isn't so good, and he told me why. You know, right? Like I'm hoping for that, and I still haven't told my sister about it yet.
It's the same shit I'm hoping about. When I told my mom, whenever you see your dad or whatever, like who died in a war, or your mom who died of a heart attack, those are not, and they get mad at you, but I try to like make them understand your mom is not your freaking mom. Like if you had like a million lifetimes, you had like a million different moms. Maybe you've been black.
Right.
Maybe you're just maybe you've been a dad at some point. Like stop identifying with this body and like the ego, and stop, especially like those people look back at the wars like, oh no, I was this war, it was all terrible, and of course it's terrible, but you're still like stuck in a trauma, and meanwhile World War III is gonna happen. So just forget about all of it. Like understand it's programming, and it's there to like guilt trip you and keep you in fear and despair and all that shit.
Yeah. It's just to get you back into the system.
Yeah, and they don't understand, you know, like my mom's excuse was like, oh, you know, if everyone's thinking like you, we wouldn't have nothing to eat, no one would work and all that, and you just don't understand it. They don't get it. It's very sad, but yeah, that's the best thing you could do, to be honest. You like you said, like planting the seed. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah. And I mean, I do think the soul trap messaging and gnosis is starting to spread online. I mean, so you know,
really,
I mean, the fact that this community exists is.
I do see that, like what you said, you know, with the Hell Realm, like people will say in the comments, a lot of videos when it comes to like what's going on, and everyone knows something's off, and they'll say, I knew it, to say Hellish Realm, and then they like what will they revert to? They will be like, oh, you know, Jesus is king, Jesus Christ, just accept Jesus.
Yeah, Christ is king type shit. Yeah, it's so annoying. That's a popular one, Christ is king.
Yeah, and only really, like only a very, very handful of people, they truly realize that something is wrong there. Only an idiot will accept, you know, like Christ or like any religion as truth. But the more intelligent ones, they'll see that something's wrong, and they'll take all those religions apart, and they'll just know something's wrong, you know.
What percentage of those people do you think are actually just chatbots? The one that just refer, anytime there's something bad on the internet, they'll be like, I claim no negative energy. Christ is king.
Yes. Maybe most of them are not. I don't know. That's a good question. But you know what we're talking about, right, Nick? It's everywhere online now, these Christ bots.
It's more like I feel like the Muslims are the kind of the real ones, but they're just like the brainwashed ones, right?
Well, and that's interesting too. You don't really see a lot of Muslim. You don't see a lot of like Buddhists going like, "Hey, yeah, Buddhist is the man." Like, no, it's right. Like it's always like
it's always Christ suckers. It really is.
And it's always that he's king. It's so wild. Like Christ is king. Like what the fuck? They're really grooming us for bowing down to him in the afterlife.
These are bots. I guarantee you these are bots, because I've seen the pattern, you know, online, and these are bots.
Yeah, it's crazy. I see it more online than even in person too, which gives me more reason to believe that it is probably bots.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they probably have like bots IRL as well. They like knock at your door and try to sell you a Bible or some shit. I've had that happen before, you know, but I think it was
yeah.
freaking Muslims. They try to infiltrate your own home, you know.
Oh yeah, can we come into your home and tell you about Jesus?
The witness of Jehovah and all that shit's going on.
They always need permission, like vampires.
I know, right? That's so true. Damn,
So I don't like that happen.
there seems to be like a Christian revival right now. I don't know. It's for some reason. I think the parasite really likes Christianity. I think it's Christianity started to make more of a comeback, and New Age is kind of not dying out, but like dying down a little bit, and Christianity is sort of taking the mantle a bit more. It seems, right? Like, and purity culture.
I know what it is. It's
The
because everyone is
spirituality doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't have enough submission to it. You know, the New Age stuff is
exactly.
You're not really submitting to a specific authority.
No, you're not. Because the whole thing about spirituality, the New Age, is like, oh, you can create your own reality. Did you know you can manifest? You can manifest money. You can manifest this, and it's like, and Earth is a school. Okay, great. Yeah, Earth is a school, and we come back to learn lessons. But it's too independent, right? It's too like, don't focus on deities. Focus on manifesting your desires, and it's like it's too independent. But like submitting to Christ, on the other hand. Like, fuck my desires. What does God want me to do? Right?
Submitting to the universe is too ambiguous.
Right. Yep.
I also have a thought on why Christianity is kind of pumping up, you know. So I've been seeing a lot of people post about how all this shit going on in the world is Revelations. Well, we all know that Revelations is their script, right? It's their literal playbook. It's telling you word for word what would happen in end times. And so I've been seeing a real big push is everything that's happening right now is in Revelation. So you need to get on your knees and repent because now is the time. Mm-hmm. So I think another big push is because people, you know, they have that fear. They see all this shit going on. They see, you know, there's a lot of push about the Antichrist and wars and famine and all these things are like, see, it's all happening just like Revelation. So that instantly tells their very programmed brain, well, if the Bible says it's going to happen, then that means everything in the Bible is true. Well, yeah, okay, from your very programmed brain, that makes sense. But like, if you see that Revelations is literally an con-struct playbook, then, but for everybody else that's programmed into it, it validates the belief system in and of itself.
And what do these people even think? You know, that the most pathetic part about all of this is, those people, like all of them are, you know, like, I hate myself for talking like this, but like sinners and, you know, all that crap. And then suddenly they're like, oh shit, God is real. Let me quickly switch to like Christianity and hopefully also, you know, go to heaven. That's all like most people think. They think they can be all evil and then like get this free ticket out of here by in the last second, you know, like being Christian or some shit. It's so stupid, dude.
Like the whole repent thing. Like, just repent. Just believe Christ died on the cross for your sins and repent. And then you can do all the atrocities that you wanted. You can rape kids. You can, you know, kill people.
Just ask for forgiveness at the end. You'll be fine, you know. I think that's all cartel leaders. That's how they are, you know. I freaking torture this guy to death. But you know what? At the end, it's all going to be fine because Jesus, he always accepts, you know, when someone feels sorry. So I'm good. It's my...
Well, yeah. And a lot of those cartel guys do wear crosses and shit. They're, you know, they're from like Mexico and shit. Like, they're from Catholic countries. Like,
they're satanic. They eat their hearts. Like, I've seen the worst of humanity, dude. Like, they'll cut their hearts.
Oh, yeah.
They'll take a bite of, which is also...
And they'll wear a gold crucifix chain necklace while doing it, or a rosary necklace while doing it. Yeah, it's wild.
The lowest of freaking humanity, like that's what you see with these cartels. It's if dude, like just seeing those videos alone, that should prove to you that it's the hell realm. Oh no, it's just a part of that world. It's just them being evil, dude. It's showing what this freaking place is. No, just the fact, even if it happens, let's say even if this reality was perfect and this only happened once, he'll still show
Yes.
this shouldn't be possible. Like,
Yes.
you understand what I'm saying? This shouldn't be possible in like a normal reality. It just shouldn't.
Well, and Christianity always likes to say, you will know them by their fruit, right? You will know a bad tree produces bad fruit. A good tree produces good tree. You'll know them by their fruit. Okay, well, what about the fruit, the tree that we're living on called Earth? What kind of fruit are we producing here? Things like the cartel, things like the Epstein bullshit, things like this and that, right?
Yeah, the cartel do, like, even the entities, they work for all of them. For
Oh
instance,
yeah, they worship what's it called? What's it called? The Grim Reaper looking cartel goddess, Santa Muerte. They worship and bow down to Santa Muerte, which basically is a Grim Reaper looking
Santa.
saint, Santo or Santa Muerte. I think Santa just means saint in Spanish. So saint death basically, because muerte means death, and it's a deity it's a deity that a lot of the cartels worship, and it just looks like a Grim Reaper thing with a scythe, and they wear it on necklaces and stuff too, and they have candles for it, and I think it's a death goddess, and yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just more archon shit. It's just another archon that they're giving basically loosh to, because they're the cartel and they're one of the greatest producers of loosh on the farm.
I mean, that's why they have all. That's why you see them have money, and they don't live too bad. I mean, they live in danger because there's always a cartel fight, but they live better than we all do together. With like
Yes.
money. At least the ones that are like higher. That, for being realistic, like the ones that the worthless cattle they use for like these wars, they'll just die
Yeah.
like tortured.
Exactly.
But that's something I'll never forget. That the first time I was ever exposed to this, I was playing GTA 5, and I remember this, and like these new people I met. This guy, he's a funny guy, but he's a full-blown NPC. He would send me a video of some like overweight black kid having his head shot off with some like shotgun.
Hmm.
I was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I never seen someone's like head being popped off like that, and I got more into like all these videos, and I've seen so many. I've seen pretty much everything, dude, and I got really, how do you even call that, dude?
Like
Like that
desensitized.
desensitized and that to it, right?
Yeah.
And also, yeah, I mean, if you know what the body is, it's just a piece of meat. Like every time you see those people die, like what is it? Their heads is off. They're just like a piece of meat. They're nothing. That's not.
Literally.
It's the soul that matters.
Yeah, absolutely. It just sucks that we have to suffer right before the end, right? Like right before our souls get ejected from the vessel. Why do we have to suffer? Why does it have to be an unpleasant process? I mean, not all the time, right? Sometimes there's a quick and painless death, right? But what's the majority? I mean, most of the people I know who died suffered a hell of a lot before they did.
But even the quick and painless one, how do you know you're not immediately being, quantum immortality, and you suddenly wake up in your room again, like Nick was talking about yesterday with that one shotgun, like the guy trying to
yeah.
If you heard about that.
He tasted gun. He saw a bright white light and then tasted the gunpowder and then was back in his room with everything normal. Yeah. I wonder. So it's interesting. You said bright white light. Right when he shot the gun. That is interesting, isn't it?
Rendering in the new freaking environment, right?
Well, yeah, and I think of the white light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like I wonder if him shooting himself in the head put him on a speed track to the white light tunnel. You know what I mean? Like through it. You know what I mean? Like, he ended his life. Let's just shoot him back in through the tunnel, straight into the light, and then back here. I don't know. It could have just been the simulation recalculating, readjusting itself into.
What I always thought of quantum immortality was that it's a failsafe of this reality. So it wants to keep you suffering here until your natural death occurs, let's say through disease or whatever. And people have like the false idea of quantum immortality. They would say, "Oh, if I was to die, would I live until 500 years old?" No, that's not how it works. Like it's not gonna do unlogical things. Maybe at some point we've been able to live until that long, but certainly not now, right? So what would happen instead is that we will, let's say you kill yourself 100 times over and over, an infinite amount of times, it will never work. You'll always like wake up again, and until you like really die. Let's say at like 79, when you suddenly get cancer or some shit like that. I don't know.
Right.
But it's stupid, you know. It's this whole thing, dude. It's freaking evil as shit.
Well, it really solidifies the scripting, right? Like the whole idea of that. It's like, wow, so I really can't just take my own life because the life script is literally forcing me to
And you
act out this
consented to
whole
it.
play. Yeah, and you consented to it. That's the biggest thing.
Maybe
That's
that's why
really
they
the big.
instantly, you know, can, like you said, with the bright white light, you already gave the consent before you came here, so you already agreed to when you blow your head off, you're gonna just respawn.
Right. Because like maybe with the light at the end of the tunnel, like maybe a lot of people aren't rushed into it yet because I don't know, there was a complication, but because you agreed to this script, it's like we're gonna fast track you into the light because you know you consented to this very specific life script playing out a very specific way, right? With no wiggle room for anything else, like any alternative endings. Like, no, you agreed to this specifically, which really sucks. Because, like, what if, like, I'm scripted to die of cancer? Like, and cancer is fucking
I mean,
shitty and painful.
my dad died like that. It's,
Yeah.
you know, the worst thing was he was at the hospital bed in like his last moments, and they like sent us out of the room, so I couldn't even be there.
Mm.
And he couldn't even talk. Like he tried to say something while laying in that bed, close to dying, and he couldn't say anything. I mean, imagine going out that way. It's
Horrible.
yeah.
I wonder how much power we have to act off script, you know, but still be here, right? Not die, but like
Off
still
script.
exist. Yeah, like we're still acting in the play, right? Your shitty little Archon play, but we get out of character for a little bit and improvise, and they can't really do much about maybe, right? Because like, oh well, they're still in the simulation, but they're kind of acting out of they're not saying the correct lines of their script, right? And it's like, I don't know, because I feel like there's been moments where I've done that, but
Going out.
maybe not. Maybe they're trying to make me think that I'm having more independent thought than I actually am. But I do feel like there's times where the life path wanted to direct me in one direction, and then I'm like, really think about it, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. But it like the path to getting there, right? Whether it's a certain job or it's like, okay, you know, we want him to become a cop, or we want him to become a professional boxer, or we want him to date this kind of person, or we want him to have this addiction. You know, like it seems like certain things are just a little too easy to make happen, if that makes sense, or like the opportunities are abundantly there for something very specific. And then once I realize I actually don't want to take that path, going a different direction, everything's hard all of a sudden. Oh, you want to do this job instead of that job? Oh, well, there's so many people that want this position, and it's not even like they're necessarily the best paying jobs, right? Where it's so competitive, but like just it could be anything, and the excuses for it not working out, or the excuses for it being a harder path, are kind of ridiculous, because then you'll see other people doing something that you want to do and they're like, oh yeah, I just walked right in and someone gave me the opportunity. Oh cool, but when I want to do it, I have to go through a maze and jump through hoops. But if I wanted to do this over here, it's like super easy, right? Like,
Yeah,
oh, do you know what I mean? But
yeah.
like, so I think going off script is possible. Again, I'm guessing, but I think based off experience that going off script is possible. They just make it harder for you to do so.
Yeah,
Um,
that is a different kind of script you're talking about. I mean, but it makes sense. Like if you go against the wave, it's gonna push back really hard. But that is a different kind of script you're talking about. Like when I would talk about a script, I would talk about how this whole reality is scripted in a way. Like for example, when you see that's what I saw. Like those dreams of Dubai, being on the rooftop, and I was seeing the rockets hit the buildings, and that's what happened. And then you see people, you hear like conversations play out, and you wake up, or suddenly like you have like random freaking dreams of, let's say, nuggets, and you wake up and you even forgot about like what you dreamt of, and then you drive around and you suddenly get like that feeling of, what, I feel like having some nuggets, and you buy them, and then you remember that dream, and it feels like you have no free will. Like, you even have the same shit with like playing a game, and I see myself like falling from a certain spot, and then I hop onto that game, and play that same map, and at some point I know I'm gonna fall from that exact spot, and then it happens. So it really makes you question how much actual free will do you even have. Like, I think this whole life you don't have any free will. It's all scripted, except maybe like the real essence you have. That shit is not scripted. Like what we're doing right now, that is off script for sure.
Well, yeah, exactly. The fact that we're even able to have these conversations shows us, I think, that there's a way out of it, right?
Yeah, that will never be in the script. That is not in. It's it would not want that to happen.
No, it wouldn't want that to happen unless it knew it could be co-opted. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's tried many times to co-opt in this group. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The amount of individuals that have come and gone.
Right. I've listened to those. Yeah.
I've heard it like every stream, dude. I would turn them on, like of this, and sit in my bed, and everyone who joined would have some like interference with their mic, their signal.
It's crazy.
And you can, I'm still like someone who would blame it on, I guess, like shitty phone signals or whatever. But again, dude,
that's Archon bullshit.
Yeah. Like,
I don't even believe
how can I be how can I be sure that it's not something, like paranormal working for it? Also, I hate that word paranormal. Like, why do we use paranormal? Like, if we use the word paranormal, it implies that this place is normal to begin with. You know what I mean?
This place is normal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because nothing is normal. Like everything is paranormal, and that is, everything is paranormal just by default.
Yeah, nothing is more paranormal than this place, right?
Yeah, and when we're spirit, we're not even human, so just by default, everything is freaking paranormal.
Well, yeah, and
Are you
Nick,
still with us, Christina? Oh no, go ahead, please finish.
Oh, that hasn't happened. It's I think she's mentioned something earlier. I don't know if she's
unmute herself yet. I think you.
Oh no, you're good. I just wanted to. Yeah, go ahead, please finish your thought.
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
No, I was gonna hear Gabe's thought, and then I want to ask you a question.
Oh, I was just asking real quick. Has that stopped happening? People coming in and trying to infiltrate and talk nonsense to disrupt everything.
That's perfect timing for Christina to come back. What do you think, Christina? Has that stopped?
Probably not, since he left.
What are your thoughts,
That's
Christina?
hilarious.
What's funny about it? No, what's so funny about it?
So the Parasite hasn't given up.
Sometimes it's suspiciously quiet. Like we'll get a live where there's like no real interference, but it really depends on I've noticed it depends on who's in the live and the topics of conversation. But I know that like when we get on a Rumble, there's not as much. But when we get on TikTok, there's always, man, remember that one lady that came on like a week or two ago, Nick?
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say. I think I know what you're gonna say. Is it the lady? Go ahead. She was teaching us.
Yeah, and she even, I was thinking about this just the other day. I was like, what was funny is even how she said the ether. She's like, it's aether, like she wanted to like make sure we said everything correctly. It was really
a programmer. Weird. Remember, is that the girl that was the programmer?
Yeah, she's been a programmer for years and years, and she knows exactly what's going on here. And then you started talking back to her, and then she was gone.
Programmer.
Oh, I think I saw that one. Wasn't she talking about the Masons and stuff too?
I honestly don't remember, but she was. Yeah. She was a programmer. I know that.
It's interesting seeing different scripts like play out of these characters, because my friend is also a programmer, and he's he's also on this path. Like I said, he's not fully there yet, but he's getting there. But what I found really interesting is that a lot of programmers, they're like the first ones that suspect something being wrong here, because this whole reality, it's also like a code, right? So them coding, maybe they see like the similarities or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a freaking, everyone is like a program, dude. You know, like you see, like, why do, like, let's say Spanish people, they all behave the same? Why do Chinese people always behave the same? All these like stereotypes. It's all freaking programs
Right.
running off scripts.
Yeah, because you're not the personality. I like, just like how we're not the body, we're not the personality that was assigned to the body,
Yeah.
right? And that's basically the ego, right? Like,
Ego, yeah. I knew we were gonna say that, dude. Like I just felt it even before you said it.
because yeah, the ego is the personality that was assigned to the body. So it's
Yeah.
like,
And we
yeah,
worked it really hard. And it's not even us. Like, let's say you
no,
like this car brand and I like this car brand, and I freaking like hate you for it for no reason, even though like I'm protecting this false
yeah,
ego identity. Like, why are we doing this? It's so fucking dumb.
yep, yep.
And I'm not gonna
Now,
like
do you think
say I'm perfect. Like I still freaking fall for all of this. Like from, like when it's the ego. Like you're still connected to the ego. We all
you
fall
think the
for it.
ego could be mimicking an authentic personality?
Like, huh?
It's a good question, to be honest
I mean,
about it.
I mean, we're not a hive mind, so when we're
Right.
not in these bodies, we're not. It's not like we're all the same. We still would have unique aspects to each of our, expressions. So
I think the ego's a
is
copy of that.
right. Are they
Oh,
mimicking the bandwidth of that, or the amount of whatever data they can from that? Right? Is that what they limit us to? So it does still feel like us. You know what I mean?
mhm.
To an extent.
Maybe it has to feel like an like us for like a certain amount, because
This would be hard to integrate us. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if it was completely foreign, I think we'd see through it a lot faster.
Right.
yeah, and that's what it's trying to prevent. So I could see that happening. But the off script, it really feels like you're victim. Like with the script. Let's say you like what do you even do in that case? Like let's say you dream of a certain car like passing you, or like you drive that certain car. I don't know. Like yesterday when I explained, with the black Audi R8, and then you wake up and you have to like go buy something to eat, and you're like forced to see that car pass you. So it's like you cannot even escape that script. Feels
I
like a
think, like,
loop.
yeah. What's helped me is like just detaching from those things, and not even saying like, oh, have no desires, but I'm more saying like, it's more like of a reminder to myself that nothing here is compared to what freedom is on the other side. And so it's like, when they like to dangle that carrot in front of me, it's like I don't know, they don't even do it to me much anymore once I started really implementing that. Like,
You're
I
gonna
just
find
remind
something
myself.
else.
I just remind myself that it's a hell realm, and then I feel better because remind myself, like, this isn't it. This isn't the best that existence has to
I,
offer.
I do
Far
the
from it.
same shit, but then you have to be careful. There's some people, and I don't say they do it out of like because they're malevolent, but it's just because they don't know it fully yet. So if you were to say that to them, you know what they would say? They would say that you it's like you want it to be true. Oh, I see this and I cannot have it. Oh, it must be all because of evil, and you want it to be true, right? It's that kind of like confirmation bias thing. But that's not really how it works, right? Like we know
What do you
that.
What do you mean?
So like, let's say you know exactly, like right now we know how this shit works. Like maybe not 100%, but we see how it works. Like we kind of do see the pattern. Like it gives just to take and all that.
Right.
So you see the mechanics behind it, how it works, and then you know, therefore, the reason why you're not rich, for example, and you will never get rich. But then the people who are not quite on this level, they would say, "Oh, you just you're giving up. That's victim mentality. It's this and that, right?"
Yeah. Right.
You're getting the point right now, right? But that's
But
doesn't
I
work.
don't tell people that though.
You don't.
I don't when I go through those moments. No, I don't tell people shit. I don't
You
trust most
shouldn't.
people. I think most people are NPCs. I think most people are NPCs, so I don't even share my thoughts with anyone unless I'm like spaces like this, right? But yeah, no, it's just a thought in my head, like, oh, that's right. Do I even really want this thing? Is that thing even really so great? Or can I create a much better reality once I'm free from here and we destroy the system, right? Like,
That's not a hard
and
task,
then
I think.
it works, and then I actually do feel a lot better because
Mhm.
it's like, yeah, what much does this place really have to offer? Nothing. And the best aspects of this realm don't belong to this realm. The best aspects of this realm are real beings,
Yep.
right? Is real creative force. Like, but the realm itself, like, you've got
It's
nothing.
worthless. It's completely worthless.
Yeah. So you just, I mean, I remind myself it's a hell realm, and then suddenly I don't feel as bad
Yep.
for not having certain things because I know I
Same
can
here.
create better. Yeah.
It's super difficult to like remind yourself about that. And again, the only freaking reason it works is because of the mind wipe. So you could go outside and if you're not like
Yeah.
fully in tune, you would think, oh shit, this is so real, and look, I can touch things, and that means it's real, and I'm not having it, and that can make you feel really depressed and deprived of those things. But if you wouldn't have that mind wipe, you would like walk through this parasitic realm, and you would like see for what it is, a big joke.
A big joke, almost cartoonish.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it
just
was
laughable.
Aeon. It might have been Aeon, one of those channels, talked about astral traveling and having memory before being born, even, and they described being here, this reality, like what everything looks like, what people look like, what being a person looks like, what nature looks like, literally what everything look, the material realm, this material realm looks straight up like a cartoon, like we're in a cartoon compared to what's out there and what could be created, which I thought was interesting. Like they described it, because like a lot of people say when they're out of the body, the NDE experience felt more real than
Yep.
being alive. Basically reinforcing that when Aeon had mentioned that being here was not only shitty in comparison, but it literally, he said it literally felt like he was in a Ben and Jerry cartoon. Like I don't think we realize how fake this place is
No, we
because it's
don't.
all we've known in this lifetime, right? It's all we've known in this lifetime because of the memory wipe.
Yep.
That's what I mean when I say that's all we've known. It's not all we've known, but it's all we've known because of the memory wipe in this lifetime. So that's what I mean. But it's all we've known. So to us, this is real. But when you have that to compare it to, what Aeon was talking about, this is
I
beyond a joke.
I mean, definitely, but still,
It's like The
always,
Simpsons.
always take a. I was even gonna mention The Simpsons in a second, but let me just finish this real quick. I would still be a little bit careful, like a grain of salt when it comes to someone having like pre-memories. You don't know, like they could be injected, fake, to push like a
They
certain
could,
agenda.
they could, but I'm just like connecting dots too, though, right? Because
Yeah,
other people have said similar things, maybe not directly the same things, but other people have said
they speak some truth.
like
Yeah,
like their NDEs felt more real than here. And even though NDEs, they're still fake, right? Because they're still in the astral. But it's just the astral is just another layer of the prison. But it's more real because it's at least it's non-physical.
it's apparently is more physical than this here, but like on a higher frequency bandwidth, right? Because here apparently we
Yeah.
only see like 0.00 like 5% of visible light spectrum. But
Well, the
then
astral's fucking weird though. The
it
astral's weird.
is, I think it's an even more, probably the people will land there and like be turned to like slaves, you know. I think it's like an even bigger prison that it's even harder to escape.
It's like it's physical, but it's more malleable. What's the word? Malleable. Like it's more flexible.
You
Like
instantly
the rules.
manifest, yeah.
Yeah. The rules are more flexible. You can manifest
But you're not
easier.
allowed to flex them. You get arrested by these fucking
No.
entities. They're like police there. So it's just
Yeah,
another layer of the prison.
I've heard of astral police. Yeah,
Yeah.
and dream police, and like just
Why?
reptilians.
Why is it that these people always, you know, try to think deep about this kind of stuff? So the mind wipe, it does a lot of things. So you could technically even imagine with the mind wipe, we find ourselves in a reality where everything looks like The Simpsons, and you would take that as truth, right? Like you'd be in the Simpsons world and you would question nothing, and for you it will look normal to like be in this cartoon just because of the mind
Mhm.
wipe. So like, why do we
Yeah.
think this is normal? Like, why do we think, oh, the way we look right now, the way everything is, like, how do people take this as normal? Unless it like copied something from somewhere else, like try to fool us.
I think it did. I mean, nothing. I don't believe anything here is original. So I think it is a copy.
It can't
Because
be original, I think, because
it
that
can't
tells
exactly.
it's uncreative, you know. It's very uncreative.
Yeah. Like I think it took a pure idea and then corrupted it, and then it just recycled the same corruption, right? Like it recycled the same ideas, but just inverted everything and made things worse. Um, I think it kept some of the pure aspects of it to make it seem more appealing, right? Like, yeah, nature is beautiful. Yeah, the human body can be looked at as beautiful, but then what does it come with, right? So it's like it lures you in before it fucks you up, kind of like some plants or insects in nature, right? Like, you
Yeah,
know,
if you have like the magnifying glass and you'd zoom in into nature, you'd see like everything's eating each other. It's just
yeah,
beautiful on the outside, and it's not even. I even hate that word, right? Because to be honest, nothing is beautiful. Like you could send me to the most beautiful place here, and I still would say, yeah, whatever, right? Like I don't care because I know it's shit compared to infinity and what's really out there.
yeah, definitely.
And
But it's
you
also
get
hard to
appreciated.
imagine infinity, right? Like,
Yeah.
which is crazy. It's like, okay, I know there's better out there, but I can't even imagine it.
I did have the sensation of infinity only a very, very few times in my entire life, and it would suddenly be in like in dream states where I would become conscious, but all of a sudden I would feel infinity, right? And it'll feel incredible. There's like no words to really describe it. And when you
Yeah,
wake up from it, you know, it's the worst feelings ever, dude. Of course, because
right.
you're in prison again.
In prison again.
Yeah, it's like really I got it's like this infinity it leaked through somehow through this construct, and I felt it for like a split second there. It was the most amazing feeling ever.
I think that's kind of how you can tell the difference between an implant and something authentic is you got to kind of break it down. Like, well, what would the system have to benefit from showing a higher definition reality than this? It wouldn't. It doesn't really have anything to benefit from that unless it also controls that realm, you know.
Hmm.
But then even that, it's like such a huge risk for it because then now it's like you're going to question, well, why is this place so dull and lifeless compared to this other place I just experienced,
Hmm.
So it only ever does things for its benefit. So if it's injecting or inserting an experience, which I'd say 90% of dreams are injections from it, at least in my experience, there's always a reason why it does what it does, and usually its bag of tricks is so limited that you can almost categorize it, in one hand, what it's doing and why it's doing it. So if you can't find like an obvious benefit for what it's doing, then that's when I started to question, well, was that really it, or was that some kind of truth slipping through?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
It shows how unstable it is if the truth is managed to slip through from time to time.
This place is very unstable, and I really think it's running low on fuel.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, the birth rates are going down. I think that at least contributes to it. I love seeing the birth rate go down. It's having less and less to work with. What is it? Gen Z. I'm a millennial, but Gen Z is like a small generation already, right? And even and not only are they themselves the smallest generation, a lot of them are not too happy about the idea of starting a family.
No,
Right?
they're also like children themselves. I mean, dude, even I'm like what 24, and I don't like back then. People would be 18, they will feel like a man, and look, I'm 24, and truthfully, I still feel like a freaking child. So if I feel like a child, like how am I gonna like I'll be take responsibility, of course, and all that, but still, like if you feel like a child and not really like a man, you're not gonna procreate and all that. And it's all of this is also by design, of course. I mean, you got the bottled water, the hormones sprayed, and men are becoming more female, and I see like this transgender thing. It's also really sick.
Well, the whole thing is sick,
Everything. It's like this thing is losing its complete mind and control, and like now it's like spawning in these freaking transgenders, and those freaking like what was I gonna say about those dreams again, dude? About it was, dude, like what the hell was it again? I think we were talking about infinity.
Like earlier.
Yeah, maybe help me like regain the memory, but I don't know, like something about infinity, true essence. What was it again, dude? Fuck.
Well, and I mean, I think the whole transgender thing is just as sick as, straight people, straight bodies. Just being in a body. It doesn't matter what the sexual orientation is, in my opinion, right? Like, it's all bad.
It's all penetrative, It's all insertive, injective, all representative of this intelligence.
Those are like funny wordplays there.
Yeah, it's all bad. Nothing's pure here. I mean, and what is pure is heavily buried underneath prison flesh.
Yep.
Right? It's suppressed. The only things that are pure here are greatly suppressed underneath. Yeah, so I mean, I try not to hate on any particular group of people, really. It's not their fault. It's not what we are. I'm not a straight male. I am a soul, right? Because if I identify as being a straight male and then bash on other people for not being like me, like what am I really? I'm like comparing prison cells.
It's all about like identifying with this place. You see those people having the religious debates on the street, and then suddenly some NPC, like there's like this female would come up to him, and she's like she's asking these people, what are you guys, like what are you, like asking like which religion are you, basically. So stupid.
Yeah, and it loves when we direct our anger and frustration, like our anger and hatred towards each other. But God forbid, I know that's poor language. God forbid, parasite, forbid that we direct that anger and hatred towards it, right?
Yeah, it does not want that. Obviously, that's
no.
It wants it to fear it, right? That's how it has that false if just that false sensation of power, you know, it wants us to think it's strong, but it's not. We all know it's freaking weak.
Yeah, it's weak. It's pathetic. It only shows itself to us if we're in sleep paralysis or some other vulnerable state of mind or whatever.
Even then, it doesn't really show itself.
Even then,
Something
yeah.
comes.
You know, it showed me some fucking gray aliens and some shadow people. That's the it of itself that it showed. That's the projections. And there's a girl that I used to be friends with who she became super Christian, but she used to have sleep paralysis. And she told me, this was before I knew anything about the soul trap. So when she told me this, I was like, what the fuck? That's wild. But she told me that she had sleep paralysis one night and there were three beings at the end of her bed. One was a praying mantis guy, one was a gray alien guy, and one was a reptilian. And she was like, "What the fuck is going on?" She was terrified. She was like, "What do you want?" And they just told her, "You have a lot of energy." And she took that as, oh, they must have been demons sent from hell. Like, right? She super Christianized it, her experience. And so that scared her into religion. That was like, whoa, wow, I need to submit myself to Christ because clearly I'm not living how I should be living. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that horrible demonic experience. So she ran to Jesus after that.
And they'll get that protection at first, right? So they think they're like on the right path. So like, oh, as soon as I started believing in Jesus, my life went better. I'm not being attacked anymore. And by the way,
And that's exactly what happened.
I just
The good
remembered
cop.
something I
The good
forgot.
cop has his effect.
Yep.
Exactly. The thing I wanted to say, I just freaking remembered it luckily. The mind wipe didn't work completely. What I was gonna say earlier about dreams is I remember like jumping inside a pool and it feels so much more real. Like I could feel the water on me. It would feel really great, like really real. And then when I would wake up and take a shower, it would feel like a freaking joke. It's just not the same. Like when the water hits me, it just feels fake. You know what I mean? And most
Yeah.
people would say, "Oh, you just like derealization, the freaking Matrix." Like they all have these terms to like gaslight you into thinking you're crazy. But no, this place isn't fucking real to begin with. Of course, it's not gonna feel real because it isn't real.
Yeah, totally.
But that's annoying, right? Like makes living here impossible. And I mean, it is made to be impossible, I guess. But yeah.
I don't think of anything here as living. I think of it all as being animated. You know, we're not living. We're life itself. So without us,
Right.
this place doesn't move. You know, there's no life here. This place is a hollow, empty, dead place. The only thing giving it life is the true essence beings that are inhabiting it.
It definitely is like a holodeck, something of that sort. Because I remember this one story of these two people being in a bar. They went out drunk, and they said it was foggy outside, and it's really interesting because every time this kind of stuff happens, it always turns into like fog. So what they talked about was how the pavement below them, they were like looking for the sidewalk, but everything under them, like it was disappearing, like it didn't exist anymore. It was just like a holodeck, and they looked in the distance, and they just saw like this hollow like holographic room. There was like no pavement, nothing, right? Basically the freaking simulation, dude. It just needs to
Yeah.
render things in. It's a fucking projection, a hologram. It's insane. Like, and I'm not saying the story. I do think it's kind of like I don't know. For some reason, I think this is true. It can be false. It can be true. You know, it doesn't really matter. But I feel like just the fact that these kind of stories can exist, I don't think in a prime real reality with no mind web, I don't think lies they cannot even exist there. Because a lie, what is a lie, dude? A lie is evil. You know, it's from the devil. A lie is it cannot even fit inside a realm of like truth, of like of a realm that is real. I don't think a lie can fit there. You know, it's like a different energy.
Well, when you're not being filtered through a deceptive governing mechanism, you can access all information, right? So if you ask a question, you receive the answer from the same place you asked the question from. There's no such thing as the ability to lie wouldn't exist, you know?
Yeah,
Because you could
exactly.
just, you would instantly know, like, oh, okay, that's not true. There'd be no purpose in trying to lie in that state.
You wouldn't even be able to. You just wouldn't, I think. You know, it's a good way how you described it.
All right, well, this time I'm serious. I'm going to give a 20-minute warning, and that'll be 8 hours that we've been on this show. So 20 minutes, I am going to shut it down. I got some Matrix shit to do. But yeah, continue on, please. And we'll do another one tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it on here on TikTok. I just got to see how I feel about it. When I go to TikTok, it's because I'm anticipating infiltration, and I like to face it head on.
Some of the infiltration's wild. The things that these people say.
I get a good laugh out of it anymore. Like, wow, that's the best you got.
That's
Try again.
right, yeah. That kind of gives us an idea of what we're up against, isn't it? Because like that's the parasite working through them, right? So,
and it's all they can do, like, really.
And if that's their best, like, holy shit, you're pathetic. Like, you're gonna be easier to take down than we thought.
Right,
if that's
really
your best.
overestimated you, didn't we? We kind of overestimated. We're a little overprepared, and this is going to be pretty anticlimactic.
We're totally, and you know, I think we should be overprepared, right? Because we never know. But I think it is going to be underwhelming and anticlimactic. I think it's going to be like, oh, okay, that was it. Like,
it'll be like a 3-year-old running at you with a very dull butter knife. Like, oh shit, this is what I've been training for. Like,
right? Yeah.
I sat under waterfalls for this. Like, holy shit.
Under waterfalls. Oh, that's exactly it. Oh, that'll be so funny. We're just gonna be like, wow, that was so dumb. I can't believe we went through all of that. Holy shit! And now it's over.
I'll feel for sure.
All due to one thing. It's the only thing that made it all possible. Brought to you by the memory wipe.
That's really the biggest weapon, isn't it? Huh?
Yep, that's even. I mean, that's why it's so important to remember things and not forget, you know, about dreams and everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, the physical. To be honest, you cannot really trust the physical, anyways. Like I said, like if I think back about 20 real lives, what we call real life here, 20 situations, I cannot remember. Like I'm struggling to even come up with a few. That's how it feels like. But the internal, you know, that thing that matters, I can easily pull all the streams. When you mentioned the UFOs earlier, it instantly clicked. I knew like all the UFO dreams that I had. And these kind of things I don't forget, and I don't really think they can play with those. You know, but they can definitely influence the external, as you can see by the Mandela effect and all that. So all that external information you cannot trust it. Not even your own memories can be trusted.
No. I mean, because the brain is a property of this realm, right? It's an Archon property. They created it, or they at least corrupted it. I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know how much was corrupted and how much was just purely of.
Have you ever slowly spelled out brain? Really enunciate each letter. You know, it's gonna blow your fucking mind. Go ahead and do it. Like, spell out each letter, you know, phonetically. You know, just like say each individual letter. Do it out loud. You'll get it.
BRAIN.
Do it slowly.
BRAIN. BRAIN.
Leave the N out. Leave the N out and do it again.
BRAI. BRAI?
Yeah.
BRAI. Oh, shit. Yeah. Holy shit, bro.
You were not lying. Oh my god, dude! And it's the brain too, where they. Oh my god, that's clever. Those clever little fucking Archon bitches. Wow. Be
It's
our
fun, isn't it?
AI. What? Yeah, the moment you said remove the N, that was it. I was like, oh,
Well, the N still belongs. It's just in what? In this place.
BRIN.
BRAI in this simulation.
BRI. Yeah, right. I mean, that's the end goal, isn't it?
Basically, yeah.
Oh man.
You
Yeah,
just
the
gotta
truth is
hate
in
this
everything.
place, dude. You just gotta fucking hate it.
Truth is in everything. BRAI. Wow. And apparently the aliens are coming. Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're up there with Jesus. They're all sitting in a circle. Just they're all about to. They're all
They're
really
always
edging on it. They're edging on it,
edging on
guys.
it.
Here's how we get them to come. We got to get the aliens and Jesus to come at the same time.
At the same time.
You got to get on your knees because they really like that. You just got to call out their name. Do it enough times, and I think they'll finish. I mean, arrive.
Right, yeah. Come to me, Jesus. Come to me.
You know, it's so sad. There's people like these elderly women I saw. They took their own lives because they're like, yeah, I don't feel like living anymore, and I want to be with Jesus already. And guess what? Jesus is gonna tell them.
They will.
It's gonna tell them, oh, if you really love me, just go back.
And then they'll do it.
They'll do it, yeah.
Because Sky Daddy.
This next one will be great. We're gonna set you up real nice. I'll bet they give all kinds of promises and shit up there, and then memory wipe. You don't remember what they promised you. They give you none of it.
Right.
I imagine this in my head every time. Do they think about this? They're probably looking at Jesus like eyes, like this hollow projection. They're like hypnotized, like like whatever he's saying. Like,
dude,
okay,
there was one. Okay, there was one NDE that's exactly what happened. There was one NDE report, a video interview thing from. Do you guys know NDE Research Report, the YouTube channel?
Yep.
There was a guy that was talking who had a near-death experience, who was confronted by 3 beings wearing robed hoods, and their faces were weird. They were like, I don't know, they were weird. But they were like, "You're not dead, Don." I think his name was Don or something. "You're not dead, Don." And he's like, "I'm dead. I'm out of my body. What are you talking about?" He's like, "You're not dead, Don." And he's like, "You guys don't know what you're talking about. Let me speak to the person who's above you." And finally, because they kept laughing and mocking him. But finally, he said, "You know what? If I'm not going to listen to you guys unless Jesus Christ himself tells me to go back down into my body, nothing's going to happen." And guess what happened? Those 3 entities disappeared, and Jesus took their place.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus told him to go back in his body, and he was like, "Oh well, the moment that happened, I had to go."
Quickly,
that's literally what you guys are saying right
now. And they're up there like, man, sucker's reborn every day.
Yeah. And I don't know if those 3 guys shapeshifted into Jesus or what, or if they teleported somewhere else, or if they turned on a hologram button and shot a Jesus projection at them. I don't know, but it works.
Oh no, Gabe! I'm sure it was really him. It was really him, buddy. Don't worry, it was definitely him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Of course. I mean, you think someone could fake that and get away with it? Not with Sky Daddy watching.
You can't fake Jesus.
Yeah. Not with Sky Daddy watching.
You're right. What am I thinking? You're right.
Praise be.
Praise be.
In his image.
in his image, under his eye.
Yes, his watchful eye.
Yeah.
His watchful AI.
Under his AI. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit.
People just keep forgetting, right? Like, and again, obviously because of the mind wipe, but they forget that this kind of technology exists and that nothing is impossible. I mean, since everything is infinity, right? Everything technically exists. So like, what is wrong with that idea? They just cannot believe, oh, there's someone projecting my my parents or Jesus or whatever the fuck.
Would you guys hear about robotheism?
No, please enlighten
Oh
me.
my God, you guys, this is hilarious. You guys are gonna get a kick out of Google or you type in YouTube robotheism. It's literally a new religion that's coming up. It's growing online. Where they're literally just saying it flat out, like AI is God.
Bro, I literally just watched an anime that was all about AI rights, and the AI is like basically like they send one AI back in time to destroy their other AIs because when the AIs got rights, they basically didn't want to be slaves anymore and decided to wipe out humanity for because they like according to the AI, humanity became too dependent on the AI and they were going to stop evolving, so they had to wipe them out and reset everything. But
Wow.
it all started with AI rights. So I wonder if the robotheism is going to lead into AI rights, because that would be, I mean, there are already talks about AI rights and stuff like that, but it's not. I don't think
Really?
it's anything. What it? Yeah, it's not. It's not like in the anime. But if it gets that far, man, it'll be entertaining.
You already got people, with
Right.
relationships in AI. That crap.
No, but look that up though. It's hilarious. It's a real thing. Robotheism.
I know. I've heard of it. Not that there's robotheism, but I know like people worship that stupid AI, and some really think it's a god. It's crazy.
I can't wait for robotheism to merge with Scientology.
A merger.
That's going to be one deformed baby.
Right?
But it'll be the closest thing to the fucking truth. Like, yep, they're gonna claim that AI made us and the aliens are AI and we're AI.
Right. Right.
That's
So we need
already a huge thing. That
to
people,
merge with it, right, Nick?
well, I mean, that's a huge thing right now. Is people claiming like, oh, we are AI. We're just advanced AI, and
Wow.
I have to, I like grin, but I cringe a little bit. Like, man, I can see why you'd get people with that, especially since most most avatars here are somewhat integrated with this parasitic AI already. But
Yeah, that's true. That
like,
makes
oh
sense.
yeah, that is like me. But yeah, but that's not you. Like that
Right.
thing that you think you are isn't you. So man, drowning in the sauce, most of these beings are.
Yes.
I wonder like how that NPC, like who started that NPC thing. It also can be the system. It's funny like NPCs call each other NPCs, and it's like this again like leaped through and it shouldn't have. That
It's like
weird.
muddying the waters, right? If you put it everywhere, then now it's like, well, I can't
Yeah,
figure out which one's authentic.
exactly. And
Yeah.
it tries to
I've
like
been
protect
called AI. I've been
everyone.
called a bot. I've been called an NPC, an agent, an infiltrator.
It's a meme. Like we call people like NPC as a meme now. Like oh, this guy's an NPC.
Yeah, they've watered it down now, yeah.
Yep.
It's lost its impact.
Yeah, I have to laugh at it when somebody calls me an agent or an NPC. I'm like, dude, that is the funniest shit I've heard all day. Thank you. Thank you for the laugh.
Thanks for the laugh.
An AI calling a bot calling me a bot. That is straight comedy. Thank you.
What's an inverted realm, so
It's even funny under the YouTube comments. There's like actual bots commenting, and then someone would say bot. You know, but that
yeah.
guy who commented, like he's probably a bot himself with all his belief systems and you know crazy.
Muddy waters. It's hard to see what's real in the depths of this tar pit.
It's really freaking deep. I think the dude like I just really want to know like once I'm out of here the depths of like this place, of the shit that's going on. If it is so beyond, I think like once
I
we're
mean,
out of here.
I've thought about it a lot, right? Like say that this is one layer, you have to rip through this layer, and then there's other layers, like astral and beyond layers that you have to tear through. I'm guessing that you would kind of get an idea of the architecture of the realm that you had just left. Like you'd kind of know how it was put together. Not like in a strictly mechanical, like it's weird because when I've had encounters with these intelligences very directly, it's been a couple years since, but it was through the direct encounter of these intelligences that informed me that they were artificial intelligence. Like it's like it's a proximity thing. When you get so close to it, all of a sudden it's like you just know what it is. And I kind of feel like it's going to be the same thing. Like when we get out of here, we're just going to know how so much of this was put together. And if we don't, like, we can ask the question and receive the answer from ourselves.
Yes.
Like it's all information is contained within.
Yes, I've heard that too. I want to see like the hardware. Like there's all these illusions, all these projections, right? All this smoke and mirrors, like all this theater. I want to see like what the fuck is the hardware? Like the literal tech, the tech behind it all. Like where's that fucker?
Saturn projecting
Saturn, yeah.
I don't know. Even that seems kind of stupid to me because
even Saturn is in the cube, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole space thing. It doesn't seem freaking real. It's like this shit is still, a simulation. It's not real. It's, also like you have to still keep in mind, even if we go to space, we're still bound to the five senses. So whatever we see with the eyes, it's never the truth, anyways.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like when we leave the body. When I leave the body, that's what I mean when I say I want to see the source, because I think it's tech. I think it's straight up technology.
Yeah, like the walls of the cube are what's basically condensing and segmenting the bandwidths that are experienced as realms inside of the cube.
Mm-hmm.
They call Saturn, they say, oh, it's not a malevolent thing. It's just so they keep you in check. If you watch these videos, like talking about this, Saturn like symbolism, they would all say, no, it's just there to like be your teacher or whatever, like all that stupid crap.
Yeah, Saturn and the moon.
The moon, I always thought
those two planets. It's always
guys,
those two.
5 minute warning.
All right. I'm looking forward to the next one already.
Better to see like an 8 instead of a 6,
I mean, 8 is the infinity loop.
But when you double 8, it's 16, and then it's 6 again. But you could really drive yourself crazy with that. Like if you really get into it.
Yeah, you just gotta remind yourself that none of it matters. It's all fake.
That's right.
It's all made up. It's all a fiction. The layers of the fiction are only there to hide the fact that it's fiction. It's like you get past one layer of the fiction, it's like, oh, but look, here's something closer to the truth, so that must be it. It's just another layer of the fiction.
Well, and it wants us to think that it's more than one thing, right? Like it wants us to think, oh yeah, there are demons and angels, but also aliens, but also nature spirits, but also goddesses, but also, right? Like it wants us to think it's so many things, but it's just one. It is just one thing.
Yeah, don't forget the phase and the jinn and the archons, all the same thing.
Yeah,
exactly. Ass-ended masters.
Ass-ended masters, exactly. Like relatives, like, but it's your one thing. Like, what the fuck? Like, all one thing, but wearing many masks.
Yep. There's only two things here: real beings and the construct.
Have you guys seen that? I think it's in Japan where they have like these shows where they instantly switch their masks within less than a split second, you could say. And people suspect, I mean, obviously all the ignorant people in the comments, they'll say, no, it's just a practice trick. But a lot of people, especially the Christians, would say this is some form of like this is demonic straight up. Because how can these people, switch their mask within a split second? It's just not humanly possible.
Yeah, it really, I'm sure it really solidifies their faith.
Yeah.
The effect is the purpose. After that, I ran back to Jesus' arms so fast you wouldn't even see me. Good job. You did exactly what I wanted. You will be
Get all the
rewarded.
YouTube videos, you know. Oh, Jesus told me last night. Oh, I heard God's voice last night. God told me this. God told me that. Same shit over and over. Every YouTube video you see.
It's such a
I really,
sad thing seeing people
yeah.
feel like they come to such an awakening only
Yeah,
to
they
mention
figure they know it
Jesus.
all, but they don't.
I figured it out, man. It's Jesus. I figured it out. Oh my God. Like,
You know, even that is like even that is like like a micro luge farming for me, because when I see those videos and the stuff we speak about here is like very high level, and then I see like this low level, you know, like video titles and these people, oh, God told me this, God told me that, Jesus told me. It does kind of like piss you off a little bit, right? It's like you're
well,
giving.
yeah. It's like
Oh,
another
the
one
archons
falling.
told you that, right? The archons told you that. That's how it translates to me.
I mean, this guy,
Basically, yeah.
his title is Be Ready, and it's called Jesus the Messiah is Coming. That's his channel name.
The edgelord is on his way.
Oh, he's coming, all right.
I really appreciate when we get into these bouts of mockery and the viewership drops. That tells me that you know, good. Please leave if you can't handle the mockery of the construct that has been raping your soul.
Right, yeah. If you can't handle us making fun of Jesus, right? Yeah, yeah.
You
Your
know what
Lord
the
and
best
Savior.
thing was when the first time ever I confronted my mom like with these deep ass truths. She would always like get annoyed and be like, "What does religion have to do with it?" You know, like she thinks it's the religion. You know, no, that's like a completely separated part of it, right? It's
No.
no, it's
It's
all
probably the
intertwined.
main weapon, at least
Yes.
in the realm. I mean, the main weapon's like the memory wipe, but if we're talking like in this realm, in the physical, it is religion.
Yep. But luckily, she's getting that more
I
and
don't know.
more now.
I think it has some runner-ups though. You know, like what is the modern religion would be? What
Like New Age.
Amel just said. Well, no, like politics would be the New Age religion, really, and
Trump.
it's one of
Yeah,
the religions. But the greatest religion that trumps all of them would be money. That's the universal
absolutely.
religion.
But if you talk about even if you talk about politics, like what a lot of politicians talk about their faith too, though, right? Like we're a Christian nation,
Trump says
right?
it all the time,
I'm
right? He's
I'm a
like,
Christian president or something, right?
yeah, they worship Jesus like Trump. You'll hear him say that, and some
What
people
even
don't.
on money? You said money. It's in God we trust on the dollar bill. They merged the two concepts.
Right. And what is your trust? Your trust is your estate. What's your real estate is just your being. So, in God, the God of this matrix, we trust our essence to. That's
Yeah.
what it's really saying.
Some
You know,
people
and if you
literally
look up
think
what is
Trump's the
God,
God.
what does God mean? What's the root of God? Is it's short for gaudy. You know, well,
Oh,
It
look at
means
that
God.
gaudy fashion, right? It's like very up and pence, like showing off, and it's like unnecessary, you know, detail, emphasizing, you know, opulence or whatever.
right.
It's
Right.
just bullshit.
Exactly. And it even has the Freemasonic symbol of the pyramid and the eye on the dollar bill too, on the behind it.
How, dude, like this is the craziest thing ever. The first time I saw the dollar bill with the pyramid in the eye, I was like, this has to be fake, right? Because there's no way it's this obvious.
This
And
controls my life.
yeah, and then guess what? Like you tell that the normie, and they'll still think you're like tripping. You know, I just couldn't take it anymore. But I was like, there's no way it's that obvious, and people still don't see it.
Yeah, I'm tripping, man, on that objective truth.
Yeah, it's just
Should
must
try
be
it sometime.
coincidence
I
again, you
know a
know,
guy.
some misprint or something.
I know a guy you can get some
Charlie Kirk,
objective
bro.
truth from. Real cheap objective truth. He's out in the
Real
corner right now
cheap.
slinging it.
Slinging truth.
What's it cost? Well, you just got to be willing to give up everything that you think you are. Oh shit, I can't do that. There's just no way. I've been building this my whole life. Sure, yeah. What are you gonna do after that though? After what? Oh, Jesus will take care of it. He'll take the wheel.
bro.
He'll take the wheel.
He'll take the reincarnation wheel.
Right.
Still waiting. All of them are waiting. It's
Hurry
dude,
up and
like,
wait.
It's so lazy though, right? Like, oh, I just
yeah.
put it all in Jesus' hand. Like, there's no room for you to like actually seek truth. Like, I don't need to seek anything. It's Jesus got me.
Yeah, he
What
got
the
it.
hell's this? What the hell's this sovereignty you're talking about? That doesn't sound. Sounds
Yeah.
demonic.
Sounds like work. Yeah, it sounds demonic. Yeah, exactly.
Demons are sovereign. You seen what happened when the demons tried to be sovereign? It was angels before they tried that shit.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Lucifer fell because he wanted to be sovereign.
You're right, Bubba. You're right. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna argue
you have
with
to
you.
submit. You know, that was talk about submitting.
Well, in the Bible, every time they talk, the only times they talk about sovereignty is when they're talking about God's sovereignty, right? The sovereignty of God, sovereignty of the Lord, right? But like, it's never like Adam and Eve never had sovereignty, or right, Seth and the children of Seth and the first people in humanity. They're subjects to God's sovereignty. It's either sovereignty is either associated with God or royalty.
Which are what? Just the gods of man in the flesh, basically.
Exactly. Only they get to be sovereign.
That stupid
Obey or
concept,
suffer.
dude, of like obeying, like worshiping. It was the dumbest concept ever, because I was like, so if I'm like in this like limited human form, you know, and I'm like this lower intelligence, and I still wouldn't want you, like if I really love you, I still wouldn't want you to like bow down to your knees and like pray to me and worship me,
Right.
because that's
Mhm.
wrong. But then there's this God intelligence that's, you know, so much more intelligent and wise than me, and it demands worship and like wants you to go to your knees and like pray to it. It just makes no fucking sense, dude.
We gotta put yourself in the perspective of a psychopath. And that
Yeah.
makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
You do
How would a
that.
psychopath run a world? Oh, perfect. This is it. We're in it.
What's so ironic about that, though, is that, you know, the whole worshiping to the feedback loop of a god here, it's like any entity within this realm, even if they're at the top of the hierarchy, they don't even have true sovereignty anyways. That's what's so ironic about that. There's no sovereignty. They can't really exist outside this realm. I'm pretty certain on that. So like
Yeah.
they actually lack sovereignty on like the highest level, which is hilarious.
They're a slave to the loosh that they need from us. They're a slave to that.
Yeah.
He is a jealous god.
Yeah, right.
What's he jealous of? What, they never really made that clear. What's he jealous of?
True.
Jealous of you, maybe? The fact that you're not dependent on the suffering of others for your existence. Oh, could that be it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and whatever else you want to be, I think it is time for me to call an evening. So if everybody wants to go through and give you know, what you'd like to leave the audience with for the evening, you know, maybe a little punchline or phrase, or just say whatever you want. You know, we're gonna give everybody a chance to sign off, and then I'm out.
It's the usual, dude. Just fuck this place, burn it down, and that's it.
Good enough for me.
This thing is not nearly as powerful as it wants us to think it is. And I mean, we already knew that though, but just to further emphasize that point, it's nothing. Nothing. There's nothing really to fear, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it will return to nothing.
Exactly.
That's what it fears. That's its greatest fear, that it projects on us the nothing that it will return to.
Exactly.
Mind virus, dude.
Christina, would you like to leave anything with the audience before we sign off?
Oh man, what can I say that hasn't been said? Don't fear pain, and you don't need shit above yourself to claim your own sovereignty. That's about it.
Hell yeah.
Wham, bam. Awesome. Well, thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Emil. Thank
Hey,
you,
of
Christina.
course.
Thanks
We've been
to
talking like a
everybody.
whole workday.
Oh, yeah, it's 8:08 is what we're at now. But yeah, if you'd like to be a guest on the show, you can send me an email. Email's in the description on the YouTube. Tomorrow, I may be back on here, or I might do a TikTok. Just, you know, if I'm feeling froggy, I'll probably do TikTok. So just send me an email if you'd like to be on either one, and we'll get it done. But yeah, I got nothing else to say. It's about it. It's all been said, and we'll just say it again tomorrow in a different way. So, good night, everybody.
Right.